Okay, hello everyone. Hey, Isiah, you still with me here? I know it's been a while since I was setting this up, so just make sure that you're still here before I start talking to you. Else I'll be talking to myself because I haven't invited anybody else besides Joe, but he's got a few things to do first.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So, anyways, oh, you know what? Let me get the doctor in here too. So, a lot of you may have remembered just recently that Isiah and Nephi had a debate of sorts. Actually, you probably don't because not a lot of people watched it. Why? Because it didn't really last very long and it really wasn't that interesting because of Nephi. So, anyways, real quick, what it was is Nephi wanted to challenge Isiah on proteomics and basically. From what I understand, I'm going to let Isiah actually tell the entire argument, but from what I understand Nephi's argument to be, he says that if you have any substitutions in an amino acid chain, that a protein will no longer function the same way and always lead to the detriment of the organism, causing the organism to die. That's basically what he says in a nutshell. Is that correct, Isiah?
Yeah, that's his argument.
And yet your counter argument is many examples of that actually not occurring, and that the fact that there are many proteins that do have different amino acid structures. Matter of fact, I found out cytochrome C actually can be anywhere from 100 amino acids to 104, and it's something like I think 34 out of the 100 are conserved. But anyways, you basically were trying to show him the science, and all he wanted to do was read an abstract of a paper. So go ahead and tell me what was exactly the argument he was running other than that, and then what your counter was, because you never really got a chance to actually say what you were planning to because he rage quit.
Nephi's argument is basically humans. Well, we start out with his argument. Humans and chimps can't be related because their proteins are so different. Now, in order to back this claim up, he cites a paper that says 80% of proteins in humans and chimps are different. Now, there's two things that he leaves out. To a layperson, to the average person, if I told you 80% of the proteins in humans or chimps are different, that would to you that would sound like humans and chimps have proteins, and 80% of the proteins in humans are not found in chimps. In fact, in a video I did today, I showed a clip where Neff actually says 80% of the proteins in humans aren't found in chimps, because when he originally brought up that claim, that is what he thought. Now, if
he's reading that literally as if you took all the proteins in humans, 80% of that number would not be found in chimps. Is that how he's reading that?
Originally, before Concordance corrected him.
Yeah, I saw Concordance's video quite some time ago on that. But that's really what it boils down to. He's saying that 80% of all the proteins in humans do not exist in chimpanzees.
Yeah, after Concordance corrected him, he changed his argument
to what?
80% of the proteins in humans and chimps differ by at least one amino acid. What he leaves out is the study he cites is based on 127 proteins, not the whole.
Not all the proteins.
Yes.
Okay, so out of only 127, out of that, 80% of them differ by one amino acid or more.
Yeah, 102 of them differed by at least one amino acid. That was his argument.
Do you have any idea how many proteins are actually in the human body for the most part?
I have no idea.
How many there is? Let's find out. This is why we have Google, people.
But I actually if you read the 2005 draft of the chimp genome sequence,
250,000 by the way.
Oh, is that isoforms or?
Oh no, that's isoforms. Wait, so 21,000. Okay, no, it's 21,000 protein encoding genes, but the total number of proteins in a human cell is estimated to be 250,000 to 1 million.
Ah, okay.
Interesting.
So yeah, if you read the 2005 chimp genome sequence, when they compare every ortholog, every orthologous protein, they find that the actual number is 71% of proteins differ by at least one amino acid. Not 80, 71. So that's 9% less, which doesn't sound like a lot, but we have like 20,000 proteins, so that's a significant amount.
Well, it's funny because you guys didn't even get to even address that. All Nephi seemed to want to do was read off some abstract or paper that had CRISPR actually had found. He was actually reading along with it. But when you actually started asking him questions, as soon as you asked him your first question, he decided to rage quit, saying that it had nothing to do with the topic, which I don't see how it had nothing to do with the topic. You were clearly asking him questions about the topic.
Yeah.
Hogtie asked, when did this happen? This is actually was on the doctor's channel. That's probably not why a lot of people didn't see it. I know the doc doesn't have a lot of subscribers. I'll link it to you in a second here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, what I showed Nephi was a comparison of proteins from two species of fruit fly. Now, if I'm correct, fruit flies, they can interbreed. Different species of fruit flies can interbreed. Now, previously, he had told me if they can interbreed, they're the same kind. Now, when we had this, well, debate, if you could call it that, he changed that to, well, that's generally the rule, as in there are exceptions. Now, he didn't tell me what he's using to classify this as an exception, but he said this is an exception. I don't know why, but it just seemed completely arbitrary to me, to where he can.
Well, he said he didn't agree with the speciation. He said, quote, okay, paraphrase, not exactly a quote, but he said that basically that he doesn't agree that those fruit flies actually came from a common ancestor. Pretty much verbatim what he said, right? Yes. Even though we've actually seen speciation of fruit flies in laboratory conditions.
Yes.
So I mean, I wish we would have gotten a little bit more on that, because I got into the conversation after the debate was over, because it didn't last very long, and then after I joined, Nephi decided to come back in, which means it was free for all, and I was able to ask Nephi some questions too, and he dodged every single one of my questions, big time. I mean, I had asked him, but the same thing. I'd asked him about the cytochrome C. I had asked him, if you have a amino acid substitution in a part of the protein that's what is it? It's not functional. It's what do they call it? What's part of the protein that doesn't really have much use? Refresh my memory.
Be called.
Oh no, it has a name. Non-active. God, I'm really tired. So if it has a substitution in more of a non-active region, why would it actually change what the protein actually does? And I kind of asked him, I'm like, Nephi, do you know how a protein is even made in a ribosome? Do you understand how a gene actually codes for it? And he actually didn't know. And I'm like, wait a minute. You want evidence of how you can have an amino acid substitution and not have it kill the organism, such as like sickle cell anemia. And yet he didn't understand how an amino acid substitution would even occur. He didn't know what a codon was. He doesn't know how the chain is actually produced, and polymerized. So how are you supposed to present evidence to him of what he's asking for if he doesn't even know what an amino acid is? And you gotta remember that, guys, this is the same guy, Nephi, who constantly says things like DNA is comprised of amino acids and DNA is comprised of peptide bonds. And I'm pretty sure that he said that it's comprised of proteins occasionally, or so often. He'll say like DNA is comprised of proteins and amino acids. So I'm just wondering if he just really doesn't have a handle on this, Isiah, at all?
He's totally inept.
I used to think he at least kind of had a basic understanding. That was a long while ago, actually. But I'm at the point now, I just don't think he has any concept whatsoever. Because he raged quit after I asked him that question. He's like, well, that you just can't provide any evidence. I'm like, well, I can give you evidence that like sickle cell anemia is a amino acid substitution. But if you don't understand what a substitution is, then you won't understand the evidence. Heavy Holler says, yeah, 250,000 proteins coded by 25,000 different genes. The thing I had said is up to 250,000 to a million. But one of the things I had cited was the cytochrome C oxidase, or excuse me, not the cytochrome oxidase being able to use cytochrome C oxidase effectively, and that even if you took cytochrome C from wheat and you put it in a human, it would actually react the same. The cytochrome C oxidase will actually not know the difference. And if that was the case where you'd have amino acid being changed, if the protein didn't have the same function, that wouldn't work because there's a lot of differences between the version of cytochrome C in wheat as there is a human, correct?
Yes, there's like, I think there's 43 different amino acid differences.
That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit if there's only 100 some odd amino acids in the entire chain. So that's almost 50% difference. It's like 40 some odd percent difference. So, and he's arguing that if a protein didn't have exactly the same amino acid structure, then the organism will die. Well, that's clearly not the case.
Yeah, did you see what I posted in the
I'm looking at it now, actually.
Yeah.
I was trying to watch that debate. I got about 8 minutes in.
It's tough, huh?
And
It's
I
tough to
started
listen
playing
to.
Pokemon. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like his I think one of his opening arguments is to challenge the idea of protein evolution. And the first thing I thought of, well, like, we have an entire field called proteomics that needs to not exist. You know,
need to not exist. They just need to get rid of that shit. Just be done with it.
Just like, I could have sworn, like, I was just looking over a paper that someone in the community wrote, or helped co-write based on proteomics, and I'm like, here fucking is Nephi, and he's just like, no, that's not a thing. No, because mutation, like, he's back to that whole mutations are all negative or they're all detrimental and all this other bullshit, and I'm like, really? If I really listen to this?
Well, and that's why it was really kind of painful to listen to that. I didn't really want to. What happened was, oh, I got a little feedback. What happened was, I think it was the TST after hangout that was still going on, and so that the external chat was still open. And all of a sudden, Evan comes in, and anybody who's, by the way, we do have some new viewers that don't really follow us. So if they don't know the names, I'm going to be like calling the people who they are, so people kind of have understanding of what, because they really don't know who Nephilim Free is. But his name's Evan Phillips. Not doxing him, that's just what he goes by. So anyways, Evan had popped into that external feed out of the blue, and I haven't talked to Evan in how long? Months, right? I mean, he's just not even on my radar any longer. And he just starts going off on me, right? Out of nowhere. Really? I'm like, well, fuck, I didn't even mention your name here in TST. I was in TST that day, but we didn't mention Nephi, I don't think. And he just starts going off on me, saying that I won't debate him. And then I'm a coward for not debating him. And I'm like, well, Aaron Ross won't debate you either, and he debates people every day. And he's not a coward. It's like nobody wants to debate you, Neff, because you have no understanding of the materials. And all of a sudden, Isaiah's like, I will. And I'm, oh, Isaiah, you're so cute. That's just adorable. Picking on the special kids, Isaiah, are you?
You said what for the team? I mean, I'm gonna finish watching that later while I'm helping my mother-in-law. But I'm like, well, fuck. I mean, I felt bad for talking to fucking G-Man, his dumb ass. But I mean, shit, I don't feel so bad now.
You know that video that I have with G-Man, that when he was talking about dogs. What? He doesn't sound that. The one that I made that he doesn't sound that a dog doesn't live millions of years.
It was a while back.
Yeah, it's been a while ago. The one that says, it's called G-Man, You're Not Prepared, or something, You're Not Prepared.
Once I see it again, I'll probably remember.
Yeah, you'll recognize it. This is the one that he sat there and he couldn't understand that dog populations continue to generate dogs, and that all the descendants of a dog population will be dogs, and that dogs cannot produce anything non-dog, right? But anyways, long story short, a lot of people are actually seeing that video now that don't know any of these people, and they're like, fuck, these people are stupid. They're like, does this guy really exist? Is G-Man really this dumb? And I'm like, yeah. I'm not making this up.
I was on Twitch earlier, dude, and I had to explain to, like, the people who are watching me on Twitch who G-Man was. And, like, I told the people on Twitch, I was like, just go to YouTube, type in G space man, and, it's a little skinny black dude that's talking about, Black Hebrew Israelites and atheists and shit. And the guy on Twitch was like, no, this guy has to be a troll. I'm like, no, he's not. He's dead fucking serious. He's like, yeah, I don't see why. I mean, you guys have talked to him. He obviously has a few screws loose. And I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, that's been a hot topic for quite some time. Are the people that we talk to all fucking mentally there? Well, I'm not all mentally there either. So, but I'm definitely not fucking G-man level. Not there. But I'm not a fucking doctor. I can't diagnose extreme stupidity over the internet. But you know what? If he comes for me, I'm coming for his ass. So I just
it's hard not to think of him as not a troll, right? I mean, again, you don't remember that video I made, but I mean, he sounded like a freaking troll because everything I asked him, it was like water off duck's back. He didn't either understand what I was saying or he wasn't actively listening. And so I would say something to him, and he would basically say something completely stupid, unrelated to what I had just asked him.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's definitely a part of that. It's definitely mostly, I would say, him not listening. That takes up a huge, portion of the interaction between G-Man. Is just that lack of fucking, recognition from the other party, I guess I could say. He gets. It's funny, but he gets upset when people point that shit out. And I'm like, G-Man, you're obviously not fucking listening because what you just asked me, I just fucking told you, word for fucking word, just told you. And so, what am I not supposed to recognize that you don't fucking listen? I'm sorry.
He doesn't.
I thought I was as dumb as you. My bad. Excuse the fuck out of me.
No, because what he does is he's always trying to think 3 steps ahead, which for him only comes out to about half a step. He doesn't really pay attention to the conversation at hand, and that was indicative of exactly what happened during that video that I made, which I can't believe you don't remember. It's like my most popular video.
I've been drinking a little bit, so I probably remember it later.
Did you leave any for me?
There's still some in there somewhere. I'm gonna get some wild turkey. Probably this week and next week. It's 101 proof, man. I need something stronger than this Baker's Mark.
No, I have beer. Anything harder than that probably these days would actually cause me to go into convulsions. Just tell me you're wearing undies.
I have pants and it's cold now. That's why people see me in clothes because it's cold.
Oh, you wearing a shirt or is
yeah?
I'm so used to you not wearing a shirt. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it's like it's just part of his skin. It's not a big deal. No, I have a. Hold on, I'll come back.
Did? Oh yeah, okay. It got taken down because the guy that posted it, it was in the creationism forum, and so the admin had him take it down. But did you see the post I tagged you on about the guy that was talking about LGBTQ, and the post said that B meant black? Did you see that?
Oh, I saw that. It was
freaking hilarious. Yeah. And I'm like, are these people this retarded? Like, seriously?
I see. No, it wasn't you because you tagged me in something earlier today, and I clicked on it and it was no longer there. But I did see a meme that said lesbian, gay, black, transsexual.
Yeah, and then it says pray to Jesus. It says you're not born lesbian, gay, black, or transsexual. Pray to Jesus to change you. People are like,
yeah, I was like,
black?
Nice.
What?
Somebody fucked up bad on that one.
Yeah,
that was funny. It's like, well, I fucked up somewhere, huh?
I was like, I don't know if this is just absolutely, just like a mistake or somebody literally is trying to mix, evangelism with racism or something. I was like, what the freaking A? Yeah, it literally said you were not born black, and Wayne Fillmore was like, I wasn't? Oh, that's just too funny.
Excuse the fuck out of me.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
It might be a Poe Crisper. I don't know.
I don't know. It was pretty legit, man. It was pretty legit. I think the person literally just made a mistake, and instead of putting bisexual, put black, because it had even like scriptures underneath that supported, what they think supports, anti-gay and anti-transgender, out of like Romans or Leviticus or something. And so I think it was actually a mistake, but I mean the fact that
it's a pretty funny fucking mistake though. That's the thing.
It's freaking hilarious. Yeah, see if I can find. I'll see if I can find it. I'll post to my G+. Let me add some people in here because I know Isaiah's been quiet. Joe will join us shortly. I'm gonna invite Shadow in. CRISPR, of course.
Invite
Hawkeye
G-Man
Music.
then, because he hasn't had enough time today to yell at me because he's
Char.
mad.
Do you want? I mean, well, first of all, I can't invite G-Man. G-Man's the only person that's blocked from my Hangouts. Remember?
Oh yeah, he is blocked. Oh, too
Yeah,
bad. Fuck him.
Bullhorn. So
Yeah, he can sit and yell in the side chat like a good little bitch. I mean, like a good citizen of GeForce.
yeah, he actually hasn't been by for ages. Yeah, I don't really even talk about G-Man.
If I say his name too many times in the hangout, he pops up.
He's so not on my radar.
No, he's been trying to shit on people lately, so I'm actually kind of mad at him shitting on Hannah and Psycho Atheist.
What happened with that?
Well, it's Hannah. I didn't know Hannah. I know Hannah like hang out with him in real life, but he like she out of the kindness of her fucking heart took this dumbass to New York to like the Natural Science Museum and like sat and they explained to him like a lot of the stuff that was in there. You know, I guess
Right.
as far as you know their displays on evolution and you know so on and so forth. And so then he gets his stupid ass online and goes, "See, she didn't show me nothing. She just brought me here and showed me these monkeys, and I didn't learn nothing. Just all stupid."
Yeah,
And it
I
was
remember her
like,
telling me that. Yeah.
like, you know,
Not
somebody,
learning anything is the key.
yeah, like. Peace would say, you know what, she brought me here. We talked about it. I didn't buy it. Whatever. You know what? I can accept that. But it's just him
Yeah, no,
being
he
the
didn't want to
fucking
learn anything, and he didn't even see what he did. He was like something like, well, where are the transitional fossils or something? She's like, hello.
yeah. Like it's to me, it's just a complete denial of her attempt to, you know, reach him. You know, you don't have to buy it, but you could at least acknowledge the fact that she tried to reach out to you because it's the kindness thing, and that's why I don't get on Christians who try and share their gospel and shit with me. I'm like, whatever, I don't buy the shit. But if they're doing it because they genuinely believe that they're doing something good, then I'm not going to break their little heart, you know.
Well, for what
So
it's worth, since we did mention Christians, my wife, who is a Christian, very much stands behind the notion of not allowing G-men in Hangouts.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's pretty well a commonplace thing anymore because you can't trust him not to use his bullhorn, and people do have sensitive ears, and I'm not going to have Jade or Jackie lose their hearing because G-Man's a dick, right?
but I'm
Yeah.
supposed to, you know, feel sad that people went to his the Google website of his employer and go, hey, there's a crazy man that works here that's accosting people outside.
Well, I don't advocate at all, and I do reiterate what JD said in Talking Shit Tuesday, that I do not advocate people taking things into real life. Um, I think it's kind
Well,
of a dickish move.
hang on, though. They said that he was doing this outside of where he works.
Yeah, no,
Right.
there's people left. There are quite a few reviews on there. One of the reviews is there is a man that works at this place, and he's walking outside yelling and accosting random people.
But is he doing this actually outside the place? Because these might not be internet related. This may have nothing to do with the community. If he's doing this right by where he works.
Well, it
No,
is somebody
no.
from the community because they use the same icon.
Wait. When you mean outside of his work, you mean physically outside of his work, or outside like in our community?
No, physically out, like he
Oh,
walked
because
outside
that's
to those people.
okay. Yeah, I didn't see the video, but I didn't see him actually doxing himself where he worked. I only heard about it. I don't have enough interest to actually go look to
But
care.
if he was standing in front of his workplace, people that may have had nothing to do with the community may have actually made complaints.
Possible, not probable.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's just the thing is, it's if you are dumb enough, which I think G-Men might be, to walk out the front door of the place of your work, walk across the street, pull out your fucking bullhorn, and start proselytizing outside of the place where you fucking work, you deserve what you get.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe people should be that held accountable for their own stupidity. People do fuck up. People do make mistakes. I mean, he's a man child, right? So I don't think that his livelihood should be affected at all by what he does on his own time.
Dude, he's just a couple years younger than I am.
Oh yeah, but he's dumb. He's you're on different intellectual wavelengths here, guy. Come on. I mean, age is just a chronological number. I mean, emotionally
have
speaking
sense
and
enough,
intellectually
though.
speaking, he's a man child.
But I have sense enough that when I get off work, not to walk across the street and start screaming, whatever at people. It reflects badly on the business. I at least walk down 3 blocks, if I were him.
I'm trying to find the.
I mean, if that's literally what he was doing, yeah, he should have thought first.
Yeah,
But
but
he was
again, he's
he was
G-Man,
too
right?
busy berating
I
me.
mean, people get fired over Facebook posts for fuck's sake.
Yeah, again, I'm not a big fan of that either, right? I mean, I understand if you say something completely ass hattery that's a conflict with something you work or something like that. I get that, right? There are times where there needs to be something addressed. I mean, if you work for an organization that's in the public limelight and you start espousing out, like Nazi propaganda, yeah, then you know what? I don't give a shit what happens to you. But people have a right to express themselves without fear of retaliation if it's not over the top speech, right? I mean, people need to be accountable for what you say, but most of us, we don't have over the top speech. We just give our opinions and we talk about things. But there are people that don't know where that line is and will say the most asinine things, and it will affect their work. For example, I saw this Twitter the other day thing where the first Twitter was like, if she says, I work at Starbucks, and if somebody tells me to put Trump on their cup, I'll spit in it, something to that effect. And then like an hour later, there's a tweet from the same person. I just got fired from Starbucks. And it was probably comical, right? I mean, I don't think it actually happened. Maybe it did. But it's still, if it's stuff like that, yeah, well, I can see people getting fired for that.
Well, I'm going to actually read some of the reviews within the last week of G-Man's place of employment. All right.
Sure.
Bad man in the store. Bad man pacing angrily, yelling at his phone. It has 3 thumbs up. It gets better.
I've never heard these.
It gets better. No, there's 2 more. There's 2 more.
And I do that again. I love that one. I hear that one again.
Okay,
That's great.
Wait. Hang on. I'm going to ask you to give me 1 second before you do, though. Just give me 1 second to switch my audio because my wife is going to love this shit.
Let's all
there
enjoy
we
that
go.
one more
And I'm
time.
reading. There's 3 reviews within the last week, and these are all people from the community because I recognize their name and their icons. All right, I'm not going to say who it is. Let me know when you're ready. God, the other one. Like I said, I'm going to
bad man yelling into his phone.
I'll read these verbatim.
Oh wait, before you do, can you give Hogtie the link in the reviews in the outside chat?
Hold on. If it's, I'm going to have to dox G-Man.
You mean Gary?
Send it to him privately via G Plus or Hangouts. Then.
Hold on, because I was looking at it on my phone. It's funny. The only reason I remember G-Man's place of employment is because it's 1 letter difference than the place I get my soul food.
You got a place that has good soul food?
Yeah, well, it's in Delaware.
We had one down in Palm Springs, but it's only open like 3 months out of the year, and even then, it's not even open that much.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the that's
It was like Southern Grandma's soul fried something or other. It's supposed to be one of the best places in town, but I never got a chance to go there. It was always closed.
Hogtie. Here's Hogtie. Okay, here you go, Hogtie. Okay, well, that was fucking helpful. Hold on. I sent him a something said void. I'm going to send him a screenshot. All right, because
Yeah, do what you gotta do. We don't
because it's Google.
Much. Yeah.
Hold on. Fuck. So, all right, let me know when you're ready for me to.
You ready, Shadow?
Yeah, I'm all good.
All right.
Almost 229 upload. Fucking hell.
Ruin the flow. Sorry about that.
Before you do that, I want to reiterate again. What Hogtie even said. Hogtie does not, and most of us, probably all of us, do not condone anybody screwing with G-Man's job in any way whatsoever. It actually makes things much worse. You're just being a dick if you do that. If I find out people doing that, I wouldn't even allow them around. I think it goes without saying, you're just a complete asshole if you start dicking with a person's in real life stuff, especially their job, rather than being able to actually handle them online, because that's what this community is about, is having people with different opinions. And if you can't express yourself well enough to have an honest discourse with anybody, then taking it offline just shows you're a complete pussy.
So on what I just sent you, Hogtie, click the 7 Google reviews, and I'm reading the top 3. All right, so I'm gonna read then this is what this these are the top 3 most recent reviews. I'm reading it in reverse chronological order. It's what the person gave it 1 star, and he said, "Bad man in the store, bad man pacing angrily, yelling at his phone." That was given 3 thumbs up.
That's awesome.
The next one was also gave the place 1 star. I wouldn't recommend anyone go to this store due to the fact that they employ a man who stole a safe. That was given 6 thumbs up. Oh man.
That's cool, man. I'm not laughing again. I do not condone any of this, but since it's out there, it is funny.
I'm reading this verbatim. This is on the website. All right, this is on Google. Called yesterday. Tried to speak to the owner, Mr. Trinelli, regarding a complaint I had with one of his employees, a certain Gary Moore. He didn't want to return the money for a broken part he sold me, and when I wanted to speak to the owner, he started yelling, "Do you know who I am? I'm D-Man from YouTube, and I want to see your money again until you repent." I don't know what he was on about. I'm just an atheist. Smiley face.
Okay, again, not cool, but funny.
Yeah. This one is a little interesting. This one's from a year ago.
The first one was beautiful. I loved the first one.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, it was short and sweet. This person, I guess, is an actual person who used to go to this place. Racist. If you are Hispanic, do not try to call them. I wanted to buy a compressor for my refrigerator, and they hung up the phone on me because of my accent. Don't do business with them. Not a good business. And I don't think this one is remotely related to the community.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's community related. Those last 2 definitely.
Yeah. Well, the person with the safe, his name is G's Lockbox.
I'm still on record of saying that I don't think he ever actually stole a safe because I don't think they're actually.
I don't think the safe existed. I think he made up the fucking story to try and prove his bullshit.
So he's a liar, but he's a liar either way because there was 12 different stories on it. But anyways,
we know G-Man lies. I mean, that's not anything new, but yeah.
The question is whether he's any good at it or not.
No. God.
Hey, did you guys see that video I put on my Facebook thing for those 2 chicks? It's called the 2016 song, and I put it on my YouTube or my Google Plus too. It's freaking hilarious. I mean, these 2 chicks only have like 666 subscribers, but they really need to have more.
That's a perfect number.
I'll put them in my video or my live feed here. Go check out that video. It's R-rated, so it's actually not for kids, but it's freaking hilarious. It's about 2 minutes and 6 seconds long, and they're just brilliant at it.
They have titties? Titties out? R-rated?
No. I mean, they're cute. I like the dark head one, but it's just that they're so brilliantly creative on the 2016 being a shit year.
Agreed.
The greatest bake-off. She shot down a gorilla. We can't cure Zika.
Yeah.
It was kind of a crappy year, but we'll discuss that in our annual review hangout. Which, by the way, Red's Rhetoric, that I missed your hangout at noon today. I honestly
forgot about that too.
Out. I know he told me so many times about it, and I even got the times mixed up, but I couldn't make it. So, oh well. I'm still championing my boy Ronnie for Dumb Fuck of the Year. Don't think that I've given up on that. I mean, I know C. Brown's going to give him a run for the money, but
C. Brown's, man, he's fighting hard. Like I've not seen anyone. Did he get on
the top 10? Did they add him?
I don't know. I was added to the list, for my engagement with G-Man. But you know what? I deserve that.
Nah, you weren't legitimately added to the list. You were proposed. I don't think he really made a video for you.
I'd take my.
But you got into a discussion with G-Man and seemed to think he was going to hear a word you said.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb fuckery.
Yeah,
that is. Yeah, I mean, that no, I admit that.
We all do dumb fuckery things.
Is there a video for why C. Brown would get it?
it's not so much.
There's a conversation he had with CRISPR that I struggled through, not because I didn't necessarily understand the content, is because when C. Brown would stumble over every fucking sentence, I'd have to restart it to get his fucking point.
No, I think that the most wonderful thing was that he accidentally private messaged Darwin's greatest hits, thinking it was Darwin's deity.
That was good.
And he accidentally private messaged him, asking him to ambush Steve in a hangout.
I remember that.
Is that not the
I
greatest,
totally forgot about that, though.
is
That is true.
greatest thing ever?
Yes.
Is that not
Yeah.
the greatest?
That is classic dumb fuckery. I got to bring that up. That's
And
true. Thank you for reminding me of that, Joe.
There was a thread going on, and it was like kind of related to this problem. And Darwin's Greatest Hits had like the PM had a picture of it, and I knew about it before he kind of posted it, or she posted it on in the thread. And so I was just loving the thread and everything C. Brown said, because like I was setting him up. I was going, oh yeah, like, ambushing people in a hangout, that's not good, right? And he would like me, he would agree with me and stuff. It was so funny.
Yeah, what he said was basically, he said to Darwin's greatest hits, thinking he was Darwin's deity, saying, hey, you think if I get Steve in a hangout, you can ambush him, and then kind of pull your Darwin's deity philosophical mumbo jumbo, whatever the fuck he believes in crap.
It was my wallpaper for a little bit.
That's funny.
Does Steve Brown not know that I've engaged with Darwin's before multiple times, especially on like a
I
Nadia's
think-
Chamber?
I think that they-
channel.
I think that they think that because many of us won't deal with Darwin's deity, that he has some sort of like power, like he has some intellectual prowess that people are scared of, not because he's a fucking cunt. And so at the same time, they forget that we can call we've named them the Pile Talk Power Rangers. We can contact Zordon, and fucking Zordon will summon them, and then he will be fucking smashed. Like they forget that entire dynamic.
Yeah, it's not like nobody's we're not scared of these
All
people.
these
We're just dealt with them in the
they're
past.
sitting there stalking me all over the internet, and I refuse to talk to them. Oh, by the way, I'm not talking to you. Yeah, you. I'm not talking to you. No, I won't talk to you at all. No, absolutely not. Oh, shut up.
Hey, Michael, I haven't seen you in
Hey,
a
Michael. And Hannah. Yeah, he's very selective in who he'll talk to, right? So if any of the Pal Talk Power Rangers say something that he wants to talk about, he will start a
he'll engage
conversation.
then, yeah.
If he thinks he can if he thinks he caught them on something wrong they said,
Right.
There's no such thing as his troll list. Same with me. Like, I'm on the troll list. He has me blocked, and when I come into rooms that he's in and he has mods, he just kicks me. But if I say anything he thinks he can like grab onto, he'll right away say something, and he'll like insult me too. But the best part is that it's more annoying to him that you don't care, that you don't like insult him back. You just continue to just address the arguments. It's kind of funny because that's supposed to be, the rigorous, virtuous integrity thing to do, but it's still kind of a way just to undermine him. He's pretty much like you're insulting him.
He's got something so fundamentally wrong with him, and it kind of saddens me.
He has like the best way to handle the what is it? The drop board? The
soundboard.
Soundboard, yeah. The best way to handle that was to show good humor about it, but he doesn't show good humor about it at all.
Like I would love if people made a soundboard. I would fucking laugh and I'd play it. Like, cause it'd be me. Like,
yeah.
Oh my God! Imagine Insomnia Shuffle with a soundboard of my shit. Good grief! I know it would go on forever.
Yeah, I know.
And I'd be the one
trying to
fucking
do that.
loading
It's
it
like
by the end.
Even when they make a video about you, right? It's like, hey, I'm a little flattered they took the time to make a video about me. So if they made a soundboard, I'd be like, fuck, this is awesome.
But yeah, the thing is, the very first time I came across him was in one of Xbox's hangs, and I was sitting there and I was talking about, because I referenced the book, because I do that, And we're going back and forth and talking about books and music and all this other kind of stuff, movies, etc., for like a good solid 45 minutes, half hour, maybe even a full hour. And it was going great. And then I referenced a stroke and made this offhand joke about, that's clearly intelligent design. And that triggered the fucker. And the entire conversation, which up to that point was kind of fun, was completely fucking ruined because he got triggered by me cracking an intelligent design joke.
Yeah, he seemed like a really humorless guy. Like, I don't know what he does or does not do in his real life, but I don't think it's very fulfilling. Like, I think he comes here. Yeah, I don't.
Well,
I
he
don't
has a very
see him.
fake laugh, right?
Well, to me, it was really disappointing because it's like, okay, he showed he's capable of actually having a civil conversation, but the moment you mention something that has to do with his dogma, it's just like, okay, what the fuck's the matter with you, dude?
Yeah,
Because he's
the
an
wheels fall off.
ideologue.
What the
He's just not a normal
fuck?
person. He's probably partly,
I mean, there's something
sociopathic, but he has
fundamentally
no social
wrong with the
skills.
way his brain functions, clearly.
I just thought he just had a small penis.
It could
might
the root
be
of all,
it. I don't
his
know.
problems.
I thought he just didn't like the word fuck.
Actually, I
No,
think he
he
probably
says that
does
all the
have
time, dude.
I think he does have a small penis, but he thinks it's intelligently designed.
Oh, that was a good one.
Ribbed for her pleasure.
Yeah, something. I don't know.
So how many of you guys have been following any of these conversations that happen in the forum creationism on Facebook? Any of you guys even subscribe to that? I know like Jay
no.
does.
People
and
add me
Caleb
to groups.
does.
I
know you
don't
do.
pay
You don't
attention
follow
to
it, but I
them.
think you're sub to them.
No, my Facebook account that I use is my author's ID. I don't get to play any reindeer games. I'm supposed to be neutral on these things, at least on Facebook. Otherwise, my editor murders me.
She's
Yeah.
mean. She's mean.
Can't make waves, can't alienate potential buyers.
Tis true. Tis true.
Which means I couldn't say much of shit about Trump.
Yeah, that's still going on. That's not going to die out for a while.
Oh, dude, it is such a perfect thing for a sci-fi author to comment on. Talking about the weird alien parasite that's attached to his skull that is making all the decisions and making him talk. I mean, that's fucking sci-fi fodder.
The Puppet Masters.
Puppet Man. I was just,
Yeah, man.
yes. That's a classic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is.
That has like all this classic like late 80s, mid 90s sci-fi tropes. The wiry-haired scientist, the military, the integrated military plot. It's just the macho man protagonist.
I love Heinlein.
Back
They made a lot of variations of it too. It's just like one of those types of themes that can be done so many different ways.
Yeah, well, that's what I like. I look at them now. It's like, okay, well, they're really, really cheesy, 90s sci-fi movies, really predictable plot. But you know what? That's what I liked about it. Like, you saw it a mile away, but it was good.
You ever see The Arrival with Charlie Sheen?
The new movie Arrival?
Well, no. It was the old one. The new one's not the same thing. It's just
No, not Arrival. The Arrival.
The Arrival. No.
Very
With Charlie Sheen?
Yeah.
Before or after AIDS?
Oh God, this was back in like the 80s, wasn't it?
Okay, so before AIDS, yeah. Well.
During?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
It was it's 90s. It was 1996.
Oh, that might have been. Yeah, I think that's dirt. Yeah.
You know what's funny to us old folks? Like the 90s never happened. They just I don't know. I don't remember anything in the 90s. And 2000 to 2010 didn't happen either. It just who the hell remembers what happens in 2003? We don't even think that existed. It's like we went from like 1987 to like
that would be because of the booze.
Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking it is. It probably is. But a lot of people don't remember that there was like 2000 to 2010. I don't know.
I remember 90s because of all the cool cartoons I used to watch as a kid. That's about it.
Voltron.
It's all the beer. Well, yeah, but you're a kid.
Technically.
Which reminds me, they actually have done a live-action version of Star Blazers. I just recently watched it.
Really?
Yeah, it's called, let's see now, Space Battleship Yamamoto is the name.
I know
got
they
it
did
for like
they did
$9 on Amazon, and what the fuck, you know?
They restored a lost 19, I don't know what it was, 50, 60 or something like that. I think a Doctor Who.
Broadcast Jade.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jade.
That'll
By the
blow.
Joe, wait, we'll get to your debate in a few here, Joe. Don't worry.
I was about to head out.
Yeah, you really didn't miss much in that debate, if you want to call it.
I
that.
didn't watch it. I watched like 10 seconds, saw that Science and Race was talking, and said I can't really take this.
I watched a good portion of it, and you didn't miss much.
But Joe, can you give me like a really
Joe
brief
didn't do a
synopsis?
great job. None of that BS.
What is his entire argument for Science and Race? I mean, what does he actually like believe?
The bummer is people are getting annoyed that we're calling him out on his definition of race realism, how he can justify biologically grounding the concept of race.
Rather than a social concept,
we're doing it over and over again. But it's because his idea of the way race realism works is a complete mess. Like, he conceded that you can't. He said my idea works if race is entirely culturally constructed, and it's like, but that negates
that would be a societal construct, wouldn't it?
that negates the idea of race realism,
right?
So, like, it's like all over the place, and people are like, when are you going to talk about IQ? When are you going to talk about like poverty lines and not wage
fucking
gaps,
IQ bullshit. That
so he's using culture, which is purely societal construct, to promote race realism, which is that it's not social constructed. Okay.
Do people want to talk about the stuff I just said? But look, I don't think it's right to let him get away with just this without justifying his claim to race realism, because we'll get into that conversation, and then he'll go, and this is why race is a biological concept, and because it's a biological concept, it's a big deal that it's linked to IQ. But he hasn't established the first part. He needs to establish the first part in order to make sense of the second part. But the second part's the only thing people really want to listen to, so the debate's not going to be that interesting.
Yeah, like when you pressed him on the difference in the IQs between Asian Americans and Asians and their native country, that right there was like he could not answer that, and it was very telling how he kept trying to move away from that to answering that question.
Why is he trying to make a case for it anyways, though? I mean, what's his pretense for all this?
I mean, I feel bad because we don't know, because he can't get off the ground.
It all just strike.
He doesn't get out of the gate. He doesn't get out of the gate for an argument because his argument is just the opposite of what race realism would be.
Yeah, the foundation he needs to lay. It's quite a claim. So it really is like driven home. But
Jay, do you want to do Mike
says,
oh, sorry.
Oh, he says he's what's it called? He says he's an alt leftist, not an alt right. He has different views, and okay, let's hear them out. But I mean,
well, there's a difference between alt left and alt leftist. So
see, that's the thing. I don't know, because I can't let him get to that. Right? I can't
shut him down right off the gate, right?
It's not just it's pointed out to him by several different ways. Like, Sam came at it super sciencey. The Pal Talkers come at it from a conceptual position, and I tried to do what the Pal Talkers were doing, and also some stuff I read from Massimo Pigliucci. He's written some papers about the concept of race.
I'm going to be rude for once. I'm going to be rude for 1 second. Jade, mic check.
No, don't worry about it.
They hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to be rude and say, hey, Joe, why are you defaming your debate before it's even started, saying it's not going to be interesting? Way to go!
It
already happened.
Oh well,
It already happened. Yeah.
Like yesterday.
I thought
it happened.
After shows.
Yeah.
After shows, Michael. After shows.
Oh well, look how absent I've been from the community lately.
Yeah, get up to date, man. Get up to speed. We'll fill you in real quick.
What?
G-Man, Nephilim Free, C. Brown, and True Pearson are still astronomically stupid. There you go. Nothing's changed. Oh, I found out that Nephi was actually a hardcore racist. I had no idea.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes, he is. He is.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think I've heard kind of things similar, but I don't really take things unless I hear them firsthand. But yeah, I guess I found out that he really does have racial issues.
He's against interracial relationships.
Joe, did you ever? Now I listened to both hangouts, but
I'm really sorry.
A little fuzzy,
My internet's breaking up. I
No,
couldn't
it's
hear what
her.
you said.
It's her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it me? Okay,
Audio.
hang on a
Yeah,
minute.
you're breaking
Oh,
up a
this
little bit.
better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did he stop that? He's rubbing against the computer. That doesn't happen. He wants my attention. But why does he care? Oh, he said something about the alt-left does for social reasons. The alt-left is a race realist for social reasons. And when he said that, it kind of reminded me of the old paternalistic, we must look after our little brown brothers kind of thing, which is just
White man's
disgusting.
burden.
And that, yeah, white man's burden. Thank you. That was actually the term I was looking for that I could think of earlier. Yeah, white man's burden. That's what it makes me think of. And that, by the way, was one of the big excuses for, besides people just wanted land and resources, imperialist conquest of the world. Well, we need to take care of these poor people in India and Africa. The old white man's burden. That's what he sounds like to me. Anybody else get the same idea?
Yeah, that's what because once he started explaining it, it sounded like he was trying to co-opt it before the alt-right, because he had mentioned the NIH doing research, and in the next 10 years there was going to be some type of, I guess, epiphany or some social movement by the alt-right to claim this research in order to do something terrible with it. So he was trying to co-opt it like ahead of time and get people on board to prevent some inevitable fucking something or other. And it just really weird conclusion he was trying to draw. I don't know.
It seems like he wants to combat the idea, or the idea he thinks is going around, that people are saying, well, the reason why there's problems with between the races is because of the white race. Not necessarily to say that the white race is better than people, but I mean, I don't know. Like I said, oh, doggy. Okay, I have a dog that could try and
attack me with kind, love. Right? Dog's not a race; it's a kind, according to the dog.
White race is better than people.
Yes, white race is better than dogs. That's
Oh.
Boris, are you a kind?
Oh, look at those eyes! Look at these! Look at
you a kind?
Kind of something.
He's looking at me like I'm nuts. Are you a kind? He's like, I have no idea what that word means. Neither do we. That's okay.
Hey, what do you guys think of that song? We'll make great pets from the '90s. I remember that. We'll make great pets.
That, yeah.
Who sings that? I forget. Jane's Addiction. That's got to be it. I think that's it.
I think you might be right, actually.
So, do you guys think that we'll make great pets?
It depends
You
on
guys think
the
we already
alien
do make
overlords.
great pets?
It depends on which alien overlords arrive first, man.
BRB.
I don't know, honey. We welcome our robot overlords, not our alien. Yeah.
Have you guys watched what's it called? Oh my goodness. People of Earth. Have you guys seen that yet? It's freaking awesome. It's about this reporter that goes to do an article on this UFO support group.
UFO support group?
Yeah. It's a small town. It's way over the top comical, like way over the top comical. But if you haven't seen it yet, it's funnier than hell.
When I saw the trailer, I knew it was kind of, they released the episode to HBO. Where are you pulling it from?
There's like 4 episodes out so far.
Oh,
my favorite was what was it? Penn and Teller, I think it was.
Well, and I
No.
really want to see that Affair or a Arrival movie. I thought that one would be a goodie also to match People of Earth and Donald Trump. I mean, his hair came from somewhere.
Well, the Arrival isn't really a comedy, obviously. It's drama.
There was, I don't know whether it was
Drama.
Penn and Teller's bullshit, but there was one of these comedy-related outfits that did this thing with going to one of these groups that claimed to have all met aliens, and they went in there claiming that they'd stolen one of the anal probes, and they brought with them this silver dildo, and people were like, "Yeah, that was it."
That could have been based on a true story. No, you guys didn't read my article that I posted? I took a little time to write some review, really quick review of some good shows that you probably haven't heard of.
No, of course we haven't watched it. We have other people that do actual reviews, people that are film students. And whatnot.
No, you have to read my stuff. Okay, it's a requirement.
Look, between
Don't make me
Hawkeye,
ostracize you.
between
Drop it in the
Hawkeye
debate.
and fucking St. Tommy, I don't have enough time to read all that. All right,
Hawkeye doesn't even post that much anymore.
Hawkeye
He's like one of those
posts.
people. He doesn't
like
post
8
often.
pages.
When he does post, then you need to pay attention to it. No, there's a lot of good shows out right now that nobody's even heard of. I've been watching
So
shows
this is
like
suddenly
Magicians. Have you seen that one? Nope. Hey, that's really good.
Magician,
What's it called?
The Magicians.
Ooh.
It literally, I swear to God, is like if you took the Chronicles of Narnia and it mated with Harry Potter, this is what you would get.
Sounds like pulp.
It's really good actually. It's really good.
Okay, what's the
exactly
premise?
what it's about. It's about Harry Potter meets.
Well, I think
Chronicles of
Pulp's
Narnia. What?
I think Pulp was really good.
Pulp Fiction?
Man.
Just Pulp.
Stuff, beat Nicky art, that kind of, Pulp Fiction, pulpy movies.
Pulp
Fast
Juice.
Yeah, Kill, like whatever the alternative movie, like pre-porno stuff, risque, 1970s, black and
I'm a
white.
fan
Yeah,
of Pulp
tropes,
too,
just
yeah.
what the world needs. Yeah,
More tropes?
yeah.
See, I don't think you can ever have enough tropes in the world. That's just my opinion.
Fuck that. I'm tired of the same old shit coming out time and time again. I mean, we live in an era where, somebody sits there and they go write a book or do a movie and they're like, can you do something that's like 50 Shades of Grey or whatever? And it's like, oh, fuck you.
50
Not
Shades
much
Dark.
originality. Hell, even the
How about something original instead of another fucking
there's
remake?
like 20 different genres that everybody picks from. There's like not that many different things. And in fact, I just read an article that the show, Timeless, is actually being sued. I think. What are you watching? Somebody's watching TV or something.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. It's Family Guy. I know you guys hear that.
Yeah, there's something in the news about that show Timeless being sued by Sony or something.
Timeless.
It's not a bad show. It's
the one where they're going
really
through time?
It's like they took it's like they got a bunch of people together and said, hey, come up with a show that pretty much we've done a million times that everybody kind of knows what's going to happen. It has no real nuance to it whatsoever. They came up with Timeless.
Is that the one where they're pretty much doing quantum leap, going through time?
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah, I don't know if it's suing Timeless or if there's a ripoff of the show Timeless. I don't know.
A little more like Tuck Everlasting, where they jump off of the Ferris wheel into the Fountain of Youth, and they never age, and then they made a new one. More. I don't know. Is it more like that, or is it more Quantum Leapy?
It's like Quantum Leap, but they keep coming back to the same time. They just go through different periods of time to solve the problem, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of similar in that regard. I think I think they're suing a ripoff of it, but I don't know what the name of the ripoff is. It's not really that great of a show. I mean, if you want
Hey,
to
Steve, I was meaning to ask you.
What's that?
Oh, I was meaning to ask you what you thought about Edward Snowden trying to talk. I don't know whether or not you've seen his like post-Trump stuff, but he suggests that we the people of the world need to build the world and not rely on the government to forecast and function as the builders of the world.
Well, I don't know how we jumped to Snowden. We're talking about entertainment, but to answer your question,
I don't know.
I mean, we do rely on the news, but the news used to be accurate, at least semi-accurate. The news used to be independent, non-objective, or objective and nonpartisan, and they basically were there to relate the news. They don't do that anymore. I don't know of any really objective news source. They're all biased in some ways.
I don't know. I want to go back to how Steve likes watching the same fucking show over and over, just written slightly different.
I want to go back to overthrowing the government.
I love listening to old rap again and again. New rap, 50s. They're like short 5-minute shows. I guess they don't watch the video, they just listen to them.
I like
Let me
the
guess,
rap
Steve,
battles
when
of history.
Ice Baby came out, you liked it.
Ice baby.
Ice baby.
Oh, come on, man. That had a catchy beat.
Thinking of like
Yeah,
I think that beat was ripped off from, wasn't it, like Cypress Hill Gang or something?
Queen.
50 Cent.
No, it was a Queen, was it?
It was Pressure, you retard.
Oh, no. Was it?
Yes, it was Pressure.
Okay.
By Queen.
Could be.
I'm going to look it up now.
Did you guys think when David Bowie sung that God was an American, do you think he meant an individual? The corporation of America is God.
No idea.
Well, just trying to get like
Queen under
metaphors
pressure.
of God. The whole, like, if Nietzsche was going to make a God, he'd make Google, right? And then we'd be subject to a man-made Godhead, which could then mirror as metaphor the Christian God.
Okay.
Or not
talking
metaphor.
about now.
You have no idea? Oh, okay.
One topic at a time here. So Vanilla Ice, actually, he paid to Queen and David Bowie.
Sued by Queen.
Yeah, and David Bowie.
Oh, shit, yeah.
He ripped them off because he was a fucking dipshit. By the way, Jade needs to be displayed.
Oh, fuck you.
He definitely took the sample from
I can't show her. I don't have
I got it.
because I just called you a douche. She's gone now.
Well, you said JD, not Jade. It was Jade.
No, I said Jade.
JD is up?
As in Jade,
She said, my connection sucks. Someone leaves. Just came in to say bye.
Okay.
By the way, do you know that we almost have 400 people in the Great Debate community now? Listed in the Great Debate community.
Nice. Well, including Alex Malpass.
Yeah, Alex.
Wow, the masturbate community is growing then.
Yeah, I really liked his last post on the argument from contingency. He just laid that out so well and so easy to follow.
I need to finish reading it. I got through the first
It's really
the first 2 paragraphs of it, and I was like, well, you know what? This is probably as far as Trey and Matt Slick both have gotten. Actually, I think I got double as far as they got.
No, Trey gets as far as, hey, Trey, and then he just loses interest. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think Trey at all understood. If he did read that, I don't think he would understand it. He doesn't remotely try to understand other people's reputations. He did the same thing with Bert Pohl many times when Bert Pohl was trying to explain to him the tu quoque fallacy. He just didn't want to understand what it actually was.
He doesn't want to understand a lot of things.
He has his own definition and his own concepts that he just manifests out of fucking nothing, and then when you don't use his definitions and his words, he's upset. Well, he doesn't want to explain his own.
Well, actually, I've got to take back what I just said, because there is one thing that Trey clearly does understand, which is that he can go into a hangout and say that he has all day and doesn't have anything planned. But then if 20 minutes into it, the moment becomes uncomfortable for him, if he claims that he has to pick up his kid, nobody calls him out on it.
Well, that's like his way of Darwin's
that he
walking the
understands,
dog, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, I have a hard time talking to these guys like that. Like, I'll admit, when it comes to Trey and it comes to C. Brown, and people that I know are just throwing words together and not understanding what they're saying, I have a very hard time having any kind of real dialogue with them.
Have you spoken?
That's why I just don't do it.
Have you spoken to fucking Claim Your Inheritance?
Oh yeah, same thing.
Oh
same
my
principle.
fucd, dude!
I actually block him because
I tried talking to him a few days ago, and that didn't go well. I spoke to him off air, and then we brought it on air on Tom Rabbit's channel, and I couldn't. This dude doesn't even accept the speed of light. And I'm like, okay, well, fine. And my stupid globe or parrot, he keeps calling fucking things paradigms. Everything's a fucking paradigm. I was getting annoyed with that, but all right, whatever. So you tell me what the speed of fucking light is, and then we'll go from there. oh well, out of the like what are you umming and oohing? Oh, if you're saying
He
you don't
doesn't. He
accept this
doesn't.
shit, then
He
you need
doesn't give
to
you an
offer me
explanation as to
something.
why. It's just like fiat. Light doesn't exist by fiat. Okay. Okay. Why?
What really has been frustrating me, and I mean, this is since I had my stroke last year, is that it seems to me like either the arguments have either A, become completely incomprehensible from so many of these people, or I had a lot more cognitive damage than I think, and I'm not really sure which right now.
Probably a combination of both.
I mean, it's hard to
I don't know,
fucking
man.
tell.
It's really hard, dude. I read some stuff and I'm like going, this is just utter gibberish to me. There was one guy, he just blocked a bunch of people. He blocked like me and Scott and a few other people. And he said something along the lines of that he lived 37 years atemporally in the presence of God. And we're like, wait. Atemporally means that you have no way of measuring a time because it's outside time.
Okay,
37
how
years
could you say how many
atemporally
years
is
it was?
inherently a contradiction, and he didn't understand this.
wait, I was just about to ask. I was like, if he lived without time, how was he able to?
He wouldn't
how
answer, and when
many
I
years
kept
it was.
asking him on it, I'd asked the same. I was during the hangout this was going on, and I actually asked the doctor. I was like, how does this even remotely make sense? And the doctor's like, it doesn't. It's a contradiction. I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, I don't even know where he's going
I
with this.
lived a timeless existence for 34 years. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, and so I kept asking about it, and he finally blocked me. I'm like, I think you're just a nutter. It just made no sense to me.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But that's why it's very difficult. When I listen to like C. Brown strings together a bunch of stuff. I know Isaiah's not taking the time to parse it out. I know CRISPR's not. I know none of these guys are actually taking the time to parse it because if they did, they'd probably lose their fucking minds, right? And so I've asked the same question to C. Brown numerous times now, and I want everybody who ever runs into C. Brown asking the same question: if the human chromosome 2 was a fusion, what would we expect to see? What would it look like? Both at the fusion site, the nucleotide sequences, the telomeric repeats. What would we expect to see if it was an actual head-to-head telomeric fusion? He will not answer that question. And I think it's a great question.
At least you could just break into verse and go, I don't know much about biology. Then
Well,
at
he
least
sit there and say that's not a fusion. I need to know what he would expect to see if it was. And so when he throws all these words out there, I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about, Steve Brown. I don't care to try to sit here for 5 hours and figure out what you're trying to say between your shitty ass phone that actually is not as good as Siri or something because every time he says a sentence, it comes out all jumbled. It doesn't differentiate between syntax or there, or anything like that. So it just comes out all kind of babbly, and his own incoherent understanding of the material. I don't have the time or the patience to actually engage with him. Now, I know that C. Brown, I assume Isaiah and that CRISPR will, God bless them, but it's got to get infuriating for them. Oh, and Rational Mind, too.
Yeah, I did a little bit. I don't know if it went anywhere, though.
I still need to finish that conversation with CRISPR and C. Brown, but I'm at the point, and like I want to say 3/4 of the way through, where CRISPR is talking to him about function. He's like, "You keep mentioning that word function." And I have to laugh, and I'm like, "You're talking about genes, and you're talking about proteins, and if we're talking about the connection between the two, then functionality kind of is going to come up." So I don't know. Maybe
well, no, they throw all these words out there like
genetics.
functionality and purpose, and it's just they use them so willy nilly that I think they lose all meaning when I have a conversation with any of these guys.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, though. So, I'll sit there and I'll listen, and I'm like, okay, years ago I used to be able to follow the kind of conversations that we had, but not anymore. And the question comes down to, is this my brain damage or yours?
Well, the rule of thumb is if you're like listening to someone like Bert Poole, then yeah, maybe you're just not understanding it. I've had that problem. But if you're listening to somebody like Trey, then yeah, it's Trey. That's a good rule.
Yeah, I know it's Trey's brain damage, but that's good grief. His redefinition of terms on the fly, and it's like, I'm sorry. What he'll say something that it's like, okay, this sounds like it should make sense, but it fucking doesn't. What the hell are you talking about?
He thinks he's gonna like have a semantic word game to actually refute, hundreds and hundreds of years of hard science, showing things like elementary, evolutionary biology. He thinks that he's gonna like define it out of existence because of contingency,
tries to.
necessity. Yeah, I know he does.
He tries hard though.
I'll say this much: at least it's not Beasley. Beasley's fucking worse because Beasley will give you his definition of a word, and you're like, "No, dude, this is what that word means," and he'll say, "No, no, no, this is what I think say it means, and my definition is the only one count. The rest of the world is wrong." Like,
I never
what?
talked to Beasley. I know who he is.
I'll be fucking thankful. That son of a bitch is kind of vaguely stalking me.
Yeah, I thought he still. I thought he was like in the funny farm.
He was.
No, he's out now, and he came on here and he started being half decent, and then started obsessing over people again, which means that he's coming around, lurking in my shadow again.
I've never had the displeasure.
All right,
He's
show us your
thankful.
tits.
Oh God, yeah.
He sounds like Adam, the A4 guy. A4 AM. That flat earther, remember him?
There's so many of them. I don't remember.
No, shortly before Beasley went to the funny farm, he started claiming that if you're talking to a woman and tell her to show you her tits, she will do so just because she wants to, because she feels compelled to, because a male has asked her to. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
Is that how it works? Damn! Okay, let's all do a theory to practice. If you get slapped, let me know.
This was right before he was recommitted, so yeah.
Sorry.
Have you? Okay, admit how many times you got through your Facebook and said Facebook friends and go, yeah, I've seen her boobs, I've seen her boobs, I've seen her boobs, I've seen her boobs. Come on,
quite a few.
Really?
Yeah.
Never.
Oh yeah. I linked
like 20 something.
Matter of fact,
That's
I linked Isaiah to a girl in Louisiana that was asking for dick pics, and Yeah.
I've never sent one, swear to God, but I have probably about 20 plus chicks that I can go through my feed and go, yep, seen her. They're nice. Yep.
I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one.
You have no friends at all. Anyways,
I don't ask.
How come you're not on my page, Isaiah? How come you're not on my Facebook? What's up with that?
I don't know. Never
You didn't
added.
add me. One of my friends.
G-man level of obsessed with people following you.
One of my friends. No, I do, especially my own friends like Isaiah, because I love Isaiah. He's like Isaiah's probably like my oldest friend around here as far as like on Facebook, or not Facebook, I mean on G Plus. I mean, I've known him a while on G Plus. Well, at least on Google Hangouts. Yeah, I didn't even know what a Google Hangout was. I don't think when I met Isaiah. I think he actually showed me. I didn't know Nadia's room.
And Nadia showed you the way.
Yeah, he showed me the way to Nadia. Yeah,
Nadia
downhill after that. But I posted on my feed my old babysitter back when I was like 4 or 5 years of age had posted something about this chick in uniform, really hot blonde, looks probably American or Israeli, I can't tell. And the post said, "Half naked girls can get thousands of likes and shares. How many can this one get?" And I had commented, "She would get far more if she was half naked." And now Deidre was giving me shit for it, and Helena and other people. And I'm like, that's funny. She'd get far more likes if she was half naked.
Well, while it's practical, it's also sexist, sir.
Damn right. I've never said I'm politically correct.
Wrong.
I'm a little bit sexist.
It might be sexist, but it is
not
not
wrong.
wrong.
Superior. I just like the women. I like women. That's not really sexist.
Not incorrect. It is not incorrect.
Yeah, I want to call it. I don't know. I want to call it sexism, right? Because I mean, I do believe there are differences between gender, but I don't think one is better than the other. Actually, if anything, I would put women higher because I like women more than men.
Well, women are not as, I guess, expendable as men biologically. That's what I say. Because I think there was what is it? One male in his lifetime can impregnate every woman on Earth 6 times, and within his lifetime. I think that was something I'd read one time. I'm not sure. This was a while back, but one male over the course of his lifetime or his reproductive lifetime can impregnate every woman on Earth 6 times.
I'm really lacking then.
That's based upon number of sperm cells created most
busy.
likely.
Yeah, man. So, well, Isaiah, I sent you to a hoe. She was asking for penis, and you know what? Hey, I did my job. I mean, she does have 2 kids, but you know.
You need a better job.
No. Work with what I got.
Hey, Steve, when you see a woman dressed up in the city in really great clothes, really high fashion,
I love it.
and you can tell that people are looking at her, and she knows that people are looking at her. Do you ever recommend that she gets more looks if she could just cut her shirt? Do you ever recommend that?
No, that'd be stupid.
That would be
yeah.
Right. Okay. Just trying to bounce, just ricocheting on your ongoing saga of explaining your internal, sexual hedonism, and you cut a lot of shit, and now I see that you're
Well,
still.
wait a minute. I'm totally pro hedonism, but just not for myself. I'm not a hedonist. I haven't been even remotely what could be considered a hedonist for I don't know, a decade or more.
Well, I just meaning your humor.
My hedonistic humor. Okay.
Okay, I've got to ask. I've been watching this for a couple minutes here. Michael, you in a really small room, or did somebody send you into the corner?
No, Michael, could be either one. Michael, are you in a timeout?
Either that, or he's manufacturing faux marble. See, there's an actual picture there. Okay, before I could just see the lines. The camera finally focused for a second.
What would you guys say that an argument for deference, where everything that's argued can keep on being deferred slightly to some almost like argument, but not quite the same argument, such that you're always chasing them, right? And then you fall into like a Mandelbrot set, right? Like an infinite, always deferring contingency to the fundamentals of language and rationale, but the argument always mutes to something that's obviously stating. Do you think theists or utilize kind of a deferring argumentative approach? In British. Does that make any sense?
What?
I'm restarting because I think I lost part of that. I'll be right back.
No, you didn't.
So yeah, I'm in a smaller room now. I've been put in timeout, and you guys are in, so I'm decompressing with you.
So lost. All right, I'm gonna call it a night. I gotta wake up early and help my mother-in-law with Thanksgiving stuff and pretend to be social.
Take care, Drag.
Later, Drag,
All right.
my friend.
I'm actually just gonna go lay down with my wife and play Pokemon.
Aw, that's cute.
All right, see you.
Yeah, Reg is upset because I missed his hangout. I'm sorry. I got your shadow. Yeah, I said I'd try to make these things if they're usually before 2 or 3. I don't always be able to make them because I stay up to like 5 o'clock in the morning.
No, I actually found a Denny's around the area that I could actually smoke at, so I actually went out for a while earlier and got to sit around and relax. It was really weird. I've been going to places that are non-smoking so much lately that it just felt wrong. 24. Yay. One more to go after that. Yeah. Now the last chapter is really short.
Is that
Elongated by death.
Is that a swirl or a wolf whirl?
A squolf,
What do you call your
actually.
creature?
This would be a squolf.
A
Hang on a
squirrel.
second. Yes, let me get the other version here. Give me a second. Okay, and let's get my bandwidth back up here.
Not just
There
a
we
fan brush, not somewhere named.
No, nope, it's a squolf.
I see. Oh, look at that! Look at that! You're promoting these things.
Actually, this one was custom made for the channel, so because I do puppets, so we needed a new station manager, so we made a squolf puppet. Technically, this is a squirrelody, but that's beside the point. Because the coyote head actually worked better than the wolf head that they make. Of course, the teeth are real.
So like 7 different things going on. I need to close out like all my freaking other media when I'm like online.
Okay, so Stephen, if you don't mind me asking you also this, because
I probably do, but whatever. You're gonna ask it anyways, right?
Let me ask you. All right, okay. So I was wondering, would you describe your own neuroses to everybody in like an extensive, descriptive way, and not just a glib, trite, like I don't know, or some one-line adjective, but kind of guide us through what you would think might be your own neurosis, publicly, or the way you think about anything, politics, philosophy, women, religion, for what you don't, and in what ways you don't, and what ways you do. Your neuroses.
Okay, can you repeat that one more time, backwards, slowly?
Neuroses.
My neurosis. What my neuroses?
Can you summarize your neuroses?
I didn't know I had a neuroses. Of what was
Everyone
my
does.
neuroses? Well, I'm sure I probably do. I don't like spiders. Does that count?
Assuming that you have a neurosis. Assume everyone has a neuroses, and then describe your own.
I have no
From that
idea
grade.
what it... Oh, hang on. Let me get Reds in here.
I think
I really
Fitz
don't know.
describing his neuroses would require putting a cape on him and having the little caption of "There's someone wrong on the internet" written somewhere around him. Just speculating.
Yeah, I have no idea.
You could describe Donald Trump's neuroses, maybe, though. You might have
I could get into that, but we're not going to get into politics right now. Because I mean, I dealt with
No. His neuroses.
You got a theme up.
You can't really know
because I got Seth going, oh, you've been talking about this SJW stuff, and I'm like, actually, I really haven't since the election, and I do talk about SJW because I'm anti SJW almost as much as I anti young Earth creationism, right? So yeah, it's a topic that I do discuss. I just haven't been really talking about that much, until this whole election thing. So I do discuss social justice warriors. But it just got to more of the forefront in the last couple of weeks. But I haven't really talked about it in like a week or so. So, yeah. And even then, I don't even talk about young creation as much as I used to. So,
what do you think of the India and the Standing Rock thing? What's your opinion on that?
I know very little about it.
The moment at which they started shooting people in the head with rubber bullets and whatnot, it was kind of fucked.
What?
I just wondered, Standing Rock with SJWs in any capacity, could you parallel that movement being against government?
No, I know. There was that the one where they had like 100 veterans to go protest with them on the reservation? Because I don't know much about it. I don't know what the hell they're participating about. I don't know what they're protesting about. So I really couldn't give you an answer on that. Hey, Red, Slim.
Hello, how are you?
You asshole.
I know. I couldn't.
Hey, dude, how you doing, man?
I woke up. It was like 4 o'clock.
Yeah, and then you were like, "Oh shit! I was supposed to convince Red to put C. Brown on Dumb Fuck of the Year nomination."
Yeah, I wasn't around either.
Well, we have the final list now.
Okay, what's the final list?
We replaced 2 of them.
Oh wow, what you do?
Oh yeah.
I got rid of Patricia Steer and then got rid of Tommy Hall.
Oh, you didn't get rid of Tommy Hall.
Yep, I got rid of Tommy Hall.
I think you should have left Tommy and got rid of Ronnie.
Just to piss Steve off.
Yeah, you got it.
Who was the other one?
Ronnie's had quite a year.
All right, so going down the list one more time, we have Nature Hacker, True Empiricism, Matt Slick, Crows 777, Anthony Riley, Antonio Super Rats, Pete Chia, Fuck It Word, Von Helton, and Mark Sargent.
Von Helton?
Yep, Von Helton.
I see. What? Okay, so you did say true empiricism. I didn't. I must.
Yeah, true empiricism's in there. Matt Slick is in there. Von Helton's in there.
But C. Brown didn't make it.
Well, you were supposed to come in to convince me, motherfucker.
Yeah. No, I really didn't care to convince you on that, to be honest. I mean, yes, he is a dumb fuck. I didn't see the problem is there's a couple people on that list that I've never even talked to, so I don't even know who the hell they are. Crow 777 and a couple of other flat earthers, you know them. I don't, right? So I can only you really have an idea of the dumb fuckery of the other ones, right?
Yeah, you know True Empiricism, you know Matt Slick, you know Von Helton, and I believe you also know Nature Hacker.
Yes. Yeah, I know Nature
And so the rest of them are kind of, who the fuck are these people? But, you know, hey, let the biggest dumb fuck win, you know?
And I've never even engaged with Matt Slick. I've talked to like Bible Thumb and Wingnut on email, but I don't really hang out with that crowd or know anything about that crowd. Or they're invited in here though. I mean, some guy was like, "I'm friends with Matt Slick, and you know, if you want him to come to your hangout, I might be able to convince him." I'm like, I don't really care one way or another.
Well,
there's some stiff competition on that list.
Yeah, just from the names I do know, there's stiff competition.
Yeah, we have. I see this as kind of a 4-horse race, to be completely honest with you. For example, Nature Hacker, complete dumb fuck. True Empiricism, another complete dumb fuck. Matt Slick, another complete dumb fuck. And the one that I'm still voting for, even though I can't vote, Antonio Super Rats. Sexy, 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 sexy. Daytime, nighttime.
That was funny, but I don't know if a single thing like that really qualifies to be dumb fuck of the year.
Let me explain to you what the single thing was.
I know what the single thing was, but you can explain anyways.
Okay, so apparently a bunch of people convinced him that he was getting a video made, you know, professionally produced, which it was, of a channel advertisement. You know, basically one of those things where, oh, this is my channel, advertise it, that kind of thing. So, but he wanted it to be a music video. So a bunch of people had him do a bunch of gay poses, and basically made him out to be the flamiest fag on the internet, and he uploaded it thinking that it was a channel promotion.
Yeah, not so much.
I gotta see that.
It was funny. I gotta admit.
Yeah. So for example,
this thing is a channel promotion. Like, this is a valid model of the Earth.
Now keep in mind, he legitimately did all the poses. He said all the things he wanted them to say for this video, and he was completely clueless on what they were actually making with his image.
If anybody's gonna be on that list for the amount of sheer dumb fuckery, he'd be definitely giving True a run. I'm not gonna lie about that.
It's
a
pretty
great video.
fucking bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Hey, if you want, I can play it. I
don't want to take the chance. No videos. I've had too many strikes.
Come on, let him do it.
No.
I can't do it unless Steve. I can't do it unless Steve wants me to.
Well, I mean, is it uploaded somewhere now?
Of course it is.
Yeah, man.
Is it on a monetized channel?
Standard YouTube license, man. Not monetized.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you? I'll ask you. What do you think, Shadow? I mean,
play like 15 seconds of it. That'll be fine.
No, I had 6 seconds play to the ISS and it got flagged.
ISS, really?
Yeah, because it wasn't it's something. I got an email from the YouTube saying that it's not can't be shown in some like Bulgaria or something. And
Bulgaria.
That's not a big deal. That's just saying that you can't show it in one region.
Yeah, but then it took away my monetization though.
Yeah.
It got demonetized. So it's not like they're not strikes against my channel that are going to affect my channel standing for anything that I have, but it takes away the monetization. That's all.
Steve, how much do you get for monetization per video? Honestly.
About $7,000 a video. Fuck no. I think on the average, I think I really had to average it out. It'd be about 60 to 70, maybe 80 cents if I had to average them.
80 cents. That's not bad actually.
I mean, I've had some get $3. I've had some get $1.50, $2. But I mean, average, I guess 80 to $1.50, I guess, if they go 8 hours and if they get some traffic.
Yeah, I mean, you get dick generally.
Because I love Reds, and I don't care one way or another. Because Reds is like one of my
This is
favorite
why
people
we
of
all
time.
do PayPal and Patreon, because the YouTube monetization is bullshit.
It is pretty bad.
It is pretty terrible.
Well, I just got a check from him. My check was $101, but that was over like 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and they don't cash you out until you hit the 100 mark, which is
it was 101 something. So
yeah,
but it took several. How long? I mean, it's at 80 cents to $1.50 a video.
Well, keep in mind, I don't do monetization, and I only do Patreon for rocket launches.
All right, because I love you, Reds. Let's go. I'll tell you what. If you can get the sound quality, I'll make a one-time exception just for you, and we can.
Well, how about this? How about I send the link to Shadow, who has better sound equipment than I do, and he can play it.
Okay.
Actually, my sound equipment has not been working since Windows 10.
Shit.
And it won't be until I get the studio set up.
Double shit.
And that's not going to be for another month or so.
We'll post the link after. We'll play it first because it is worth watching. It is pretty funny, especially when you realize that this guy does not know that this is what it's going to be used for. He really honestly thinks that all the poses he did were going to be a pro thing for the channel and an advertisement of the channel, and yet everything he did was purely to be utilized as a gay thing.
It was bad. So he thought he was making something else, but in reality, he was making the gayest video ever. Hold that thought real quick. Let me see if I can find it.
Give me that damn link. I'll point
and then we'll
my
post
mic
it for
at
you,
the fucking
Christopher.
speaker. That's all I can do these days.
But it is worth watching. It is funny. Nighttime, daytime, sexy.
God, that was so bad.
And then he's like looked like he's like having a dick in his mouth or something. And yet I guess I found out that what they told him was do it. He did it backwards, and then they just ran the film backwards. It looked like he was actually like mouthing on something.
Yeah.
That's epic. These guys were brilliant. I got to give them props.
Yeah, these people clearly did not like him.
Hey, can we nominate additions to this list?
Nominations are over. But you know what? There are honorable mentions, I assume. I mean, I was going to ask Rez, are we going to have honorable mentions? Because I swear to God, if C. Brown and these guys, like Antonio Fletcher, don't get honorable mentions, then what's the point of having a dumb fuck of the year, even? You got to have honorable mentions.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. Did he have honorable mentions last
to
year?
the fucking losers that don't win.
Did he have honorable mentions? I don't even remember.
No. I don't think so.
Sexy.
Claim Your Inheritance should be an honorable mention.
Sure, I agree with that. Yes.
They're doing the nomination process. That's the closest you get to an honorable mention.
Yeah, how did
Or
Claim Your Inheritance
dishonorable
not
mention.
get possibly
Did you
on
say
there?
dishonorable mention?
More dishonorable mention, yeah.
All right, got it. I found it.
Okay.
Reds, you're not going to do honorable mentions this year?
Oh, we'll have honorable mentions,
Okay,
but during
see, I
the
told you
hangout.
so. Claim Your Inheritance, Antonio Fletcher, C. Brown, those all worthy of at least an honorable mention. At least a nod, right?
If you hasn't talked to them, they don't count.
No. I don't need to talk to them to have an honorable mention.
Ah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only to get nominated do I need to actually have a conversation with them, which just recently I managed to accomplish with C. Brown. So
that was sly, actually. Steve Brown a question, and as soon as he responded, Isiah and everybody else was like, "He's talked to him. He's talked to him." Yay!
Oh, dude, the year that granted Beasley ended up getting disqualified last year, but Red literally went into a hangout with Beasley before he initially made the nomination. He goes in there, and Beasley's like, "So, what are you here for?" And Red's like, "Oh, nothing. See you later," and leaves.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
He'd officially been in a hangout with them.
Yep, exactly. All right, so I'm ready to go ahead and play this thing. So just to say this one more time, he did this willingly, thinking it was something else entirely, thinking that this was going to be a channel promotion, and this is the video that result of that. And he did all the poses, thinking he was doing something else. So here it goes. So you may have to mute yourself.
All right, mute across the board. Here we go. Mute everyone.
So let's see what they think of this. 4 or 5 or maybe 6 men. They jump on me like I was made out of chocolate cake. Yeah. So daytime, nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. Oh, daytime, nighttime. Sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime. Sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime. Sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime. Sexy, sexy. Stranger, I am good. A sexy asshole, especially at nighttime. I can't charge for it, but it makes my life fun.
I think they get the idea.
Oh, yes, I like assholes, especially at nighttime. Antonio is coming out. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Stranger, there's people everywhere that are just so sexy, sexy. Jeranism, show it something. Bottle. I'm going to put it in my asshole. Martin, lick my asshole. In the sense, Nathan, okay. I got the broom handles for you, and you don't know. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Stranger, daytime. Turning, nighttime. Turning, daytime. Weirdos, nighttime. Turning, weirdos. Weirdos. Turning. Weirdos. Sexy stranger. Weirdos. Turning. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Stranger, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy. Stranger.
And there we go.
Yay. Now I gotta admit that's. And by the way, we should have warned people that's not appropriate for work. So if you're at work, because poor urology is like, I'm at work, guys.
For the people that tricked him into that and did the splicing, fucking brilliant.
Oh, it's brilliant. I'll probably lose monetization for this video, but it's worth it. That's just funny.
Worth it.
Worth it.
So, like I said, trim criticism is running up against that, and
That's happened. That's hard. I gotta admit. I mean, the fact that he was that stupid to not realize what he was doing, that would be construed as kind of like. And he's not gay, right? That's the funniest part. He's not gay,
no,
right?
He's not gay. He's 100% straight.
And he was livid about this. He was really.
He was shitting bricks.
I gotta admit, that's really high end dumb fuckery.
So. You think your boy Ronnie's gonna?
I still think Ronnie will pull it out because Ronnie had the long time dumb fuckery. I mean, he's gone a whole year being dumb fucked and saying things like DNA degrading in water and that kind of shit. So I think overall, if you do like a cumulative thing, Ronnie's gonna win. But I gotta admit, this is steep competition for him.
Okay, well, I think we need to talk to an undecided soul here. Isaiah, what say you?
What?
Did you watch that, Isaiah?
Did you watch that?
I think he might still be in shock.
Isaiah's he's still trying to figure out what he just saw.
Well, the part I don't get is, I mean, surely he would have figured it out when he had to pose with the exercise ball, right?
He didn't.
He didn't.
Or when he put his hand on his butt, like, I mean, what was that?
What did he say?
Nobody knows.
Again, he thought he was making a channel promo video.
That's why it's such great dumb fuckery. I mean, he just didn't even recognize the fact that...
Didn't even realize that they were fucking with him. You know,
it was sad. That song is kind of catchy, right?
You know,
nighttime, sexy.
and the neon lights in the background. Sailor, fill me up.
That was
open
awesome.
Manhole. Oh man, it's so fucking.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Reds. If my boy Ronnie does lose to this guy, I'm not gonna like go ape shit or anything or be that upset because I mean it is epically dumb fuck. But I think the problem is I think more people do know Ronnie, and I think he's gonna get more majority of the votes. So, but let's ask other people. I mean, we didn't really get Isaiah's take on it. Isaiah, what do you think?
Well, yeah, Isaiah, I still need to answer that question. Between the two, Rocket Ronnie and Antonio, who would you say is the bigger dumb fuck in this case?
I mean, to do that is not you're being fucked with. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, I have no idea where to put him.
It's a hard competition between him and True Empiricism, huh?
Yeah,
I have somebody who's never really watched my Hangouts before. They're just watching now, and they actually saw that video that you played, and they're just laughing their ass off.
Yeah.
It was worth playing. Even though I lose the monetization, it was worth playing.
Again, he made it on for a number of reasons, but that is the main one right there. Do all those poses and to say all those things and not realize that you are just being fucked with to the extreme. Yeah. That right there is dumb fuck quality.
It would have been better if that was done to Ronnie. That would have been like the best.
In that case, we wouldn't even have a competition.
Yeah, it'd be dumb fuck of the century.
Oh man!
I think if you're going for irony factor, it would have been just primo if it was done to Matt Slick.
Yeah, Matt Slick. There's another grade A dumb fuck because I actually saw the debate. Anyone notice that he didn't actually reply to anything that Matt Dillahunty said? Oh, I understand Matt Dillahunty made this entire argument, but I'm just going to ignore it now.
Well, if somebody really wanted Slick to run, they could sit there and do a remix with his whole thing about talking about having a gay friend that he spent time in the hot tub with. Just saying.
He said that?
What
the fuck? I forget who it was.
No, he was commenting about,
he was Fox in the know.
And then he mentioned that he'd been in the hot tub with him.
Somebody find me that clip.
Someone. God damn, that's... Okay, then he really does deserve to be on the list.
Who?
Matt Slick.
I don't know why Matt Slick... I don't know if he's actually deserving to be on that or not. I don't know. I mean, yeah, he says some dumb fuckery things. And I think Andrew Rappaport actually was even dumber than he was.
You'd have a real hard time finding that clip, though. But yeah, it was referenced to me a while ago, and I have heard it.
That...
No,
he's not in the league like some of the other ones. When it comes
for
to
one think Matt Slick. No, I think Matt Slick is really that stupid.
You think so?
Oh yeah, he is. I mean,
scientifically, yes.
Keep in mind. All right, think of it like this: you can say a bunch of smart-sounding words, but that doesn't make you intelligent. True empiricism. And so that's exactly what Matt Slick does. But Matt Slick doesn't go into the whole biology side of shit. He doesn't know a bunch of biology buzzwords. He knows a bunch of philosophy buzzwords, but doesn't know how to actually use them and apply them in order to form a coherent argument worth a shit. And so that makes him a dumb fuck. He's pretending to be smart.
The thing is, the debate with Slick,
now,
in terms of whether he's really a dumb fuck or not, is it's really not a matter of whether he's simply a dumb fuck. The question's always been whether he's just a dishonest fuck or truly stupid.
Well, why are they mutually exclusive?
They're not, but in his case, there are people that like, oh no, he's smart. He's just a fucking piece of shit, lying asshole.
Well, I'm sure he's smart when it comes to theology. I would never take that away from him. But
I wouldn't even give him that.
I wouldn't even give him that. No,
I
wouldn't even give him that.
To me, it's because again, I don't know theology very well, right? So I mean,
that's where the buzzwords come in. I mean, just because the douchebag uses a shitload of buzzwords doesn't mean his argument is an absolute crap. I mean, I don't know any of the buzzwords that he's using when I had my conversation with him. Yet I was able to destroy his entire argument within, no joke, 5 fucking minutes. I had his ass on the ropes, and I was about to go in. And by the way, keep this in mind.
You'd have to recognize it, though.
He didn't even recognize that. All I had to do was ask him the one question over and over again. Does your argument take place before the Big Bang? And guess what? His argument did take place before the Big Bang, or his argument is placed before the Big Bang. Therefore, his argument is irrelevant because the Big Bang, or the before, if there even was a before, is a complete mystery.
Right.
To apply anything, to apply any argument to that region of time, if there even was time, is fucked up. And so any argument you make is fucked from the very start.
Well, I don't mind people making an argument prior. Okay, if you want to conceptualize a period prior to the Big Bang, I think you're allowed to do so because we do have, a prior universe that could have existed.
No, you're allowed to do so.
Entropy.
You're just not allowed to make an argument based on that.
Right. And you can't use an argument against the Big Bang by something that happened prior to it, right? If I want to posit a universe that has reverse entropy that they do mathematically claim is possible, that's fine. But to try to falsify the Big Bang by t = 0, then that just makes no sense.
Well, here's the thing. Slick didn't really understand that, and that's why I called him out on. So he can use all the buzzwords he wants. It does not take away from the fact that he is an idiot and that I called him out on it, and that's why he made it on this list, because I still remember that. I remember that conversation, and that is as stupid as you can get.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know the jargon. I mean, like he'll talk about things like the hypostatic union, and all I hear is like homeostatic, and I'm like, okay, they're not the same thing, people. I know what homeostatic is, but I mean, this hypostatic union makes no sense to me. I looked in it once a long time ago. I'm like, I don't get it. It's just words to me. That's why I'm kind of a theological non-cognitivist, because I don't get some of these words. What the hell is a hypostatic union, really?
I have no idea.
Yeah, what is it? What would that mean?
No idea.
Christian
I
theology.
don't know how you would even make that into a physical way of relating it to people, right? I mean, divine and human,
something that's hypostatic. What is that?
Well, I mean, hypostatic union, it was the belief that Jesus Christ is the personification of God in flesh, that it was a combine of divine and human nature. But I don't know what that would mean as far as
the
how
word
that
literally hypostasis.
I don't know. I know. Well, I know hypostasis. Hypostasis is when you have a system that is at equilibrium, right? Like, no. Homeostasis is when you have in your blood vessels you have a lack of flow. That's what it is. Homeostasis. So, like for example, if you have if you have arterial, you cut your artery or something like that, and then it stops flow, it's at homeostasis.
Take a bunch of complicated sounding words, mash them all together, and then you have something that sounds smart. That's exactly what Ron the Magic Man does, and it's not really working that well for him.
It was in the last hangout that Matt Slick mentioned his year-long friendship with another man. He said that he knew from the moment he met him that the other guy was bisexual, and that it took a year for the other man to come to him and tell him that he was bisexual, because he was afraid of, the other man was afraid of ruining the relationship. And so I think that Matt Slick has excellent gaydar.
That might be
true. We'll keep in mind how well your gaydar works is not really what qualifies him or disqualifies him. It was really, it all came down really to one single argument and one single debate, because keep in mind, you can make it on the list for dumb fuck of the year for just one thing, and just like Antonio Superat's, that video that you just saw would be his one thing, and Slick not understanding that placing your argument before the Big Bang makes your argument bullshit by default. is another thing, because that is obvious.
Atemporal? Would you say platonic forms are atemporal, or do they require minds and atemporality, or how do you describe to a platonic form?
I wish I could answer your question, but you are cutting out every other word.
Oh, yeah. I think I got a little lag. I should probably reload. But I was asking, like,
Can you turn off your camera?
Yeah, sure.
That usually helps bandwidth.
Would you describe platonic forms as being atemporal? And in conjunction with that, do you think platonic forms require minds?
You may have to rephrase the question in the way I can understand it.
Platonic forms would be independent of mind by definition.
They're transcendent.
They're transcendent.
They exist in an ethereal realm, I guess.
No, I don't think they would exist in a platonic realm.
Yeah, I don't think they. I don't think they depend on humans. I think that Plato, at least, would have said that they are independent of whether or not we believe in them.
I'm thinking of affection when I hear the word platonic. Am I using that word wrong?
Yeah, platonic forms are what Plato Plato had stated that he believed or had hypothesized that actual forms like triangles exist in a perfect archetype somewhere in a what's called a platonic realm.
Oh, I see. So
what we have is just a corrupted version.
I see. So they're basically talking about conceptual forms like mathematics?
Yes.
I see.
Yeah, I don't. Most people don't accept that type of form.
Every cube on Earth is just an approximation of the ideal cube, which exists in another realm or part of the universe, or the transcendent part of the universe, which is the perfect cube.
Mathematics is just a descripted process of elimination, I guess, is the best way to put it. So mathematics is just a way of working out the problem. It's reasoning. That's all mathematics is.
Yeah,
now, is reasoning something physical? I would say not.
Well, I just had the same discussion the other day. Somebody was like, well, we humans didn't invent mathematics. I'm like, well, the hell they didn't. I mean, there was an ongoing argument for ages who invented calculus. Was it Newton or Leibniz? Well, I think Leibniz won, but yeah, they invented it. Now, you can make the distinction that it was discovered and then invention maybe a physical thing, but I think that's playing a word game. I think that we do invent mathematics. They invented the tools, the methods to actually calculate things like differentials and integrals. So they did invent mathematics in a way, right? I mean, we just
mathematics was invented in a sense that we needed to figure out how to conceptualize numbers. Yes. And that part was indeed invented. Like the radical, the times, the division, the fucking, it like the powers and x to the n, that kind of shit. That didn't come out by its own. Humans had to invent that process. But just because that process is invented doesn't mean it can't be applied to real world reality, and as evidenced by every single fucking rocket launch ever.
Yeah.
So
mathematics and physics applies to reality. That's what we try to do.
Exactly. So mathematics is a process of getting to a conclusion, but that process had to be invented in order to make discoveries with that process.
So does that answer your question?
Discoveries that relate to the actual
Michael's
world.
hidden, by the way, sorry. Does that answer your question, Michael? Because, I mean, I think you start running into the problem if you start thinking of these forms, as some kind of tangible thing. You start running into like the fallacy of reification. So I don't think that you really.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think you really can think them as
it's a problem,
exist, right?
Yeah, I think I still have lag, and so I didn't make out your critique, but
it wasn't really a critique.
He's breaking up, or is
he's breaking up really bad.
Yeah, but anyways, no, I have no problem seeing people saying that mathematics was invented, because we did invent it. That they're techniques, right? I mean,
yeah, I mean, for example, the method of smithing a sword, that method was invented. It makes the sword, but that method was invented. Hey, I invented the Nazel power hammer to make this saber. You know, that method was invented. That method didn't come out by itself. And now just because the method was, you know, invented, that doesn't mean the method is not legitimate. I think people need to differentiate between the two. So hopefully that answers the question, but I'm not exactly sure. Like I said, I only heard half of what was asked.
I guess my friend that was listening and was actually laughing at us about something else in our conversation. She's just now
It's
watching
probably
the
still
video.
the Antonio thing.
Antonio. No, she hasn't watched the video yet from Antonio. I'm just giving her a heads up what to prepare for. Daytime, nighttime, sexy.
Dude, seriously, that shit is like grade A dumb fuckery right there. Your boy Ronnie ain't got a chance.
No, come on. Ronnie's got to win. Ronnie's got to win this, guys. Come on. Seriously. I'm not saying that the other one's not dumb fucking. I'm happy with him getting a runner-up, but...
Oh, you're happy with him? Yeah, dude, that motherfucker's going to win. Just like Donald Trump's going to pull a
you
big
can't
upset.
vote, right? You can't vote.
I can't
Okay.
vote.
That's
nope, I will stick to my guns. I will not vote. You have my word on that. But I will be damned if people don't know my opinion.
No, that's fine. Hey, you know what? You've already said we can cheat, we can threaten, because I've already told people if you don't vote for Ronnie, I will find a way to rip wings off angels and drown kittens.
Yep. There are no rules, so you can play as dirty as you want. Make as many fake accounts as you want. Spam the fuck out of the voting videos.
Hey, Jack, if you ever want to see a puppy ever again, you're gonna vote for Ronnie. Okay, just you know.
Is this poll on your profile?
It won't be till what, 7 days?
The first of December.
I'm gonna have to add you.
Yeah, so the way it works is this. I'm gonna upload one video, and on this video, in the description, you're gonna see links to 10 different videos. Each link is gonna represent one nominee. So all you have to do is click on the video that represents that one nominee, and you click the like or dislike button, as both like and dislike are going to be counted. I'm going to add them together at the end of the month. And then the one that gets the most votes will be named the Dumb Fuck of the Year. Sexy.
The only reason I asked about the atemporality was kind of to speak about the idea of pre Big Bang or post Big Bang. And the reason I added the minds thing that Steve said that there wouldn't be minds by definition, but then he says that Matt, as opposed to saying, well, dissonantly, it's also discovered, right? Meaning that if we describe the universe, then the universe might actually have reflection back to us. Meaning that a platonic form being, what do you call it, transit, not. Shit, I just lost the word.
I think we need to differentiate between math and mathematical proofs. Mathematical proofs were discovered, right? But the process to actually discover those proofs, that part was invented.
Yeah, I can go with that.
You know, it's like a telescope. The telescope was invented so that we could see the proof that there's moons around Jupiter or some shit like that.
Yeah, and if you want, you can't say, for example, like the number 2, right? We represent the 2 with the numeral, right? That little shape that we use to understand when we convey the abstract number 2. But there is no reality of what 2 is. 2 is an abstract concept, right? Mm-hmm. There is no archetype form of what 2 would exist somewhere in some kind of numeric plane.
Meaning, well, I mean, it only seems like humans speak of 2-ness. I mean, maybe chimps do. So I'm just saying there's obviously a fact about being able to sense 2-ness, I think, or
the concept, sure, but there's no solidification of the concept, right? I mean, the concept is out there. We understand the conceptually what 2 is, but there's no physical thing that is a 2.
2 is just a representation of an amount concept.
But it's still isn't it our organism that denotes what 2-ness is? Meaning, I don't know whether or not apes taught humans what 2 was. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something about.
But that's just a concept.
Ability to extract what two-ness or three-ness is, and maybe it's based on our digits and our binocularness.
Michael, I'm not. Are you trying to argue then that, or just postulate then that abstract concepts wouldn't exist without a mind to apprehend them? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, there's that idea that everything that is of human origin or of organismal organisms would cease to be. Meaning, yeah. In the matter.
Here's something to think about, though, right? Is if you assume, generally speaking, I mean, I know that, like, C, for example, has possibly changed in the past or whatever, but if you assume a relative constants for the laws of physics, I mean, they existed and functioned before humans, or, you know, what we know as humans gained sentience, right? I mean, the universe functioned and evolved and grew to the point that it is now, long before humans ever graced.
Not only that, but I fail to see how this discussion about mathematics is leading to what I was originally on, which was about Slick being a total idiot.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, do you know what the word hypostatiation means? Ever heard of that term?
Homeostasis, not
hypostatiation. It basically means to take a concept and try to make it into a concrete entity. So you take a concept and you try to solidify it into reality.
Right, and so like right. So if you take a dodecahedron, right, and you stellate it, right, then you've conceptualized a stellation, meaning an extrusion of the borders that reaches, right. That it has nothing to do with the form itself, right. The dodecahedron is a form itself, right, but a stellate dodecahedron is not the dodecahedron. So every plane is intersecting and yielding further points, right, outbound of the dodecahedron, outbound.
But a dodecahedron
geometry,
exists, but the concept is something that it's still a conceptual, right? I mean, the concept itself is different. You got to separate the concept from the object.
Yeah, that's geometry, which is math.
Yeah,
geometry, which is math, which is again something that we invented. And we also invented the ways to work within the mathematical rules to find facts.
Hey, Reds, I had a creationist the other day tell me that anglerfish actually do calculus and physics and trigonometry in their heads in order to get the best shot.
No, they make that glowy thing on their heads, glow, and then they eat shit. That's all they do.
Yeah, they actually do complex analysis in their pea-sized brains.
No, they eat shit. That's all they do.
Well, you can eat shit to do complex analysis.
They make that little glowy thing glow, and then they eat shit.
Well, you move it closer to your mouth, and then you move your head a little bit closer to it, and then you move it closer to your mouth. And eventually, they sort of coincide, and you close your mouth.
Yeah, it wasn't angler. Sorry, it was an archerfish, not an anglerfish.
There is an example in nature, though, that kind of verifies that.
Yeah, well, the archerfish will shoot water to its target, but they're not doing complex analysis as if they understand it, right? I mean, our brain does all these things in its entirety, but we don't have no concept of what it's doing, right? It's just, for example, when we look at something, the brain is completely making the picture in the head. It's taking two images, from one eye into the other eye and combining them into one three-dimensional shape. It does all this on its own. The physics is done all on its own. It's not actually using the laws of physics and things like that. Is using knowledge that we've had in the past to come up with a picture, right? It doesn't. Our brains don't understand physics unless we learn physics. It doesn't magically exist. And so for a fish to be able to target something, it doesn't magically know physics. It just has been doing something that works, and because of that, it survives. And natural selection will over time breed a population that's good at this because that has been advantageous in their environment.
Look at this. If I have this glowy thing on my head, I get to eat more.
Yeah, same thing. But I'm talking about archerfish, not anglerfish. But.
They use simple
Steve, would you by that same accord, would you say that it's natural for us to imagine a triangle, or did we have to learn what a triangle? Meaning you say would our organism as humans, minus being told what a triangle is, be able to come to the idea of a triangle? Meaning, it just sounds like your premise is kind of grounded awkwardly.
I'm not sure why. But anyways, I got to take a 5-minute break. So, hey, Reds, it's all yours. Be right back.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God.
Don't destroy my channel.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what. While Steve is taking his break, I'm going to look for a break in the clouds and try and find all these blue giants in the Oort cloud.
All right, sounds good. Wait a minute, what?
Oh, did you watch Bible Thumping Wingnut on Sunday?
Now something tells me I'm going to have to.
You don't want to?
Actually, that was your question, wasn't it, Brenda?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. All I did was go in there. All I did was go in there and ask him if he had evidence for a young Earth, and then pretty much it spun off from there. The rest of it is me going, "Holy shit! What are you talking about? And what in the world do you mean?" Well, they spun out things about blood vessels and T-Rex, and then something about because there are blue stars that are extremely short-lived. That's why scientists had to invent the Oort cloud in order to explain comets.
Yeah, I think he honestly believes that blue stars are in the Oort cloud.
What?
It was very confused. I didn't get a clear shot at what that was, and then there was something about because the moon is receding from the Earth. That means that it must be a young Earth, because if you wind it back, it doesn't go back 4.5 billion years, and then there was something about ocean salinity and epigenetics, and then Matt Slick pronounced that all of science, not just evolution, but all of science commits the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent.
Consequence, not consequent. I think he said actually.
He said consequence, yes, and that is a common creationist argument. I have since learned.
If that's the case, then deductive reasoning is affirming the consequence.
Well, it is a stunning display of, and then of course, because I'm trans, they got into a little, they got excited about how they could best try to insult me and stuff like that. And
insult you? Wait a minute. I gotta hear this. How did they try to insult you? Because I might add this to the Dumb Fuck of the Year nomination video.
Well, Matt Slick declared that his sexual orientation was to be repulsed by gays and trans individuals, and that therefore I was being hypocritical in my judging him as being prejudiced against me because he has the right to be, his sexual orientation is to be repulsed by gays and transgenders.
Oh,
that's something that's always frustrated me about that crowd. Let's assume for the sake of argument that I disagree with your gender or orientation or what have you, right? When it comes to the internet, you are text and sometimes an icon and speech.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be my place to say anything to you one way or another.
That's correct. Unless we were going to have a romantic interlude, and then it would be my moral obligation to inform you, I believe. But other than that, no.
Which is fair.
Yeah, I'm not a person that would try to pretend I'm somebody other than I am. But it was a very confused and Matt Slick got into his discussion about his, in order to defend himself as not being prejudiced, he got into a long discussion about the bisexual friend that he had for a year and how he had no problem with that person at all. For me, my revenge is simply in showing them to be as silly and as biased and prejudiced as they are. Apparently,
that just makes them assholes. Not only does it make them assholes, it also makes them dumb fucks plus assholes because they don't understand. They don't understand affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence can only come about when you introduce a false dilemma. But the idea in science is that you gather evidence and you have any number of possible solutions to whatever is triggering your sensors, so to speak.
Well,
so,
they said it was affirming the consequence, but they meant affirming the consequent.
Yeah,
that's what he meant to say was affirmative
yeah,
consequent, not consequence.
Yeah.
But
and it's basically it is a fallacy within deductive reasoning, but of course it doesn't really apply to science since we're using induction.
Affirmative consequent is you have a syllogism. I mean, I don't know where he gets this idea that science is inherently affirming the consequent. I'm like, okay, what does that actually mean in terms of P and Q? Can somebody explain that?
He's viewing it in the sense of a false dichotomy. For example, if P then Q, Q therefore P. That's the fallacy in a nutshell.
Yeah.
And so basically they're saying that, there's only two possibilities. Either we have P or we don't have P. But the thing is that any number of things can be measured by science, and there can be any number of solutions depending on the data that you get. That huge ass set of data is how we figure shit out about the world. That is not affirming the consequent.
Yeah, but that goes back to this whole P or not P, right? I mean, he's like, P or not P, not P, therefore P. First of all, he doesn't. That's not what makes his argument wrong. I mean, the argument is sound. If you say P, not P, not P, therefore P, that's actually trivially true. It's a tautology, right? I mean, it's a disjunctive syllogism. But he's trying to say that science is a false dichotomy. That somehow if you accept science, well, I should say if you accept science, you're doing it because there's nothing. You know what? I don't even know how to phrase his argument. I'm actually at a loss here.
You know what I would say at that point?
What is this false dichotomy? I know he's making a false dichotomy, but what is this other? What is he saying that?
Well, here's what I would tell him to do. Just very simply, I would tell him to throw his phone in the trash and to turn off his fucking internet, because no one should talk shit about science and then simultaneously benefit from it. Fuck off.
Yeah, he doubled down on it too. It didn't just simply make a one-off. He went on for quite some time about how science is fundamentally based on a logical fallacy,
which apparently has given us the internet, cures for many diseases, treatments that's out there.
And I'm an American, then by that logic, right? Like, if I get my discontent with America, then I should leave.
You are breaking up really bad.
Yeah, your connection really sucks, Mike.
All I heard was "fuck America," I guess, but
pay for a better data plan or something.
I don't know of any context to what you just said, so I'm not even going to bother.
Better reload.
I don't think the reloading is the problem.
Yeah, I think
it's the actual connection.
Yeah.
Whoever you're getting your internet through, like whether it be Wi-Fi or something, you need an actual laptop.
You might want to try using a different browser, something maybe less memory intensive. Better.
Try Google Chrome if you're not using it already.
Google Chrome would be good. That's what I use right now. Google Chrome seems to integrate well with Google Hangouts.
Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it integrates the best out of all of them. Actually, I get the best throughput.
Yeah. So with that, I would say, if he's saying all this shit that, hey, bottom line is it's essentially a fallacy. Well, through that fallacy, good sir, we managed to have the internet, cars, and launch shit into orbit. So I don't see what your fucking issue is. So if he's going to make a big deal over this PQ, I would say, first of all, there's more than just P and Q when we're talking about science. So right off the bat, your example is flawed. And secondly, when you're talking about affirming the consequent, it's essentially a false dichotomy where, going back to what I said initially, there's more than just P and Q in science. There's A, B, A1, A2, A3, there's an almost infinite number of possibilities, but depending on the evidence that we get, we can narrow it down until we have a reasonable understanding to conclude a certain fact.
But science just seems to explain stuff, right? I mean, how can science in of itself be a logical fallacy? That just makes no sense whatsoever.
And this is where he gets nominated, dumb fuck.
I mean, it's beyond stupid, though. I mean, there's nothing rational about that comment saying that science is irrational or something illogical. That's like saying chair is illogical.
He doesn't want to make a legit argument. Keep in mind, this is Matt Slick we're talking about. He's just trying to shit in the pot and then leave. So I don't think he's going to accomplish that goal. and being a total asshole to Brenda is definitely not making him my favorite.
Well,
but I will make sure he gets on the list.
That's neither here nor there. I can deal with that. I mean, and
Well,
I go there. I choose to go there.
But what did you do to them? Seriously.
Well, the first time I showed up, I simply started in discussing, and they asked me because my voice doesn't totally pass. They asked me if I was a male or not, and I told them who I was and everything, and they went on from there. They're just very, very prejudiced. And then in this last hangout, all I did was say exactly what I said. I said, "Do you have any evidence for a young Earth?" And then from then on, I said, I was simply reacting to the Gish. I got a Gish Gallop. I got a series about 5 or 6 different. Well, what about this? What about this? What about the moon? What about the sea? What about epigenetics and all that kind of stuff? And it's just one after the other, and I was simply reacting to it.
Well, I don't know if I'm just really shit at this, but I'll tell you something. I had no idea until 5 minutes ago that you were trans.
Oh, okay. Well,
you're passing.
Okay, yeah. I don't really know it that much. If
it was a passing grade that you were looking for, congratulations, you got one.
I transitioned 20 years ago, 1993. So, whatever. Maybe that's more than 20 years. Oh God.
As long as I've been alive, I'm 25. Holy shit!
But I don't get is why in the world in any kind of relevant context would it matter in these types of discussions? I don't. That's like saying, "Hey, Brenda, where were you born? What's your age? What's your favorite hockey team? Who the fuck cares? I mean, no, nothing personal. I mean, sure, all fascinating, but it has nothing relative to do with the conversation."
Redline has it pretty well explained. Yeah. And my favorite hockey team. Well, we used to have the North Stars here in Minnesota, and then some evil person sold them to Texas. Now they're
now you're stuck with the Minnesota Mild.
Oh God!
Hey, you could be a Red Wings fan like me. It's a bad year.
In northern Minnesota, hockey is a fucking religion. I mean, they don't care about football, but hockey, oh my God.
Tampa Bay Lightning.
I know nothing about hockey.
I live in Arizona. We actually have a hockey team here, believe it or not.
Hey, I like the Coyotes.
Yeah, they suck. They can't play for shit, but
they're awful. Don't get me wrong, but I like Shane Doan. I like Max Domi.
Oh yeah, we've got good players, and I did enjoy the Coyote Red Wing games. I mean, I always it was rare if we ever beat the Red Wings, but those were always the best nights. We almost beat you guys. We almost beat you guys in that one playoff series about a few years ago. I think it was back in 2010.
Yeah, I remember
almost.
No, you guys ran Paul Wyatt off, man. Start talking about sports.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, Slick is an asshole for obvious reasons, and I also think that he's dumb fuck of the year material. So, congratulations.
And I'm not saying he's not worthy. No, I'm not trying to say that, but I mean, I just think there's just so many other dumb fucks out there. But
yeah, Ronnie is definitely worthy too. Absolutely.
Yeah, Ronnie made it on the list, and
Ronnie's gonna win this. I'm not kidding. I mean, I want to do a straw poll. Come on, come on.
I don't know.
Let's do a straw poll.
Oh, come on, Antonio.
Come on, you know. Come on.
Daytime, nighttime.
I don't care. I'm telling you. Brenda, I know is going to vote for Ronnie.
Steve.
I'm torn. I'm torn.
I'm torn.
Okay, I'm
so confused.
I got 4 words for both of you. Sexy. I think I win.
I don't think it's going to pull it out, man.
This is dumb fuck of the year, and Ronnie.
I'm saying if anybody has a chance, it's him, right? So I mean, if Ronnie does lose to him, obviously I'm not going to be like, oh wow, I didn't see that coming. So I can definitely see the guy winning, but I am going to have a campaign started next month. If you have the videos, to every day when I do a video or do whatever, I'm going to promote Ronnie. So I mean, I'm trying to get my clan, my people, my loved ones.
Brenda, who
to
are
all
you
go
voting
him.
for?
I'm torn because I really am, because I've been in both hangouts where Ronnie couldn't understand the number pi, and one in which Matt Slick is just profoundly stupid. I should probably keep my ballot secret, though, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Oh, you're so non-committal, Brenda.
I should keep boy, it's hard.
I
have not seen the Antonio video. Do you have that?
Yeah, I do. I can. You want me to play it again?
No, just link it.
No, you can just link it.
Well, I can't link it. That's the thing.
Oh, okay.
It's saved on my hard. How about this? You have a Skype, right?
Wait, aren't you going to upload it somewhere? I mean, you upload it to your Google Drive.
I posted it on my G Plus.
Oh, there you go.
If you have a Skype, Brenda, send me a contact request and I'll send it to you.
Hey, Prudent, what about you? What do you think? Who are you voting for?
Just be warned. Once seen, it cannot be unseen.
I could go for Ronnie. I don't know. Is it possible to still vote for G-Man? He still said some really...
He's not even on the list, but he
He's
might
not
get a
even on
write-in
the list.
candidacy.
Really? All right.
Yeah. Let me go down the list. Number 1, Nature Hacker. Number 2, True Empiricism. Number 3, Matt Slick. Number 4, Crow 777. Number 5, Anthony Riley. Number 6, Antonio Superrats. Sexy. Number 7, Pete Shea. Number 8, Fuck It Word. Number 9, Von Helton. And number 10, Mark Sargent.
I guess with Ronnie and the pie thing, that could... Just out of curiosity...
Arcane Logos isn't on the list?
What's that?
Arcane Logos isn't on the list?
No. Many people were a lot more dumb than he was, surprisingly.
I think he's just trolling. That's what makes it different.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, you'd have to... The amount of people that could actually follow him would be very small because of all the people he's blocked.
Yeah, so needless to say, I'm not even worried about him. So I decided to go with dumb fucks that really up the dumb fuckitude. They like crank that shit to 11.
Why not just make 10 louder?
Because they haven't thought that far ahead.
Hey, what were you saying about the Big Bang argument that you were having with old Slick?
Oh, I wasn't having an argument with him. He was the one making an argument, and I was pointing out a flaw in it. To be honest, I don't remember what the argument he was trying to make was, but I do know that it took place before the Big Bang. So I then called him out on that. I said, does your argument take place before the Big Bang? And he refused to answer that question. And I said, listen, the fact is that if your argument takes place before the Big Bang, and you're trying to use that to represent what we have nowadays, then your argument is flawed before it even gets off the ground. And he wouldn't confirm that his argument took place before the Big Bang. Finally, I think it was Bible Thumping Wingnut who spoke on his behalf, actually interrupted him and said, yes, Red, it takes place before the Big Bang. Right there, you saw Slick just die a little inside. And that's when his house of cards came crashing down. Because if you try to make an argument in a realm where you have no fucking clue what the hell is going on, what laws of physics apply, if there was even a realm to fucking begin with, then you are shit out of luck. And that's what I called him out on. He refused to accept that, and he started to talk over top of me, so I just left.
Yeah, it's one of like the few universally accepted truths that there's no way to gauge conditions prior to the Big Bang.
Yep.
Does he know that he's on the list for Dumb Fuck of the Year?
Probably not, but who cares? If he wins, he'll find out the hard way.
No, there's no way that Slick will win. I mean, there's no possible way. Ronnie's got him.
Do you like send him an award or something?
Well, I could. I'll make one. Basically, I already have a design. It's a gold-plated dildo, and it's mounted on top of a 3-foot trophy.
That'll do.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's one of those boomerang dildos. So like a dildo glued to a boomerang.
Nice.
It's supposed to represent your words, and so because they will come back and they will fuck you.
So I just wanted to talk about the whole mistake they're making about affirming the consequent and why they think that's what's going on. Basically, they think that we're going, if X model is true, then we will observe Y. We observe Y, therefore X model is true. They don't understand that when we do experiments, we're disconfirming models, not confirming them. So if X model is correct and Y model, then Y should occur, we can disconfirm it by not observing Y. They just don't understand that we're disconfirming.
Right, they don't understand a null hypothesis at all.
Yeah, and sometimes people will misstate, individuals in an argument with another theist will misstate things in such a way that it is fallacious.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, any evidence is evidence, right? I mean, I'm not one of those people that say, we don't ever give evidence for a hypothesis. Of course we do. I mean, if your model, you want evidence to support your model, right? You want evidence to actually show something that can be described what you're observing. However, when we're testing it to make sure that the model's accurate, we want to find evidence against our model, because if we find that, we know the model doesn't work. So if we cannot find evidence against that model, that's a pretty high standard of evidence that says, or probability that says, the model is accurate within this, given standard that we have. What is it, 0.05 for p-value? I don't remember what the p-value is. So they're just thinking that when we have a model that we're just saying, we're just confirming it because we're looking for evidence for it, and that's not how it works. We're looking for evidence that deconfirms the model, right?
I wonder if it's a problem with projection. Like this is how they go about proving their theories, by model, then find evidence for it. Or they're just projecting that on their supposed opponents.
I don't know, but when anybody tries to explain to these guys anything, they just kind of like tune out.
Because if you look at the whole young Earth creationist, I don't know what to call a belief system, right? You have this model, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and you have the worldwide flood and everything. So you have your model, and now you have to go out and prove it. And I wonder if, because functioning from that mindset, they project that mindset on everyone else.
Could be.
Yeah, they do. And they also they seem to have again Morton's demon that actually filters out information. Anything that doesn't go against or doesn't support the young Earth creationist paradigm, they filter out, right? And so they only let in information that they think helps supports their own bias. And so when you go to a young Earth creationist and you explain to them all the mistakes they make, they don't listen to any of it because they don't care. Their model cannot be falsified because it is God's model. So therefore, they have the position that there's nothing that can falsify it because it is from God. Therefore, it's unfalsifiable because it's true.
All they have to do is say everything proves my God, therefore God.
God, therefore God.
Yeah, God, therefore God.
Which is maddeningly frustrating, because there are other ways to go about proving the existence of God without relying on a literal interpretation of the first book of the Bible.
Well, I think it's really hopeful. I think that that if enough of them hear this argument and start learning what affirming the consequent really is, some of the arguments that people use based on affirming the consequent will no longer seem convincing.
Yeah, but you still can't throw out affirming the consequent by saying a noun is affirming the consequent. A noun is not an argument or a syllogism, right? Science is a noun, is a word. So if I say science affirms the consequent, what the hell does that actually mean? Now I understand you're trying to give them the principle of charity and trying to break it down in a more simplistic approach, but I don't want to give them that much credence. I don't think that they even would even be thinking that far. I think they're literally just thinking that science itself is a logical fallacy, and they don't really want to explain why why they think that way. How could a whole field of information be a logical fallacy? It's not a syllogism. It's not a propositional argument of any kind.
Oh no, that's not fair. I'm not trying to be charitable. I think I actually understand what's going on. They actually do think that it works by confirming models, and because they think it works by confirming models, I mean, if it did work by confirming models using experiment rather than disconfirming them, they would be right. It would be a fallacy of affirming the consequent. They just don't understand what science actually is.
I still don't think I wouldn't call it a fallacy affirming the consequent. I mean, you're looking for evidence to support your model at the same time as trying to show that the model is incorrect, right? You want people to throw everything, including the kitchen sink and the trash can, against your model, and if they can't do it, you got a pretty solid model. So you kind of want their evidence to be comporting to your hypothesis. You do want that to happen if you want to support your hypothesis. So I think it's kind of disingenuous to say that we don't look for evidence to support our hypothesis. We do. But to make the hypothesis strong, a scientist should go out of his way to try to find reasons to try to falsify it.
So that goes to something that I observed earlier in the day. I observed some people in a debate in Rabbit's Room who were taking the hardline correlation doesn't equal causation route. But the truth is that if you get correlation and correlation and correlation, eventually it isn't proof, but my goodness, the evidence stacks up with enough correlation. You can start to.
You could formulate a conclusion of causation with enough correlation.
Well, yeah, you have to have
sure.
a mechanism. You have to have a mechanism for it. What correlation doesn't show, it doesn't necessarily show that there's causation. It's simply suggestive.
Right, but I mean, again, if you have overwhelming evidence of a correlation, you could pretty much assume at some point that your model's pretty sound, and you can make a statement that is, there's a causation.
Well, the rooster crows at sunrise, and he could do it for 1 million years in a row. It still would not actually bring about the sunrise. So you have to have a mechanism there.
Well, you still have to, agreed. Of course, you still have to have a mechanism, right?
Yeah, you have to have an explanatory model.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you have a hypothesis, and what I mean that is an actual model.
You were saying that. I was just kind of.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have an explanatory mechanism, by all means, or hypothesis, you're just throwing out. Okay, well, I've seen this happen multitudes of times. Therefore, I'm going to draw a conclusion from it. Then obviously that wouldn't work. That'd be very misleading.
Right.
Well, wait a second. You don't need a model. You could. Not with the rooster crowing. You don't. No, you could, for instance, try strangling the rooster and seeing if the sun rose. But
we're not talking about falsification of it yet, though. I mean, she's just talking. If you just look at the data as is, then you would say, oh, look, this happens twice a day. Therefore, there must be a relationship here. Now, then you would go on the next step and say, okay, how do I falsify it? And that's when you start with the falsification.
Isn't there some website that does a lot of it? They post, or this person has a website and they post a lot of things that correlate with each other, and that we know just by our own common knowledge that they can't possibly influence each other.
Yeah, it's a website that it put all these different types of weird correlations together.
Forgetting what the name of that is.
I just had it the other day.
It's really fascinating when you look at it. I mean, with some of them, it's
called spurious correlations.
Spurious correlations, because some of them are like, if you just looked at the graph, you'd say, "Wow, that's," they must be related. But then you look at what's being talked about, and it's like, well, there's no way.
Yeah, they take things like U.S. spending on science, space, and technology correlates with suicides by hanging, strangulation, and suffocation.
Oh, I can see that.
Yeah, number of people who drown in falling into a pool correlates with films Nicolas Cage starred in. Divorce rate in Maine is actually correlates with per capita consumption of margarine.
To be fair, I did want to drown or hang myself after watching 8mm.
It's fair enough. There might be some some of these might be true. Some of these are actually pretty funny.
You mean the what was the Constitution one where he was in the Constitution?
Oh, are you talking about National Treasure?
National Treasure. That one didn't drive you to suicide?
I never saw the whole thing.
I didn't think that was that bad.
No, it wasn't. I don't think
it's a popcorn movie.
Yeah, it was.
Sahara was a much better and contemporary film.
Hey, Brenda, did you see the meme that I put on my G Plus that we talked about earlier? They're still talking about it. It's funnier than shit.
I don't think I have, but I will check it out.
It's a meme where the guy it says something like, "You were not born this way, LBGT," and he put it as lesbian, gay, black, and transsexual.
Black?
Yeah, and then it says, "Pray to Jesus," and he can do something, and it's just like, wait, born black?
He can cure you of your blackness.
Yeah, so I asked Drago. So unfortunately the post got deleted because the original person I shared it from deleted it on Facebook. But I had asked, hey, let's do an experiment. Any black person out there, pray to Jesus to become white, and let me know how that works out for you. And I'll do a control thing. I'll pray to Jesus to make me black, and I'll see how that works.
I would guess that throughout history there have been a number of blacks who have prayed that prayer.
I mean, the level of stupidity of these people.
Any reports of them working?
I would be highly doubtful. However, there are because of the one drop rule in the South, there have been families, I guess, who pass as white, but according to the race rules operate in the South during the Jim Crow era, would technically have been black. So I guess there were people who kept that as a family secret, I guess, because one thing about slaves is there was a lot of mixing of the genes.
Well, according to G-Man, remember, there's no such thing as slavery.
I guess if you take intersectionality, the intersectionality concept far enough, you could change that bit around.
I don't understand that.
So why G-Man won the first dumb fuck of the year?
Can you repeat that again? I didn't quite catch that either.
Intersectionality is the concept that a lot of groups have, that you should try and include as many other groups who are being oppressed or have difficulties as possible. There are lots of people who under intersectionality would effectively try and roll virtually everyone who they think is oppressed into one big gestalt entity to defend. So that's all I was suggesting.
My understanding of it is that it's somebody like, for instance, like Hillary Clinton, as a woman, she suffers from built-in biases or narratives against her as a woman, because a lot of people are opposed to a woman being president. But then against when she was running against Barack Obama, she actually benefited from her whiteness being existing in a coming from a somewhat privileged status as opposed to
Well, that's not true. I mean, I think that worked against her, if anything, in the primaries, because Obama took all the southern states, which is what he needed to beat Hillary that year in the primaries. And, many of the, a good portion of the primary voters were black, which, that worked for Obama's advantage. I don't think Hillary's skin or whiteness really played to her advantage at all in the primaries. If anything, I think it hurt her.
Well, she's a bad political campaigner anyway. She
is.
She's just not politically adept.
So to talk to Brenda's comment, assuming that we accept arguendo that is the way it would have worked for Hillary, yeah, part of the intersectional concept is to create a kind of a ladder of oppressedness, and so you people who are less oppressed are expected to defer to people who are more oppressed. It's all very intriguing.
I'm not familiar with it. I really was mostly just guessing, so I guess I'm not really familiar with it.
That's all right. Hey, you were talking earlier about the Oort cloud and blue stars. The way I understand it, they're just getting confused about two separate arguments. They've sort of rolled it into one because they don't understand astronomy. The argument that yeah, the argument that there are blue stars and that's impossible because they all would have burned out by now is just a misunderstanding that new stars get created all the time, right? I mean, if new stars didn't get created all the time, that would be a great argument. And similarly,
that would be very powerful. Absolutely, for a young universe, yeah.
Yeah, and similarly with the comets and the Oort cloud, of course. I mean, the argument is, well, all the comets would have burned up by now because they keep looping past the sun, and it's a simple understanding that new comets get knocked into a proximity of the sun from time to time from the Oort cloud. You know, if that wasn't the case, if they didn't get knocked in from the Oort cloud from time to time, then again, that would be a brilliant argument.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, they obviously did, conflate two different arguments, but I don't find that to be uncommon. Matter of fact, it wasn't that long ago. Somebody had it was telling me that pharyngeal slits don't exist. That there's no such thing as a pharyngeal pouch during the embryonic stage of mammals, and especially humans, because they were trying to relate the argument that Hovind likes to use that we don't have gill slits. Well, gill slits is a colloquial term. Technically, a gill slit is something. If you have a gill slit, then later on in the adult life, they have gills, and obviously we don't have gills, so we wouldn't generally call them gill slits, because if you refer to them as such, it means that the adult has them. We don't. But they are pharyngeal slits, right? So there's a pharyngeal pouch there. That's not up for debate, discussion, or whatever, right? And so they're saying, well, science has shown that we don't even have these slits. Well, yeah, go look at an embryonic, picture. Of course, there's pouches there. There's slits there. But they don't develop into gills later on because we're not fish. But they took the whole argument and just said, oh, that whole thing has been disproven, that humans and mammals don't have this pharyngeal slits. And I'm like, that's not the argument that young Earth creationists make. Hey, Thaddeus, who's making a pen noise? What is that? Clicky, clicky, clicky. Sexy, sexy, sexy.
Sounds like a computer mouse.
Oh.
Probably me. I'm clicking away. I'll mute.
Oh. You fap into something now, aren't you?
Sounds like you're playing Diablo.
Well, I'm playing a game, but it's not Diablo.
Is that one of those games that says, are you a boy or are you a girl?
It's Kerbal Space Program. Fuck off.
Oh, Kerbal. That's not even a game. That's just a simulator.
It's a simulator.
It's a game.
Yeah.
It's totally a game. It's just
Yeah,
it's an educational game.
I guess so. I mean, if you want a space game, go get Free Space or like X3.
Well, I mean, that's more up my alley, but I mean, if he wants to do something that's more realistic, then let him.
Do you know where to find a good copy
Space?
of X3? What's the name of it? I can't find a good cracked version of X3. Not that I would recommend ever getting a cracked version. I'm just saying, if I ever want to know where a version would be, I wonder if anybody would know.
Because you're pretty much guaranteed to put some kind of a virus on your machine doing that.
Oh, I don't care about that.
Wait,
Okay.
back up. Did you mention Free Space?
I played Free Space and Free Space 2, yeah.
I thought I was the only person who knew what those games were.
Oh, yeah, no, of course I do. I like games.
God, I love those games.
Yeah, no, Free Space was brilliant, wasn't it?
Oh, I loved it. I think 2 was better only because it was a little more polished.
Yeah, I agree.
And they learned a bit.
Was that the series that was connected to Freelancer? Because I played that, or am I thinking of Starlancer? It's like
no,
this
Freelancer's
prequel
similar, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I
they're both
loved that
open-ended.
game growing up.
Yeah.
Freelancer was also very good.
You know what's
Then they
funny?
shut
I
off
just started
the
playing
online
Star Control
service, that
2 the
sucked.
other day. I'm about halfway through it. I decided to play that again. So, I mean, I don't mind some of the retro games. Starflight I even play every so often.
Did you ever play Wing Commander Privateer?
Yep. Yeah, I play the Wing Commander series.
They did a spin-off game called Privateer, where you're just an independent mercenary pilot on the fringes of the war, trying to eke out a living. And it was very similar to Freelancer, but yeah, that game was very formative on my early gaming experience.
I remember I had a friend that used to play Freelancer, not that him and I would used to do stuff like, online, but then they shut down the servers and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it sucks when you play a game and they shut down the servers. I used to play
That's
a
why I
couple of
quit
them
playing
online.
Freelancer,
Battlefield.
because that might be something I would still do today.
Ever play Battlefield 1842?
I remember playing the old version.
Yeah, the old version.
Like 1942?
Battlefield 1942.
Yeah.
You're going through.
That.
You have like German pipe bombs
Yes.
and or grenades and like an M1 or something. I don't know what the hell it was.
Yeah, I remember like the old Medal of Honor games as well. Like for the PC, like Allied Assault and that.
Yeah, that goes back to the original Call of Duty too, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. I think Medal of Honor is made by a different company, so.
Right. Well, I'm saying, like Battlefield 1942, Call of Duty, Medal of Honor, they all came out about the same time, right?
Okay. I haven't played the original.
Isaiah, you still here?
Call of Duty, so I wouldn't know.
Isaiah. Yeah, Isaiah's not here.
So I was listening to the discussion, the marvelous race debate earlier on Rabbit's channel, and I have a question related to genetics. So if race becomes such a toxic word that that one can't use it much anymore, how would let's say you discover that Scottish people or people of Scottish descent have a tendency to need more general anaesthetic, or they end up waking up partway through the operation. But you can't use the term Scottish because that's referring to a race. How would you tell people that you needed to be extra careful with Scottish people under general anaesthetic? Do we need a new word?
I would assume so.
Steve's typing madly.
I pulled a Reds.
Apparently.
Triggered! Nah, C. Brown just... C. Brown cannot fucking even talk to anybody. All he ever does is this quote shit. And it's like, dude, first of all, you're plagiarizing again because you're not really even quoting properly, but I'm going to let it slide because everybody can tell where it's from. But it's like, look, I'm trying to get Tompkins in here. Tompkins will never join us. I don't give a shit if you want to parrot Tompkins a million times. You're not proving that Tompkins is right. We want evidence that Tompkins is right. Nobody's been able to provide it. C. Brown hasn't provided it. Antonio Fletcher hasn't provided it. Ronnie hasn't provided it. Nobody's provided evidence that Tompkins is right on his genetics bullshit when it comes to the human chromosome 2 fusion. And all C. Brown does is just parrot the same things that Tompkins is saying. And it's like, wait a minute, that's not showing that is right. That's just parroting. It's very annoying. I was wondering if Zaya's here because I still don't understand where Tompkins gets this idea that it's fucking some kind of weird satellite chromosomal thingy. I don't know what the hell even trying to say that it is. But anyways, sorry, off topic.
It sounded intriguing. So there's someone's challenging something about chromosomes. What, the chromosome 2 thing?
Yeah, well, I mean, you've read Nephi Tompkins' paper, or I wouldn't even call it a paper, right? Just his writings.
I haven't read the papers, but I've seen lots of videos on it and so forth. I get the gist. There's clear evidence by.
But I mean, I don't even know what Tompkins is really arguing. And I asked C. Brown numerous times, and he won't answer. I'm like, look it. If this is a telomere to telomere fusion, and again, I don't care if he's talking about sat DNA, ITSs, whatever the bullshit he's talking about. I want to know, simply put, if this is a telomeric fusion, what would we expect to see? What would we be looking at? If you said, okay, we're going to look at this region of the chromosome right in the middle here, what do we expect to see with G banding? What do we expect to see with nucleotide sequences? What do we expect to see with telomeric repeats? What would we expect to see if that was the case? And he won't answer.
Maybe it's because he might not know. I mean, a lot of these people that talk about the technicals, you can't really expect somebody to be able to back up their stuff. I mean,
well, that's the whole point. He can't answer because he doesn't know. So why is he? If he's gonna, wait, hang on, if he's gonna argue that Tompkins is right, wouldn't he need to do so from a position that at least he understands what a telomeric fusion is?
Maybe it just is one of those things where you have to. I wish people would not tackle the technical stuff if they really don't know what they're talking about. Like it's all these technical things. I mean, this is stuff that's even over my head. But
well, it's over mine too. But I mean, let's be real here. Some of his stuff's not that hard, and I'm asking him for a very basic thing. What would we expect if it's a telomeric fusion? Because he keeps saying that it's not. Okay, well, why is it not? And all he does is quote Tompkins. I'm like, we're disagreeing with Tompkins. Let us show you why Tompkins is wrong. We've given him all the data necessary to show why Tompkins is wrong. He hasn't provided a shred of evidence that Tompkins is right beyond just parroting Tompkins.
Well, that's just it's just a blind belief, and he doesn't really realize why who he's sourcing is wrong. He just kind of expects them to be right.
Yeah, he needs it. Well, he needs an external source in order to show that Tompkins is right. Use a database, right? Use Ensemble, using GTEx, whatever. But he has.
Not everybody's going to do that. Which kind of
he's tried. He found one that did actually kind of say something about it being moderately expressed, or what did he say? Yeah, I think it said moderate expression.
But like what a lot of these people do is they just stick to a source, and then since it sounds scientific enough, you don't need to find anything else. Because it's like, oh, this guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So therefore, when he's proven wrong, it's like, oh, that must just be the people getting all mad and butthurt that they can't debunk him properly.
Well, yeah, but of course he doesn't. You have people that actually do know about this topic, and nobody says that C. Brown knows what he's talking about, even remotely that he knows what he's talking about. He just throws a bunch of words together, and then between his inept understanding of the material and the fact his phone doesn't translate very well, it makes for a very confusing dialogue.
Sounds like he's just trying to do like the whole debate thing and all that, but not really understanding the material himself. It's just looking at articles.
Well, isn't that what every single solitary member of the Clown Car Posse does?
Yeah, I'm not. Here's the thing. I don't know all their arguments. I'm not saying this isn't true, but it's almost like it becomes kind of useless to even have dialogue with some of these people.
Well, that's why
that's what they do.
I really don't. I don't really have a dialogue with any of them anymore. I mean, it's just useless to do so. I don't know why anybody does. I mean, yes, for comedic purposes, it's fun. I will listen to somebody like CRISPR have a dialogue with C. Brown, but I mean, God, that was excruciatingly painful. They had 2 hours, and I don't know how CRISPR didn't lose his mind because C. Brown was just so goddamn all over the place. But CRISPR wanted to keep him on the hook, wanted to keep him on the leash so he didn't, have a rage quit. So he's being exceptionally nice to him. But at the same time, CRISPR's really thinking that this guy is completely fucking incompetent. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He just throws words together and says, oh, look, here's my argument. He doesn't know what a telomeric repeat is.
Yeah, again, it's the old tactic of just looking at an article and thinking you're smart and having the aha moment. This is what they can't disprove. And then when they disprove it, you just dismiss it as, nope, oh no, it can't be. This guy sounds too scientific.
Well, that's how I got through college. That's not really true. It's just a bad joke. Steve, in order to enhance your typing experience, you need to say enhance every about 15 seconds or so.
Enhance. Come on, Cortana. Oh, wait, this is it for 107. This is 107. Cortana. Cortana's sexy, don't you think? You guys ever use her?
No, I'm strictly Google.
Remember that movie, She?
Is that the one with Joaquin Phoenix?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. Was it any good?
You know what? I started watching it, but I haven't finished it yet, so I'm going to let you know when I'm done with it.
Fair enough.
He's a good actor.
He is. I think that, whatever that, I don't know what to call it, that campaign or advertising thing or whatever, where he pretended to go completely off the rails, and he was doing it all for a movie. I think that was brilliant.
I'm not really crazy.
And let's face it, he was a brilliant Johnny Cash.
I don't remember.
You never saw Walk the Line?
No.
You
I
need to
saw
fix
it.
yourself.
It was a great movie. He did a fabulous. It was just amazing job. It's a really good movie. It's a really good movie.
My grandfather was a huge Johnny Cash fan, so I mean, I heard a lot of him growing up, and consequently, I am a big Johnny Cash fan as well. So I remember sitting there in the theater, and when they were that scene where they're recording Folsom Prison Blues, I mean, it just sent chills up and down my spine.
I met June Carter Cash.
Did you?
I used to work as an orderly in a medical clinic, and she was a patient there for a while, and I transported her to and from her appointments. That would be the extent of it. But she was a really nice person, very decent, very, very ordinary, nice person. Can't say anything bad about her.
That seems to match the biographic details that everybody gives of her, so...
Yeah.
Thank you for proving part of my childhood idolatry correct.
Yeah, she was just really, really nice. I mean, and I would park her next to some little old lady with a total knee, and while they were waiting for their therapy, and then you could watch the little old lady suddenly realize, oh, shit, I'm talking to June Carter Cash. You could just see the look on the other woman's face.
That's brilliant.
As far as Johnny, I think I saw him once. He was in the room once when I brought her back to her hospital room, but I didn't really spend a lot of... I didn't do anything. I mean, that would have been unprofessional, so I just delivered her and left.
You are much more professional than I am, because I would have definitely been tempted to say something.
But he was dressed all in black, too.
I used to wear Johnny Cash's in the Navy. The all-black uniform was called Johnny Cash's.
Yeah.
Is that the thing? Was that the uniform with the funny thing on the back?
You mean the flap? No, that was the whites. Those are dress whites. Or dress blues have them too.
There was a really good autobiographical movie about Johnny Cash. I saw a few years back too. I'm trying to remember its name.
I think we were talking about it.
Yeah,
Walk the Line?
Walk the Line, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yep.
Even I knew that, I just never saw it.
Who played June? I've forgotten what the actress's name was.
Reese Witherspoon.
Yes. She did a very good job too in that show.
Especially when she was singing. Nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a big effing deal too, at least in the country music scene, because they were both married. It was a big no-no. It was the 60s, I think.
Oh, yeah, it was huge. Actually, I was reading something about it. And you know the scene where they go back to her room after a show?
Yeah.
Apparently their kids were shocked. Like, their kids and most of their surviving friends were shocked to see that scene. And when they did some digging, they found out that, yeah, it actually did happen. They actually did hook up before either of them got divorced.
People don't realize that even back in the 50s and 60s, people were still freaking,
Well, yes, of course.
They wasn't as just prevalently well known, I guess you could say, but people did screw.
Oh, of course.
Reminds me of the book Flyboys, about the pilots that got shot down over Chichijima, George H.W. Bush and all the rest of them. And one of the girlfriends, or wives, but at the time, she was just dating one of the pilots. She said, the kids these days have this impression that, we didn't do anything and we were all boring. We did as many bad things as kids do today. We just didn't talk about it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree.
And it didn't get played up. It didn't, It didn't have the constant media focus.
Well, I think people revel in sexual things nowadays. I've even posted something not too long ago that that we've been desensitized to sexual things anymore. I mean, if somebody has an affair, it's not really. I mean, yeah, it's a big deal, but people don't make it out to be like it was in the 40s and 50s, or even before then. People we execute. You go to Saudi Arabia and you be actually stoned to death or killed for committing adultery. You actually be killed. So I mean,
or it's more like here in North America, it's like,
cares?
that happened.
Yeah. Okay, well,
that happens sometimes.
anyways, so I bring this to a close, people.
Sure.
I've got a real quick question for you, Steve.
Sure.
Straight out of left field. As you know, I've got this A theory concept of time that I'm working on, and seeing as you're a B theorist, I thought I'd ask, what are the strongest arguments, or so that I can attempt to meet them for the B theory. Just brief sketch.
I'm going to have to hold
or the
off
best
on that.
against
I'm going to have a hangout on A/B theory of time given to us by oh my goodness, General wants to actually kind of like do it. I know very little about the differences, except that when it comes to B theory, that there is no really such thing as past, present, and future, right? I mean, it's just basically that we somehow perceive the passing of time and we measure it because of a different entropic states between one entropic level and another, right? For example, if you have entropy increasing in the universe, that is what we measure the arrow of time by. And so the passing of time is illusionary. That means that in the things of physics will incorporate B theory of time a lot more than A theory of time. Because A theory of time literally puts something on the distinction between what it means to be today as opposed to yesterday and the future. But you're a neo-Lorentzian A theory of timist?
Even the neo-Lorentzian idea doesn't encompass how I think it works. When I think about time, I think about it on the very lowest level of the basic constituents of the universe sort of update, and that's what time is. And when you start to look at a large chunk of the universe, then you can use all sorts of different models to approximate what's going on. I'm more trying to get at what happens at the very lowest level.
But do you think
that's right.
Do you think there's actually discontinuities between passages of time, such as Planck's time being literally a discontinuous state, so it's not contiguous any longer?
Okay, so I think that how will I simplify this? I think that everywhere in the universe it's always right now, and then when right now becomes the future is basically a result of when the simplest constituents of the universe experience an updating operation. And so I think there are two basic things that make a universe. One of them is the basic elements of the universe, and the other is the behavior of the basic elements of the universe. So when an element of the universe experiences an updating event, which is part of the behavior of these elements, that's what I think causes time.
Is that some kind of physical relationship, like a causality?
Sounds like you're talking about a computer simulation.
No, I think that's unlikely, simply because simulations have a tendency to be wildly inefficient. I don't think the simulation arguments hold up.
I don't know what you mean by present, though. I mean, like now, like present as relative to what? I mean, we know there's different time gradients. We know that anything that has gravity is going to affect time. We also know that anything traveling at greater than 20% of the speed of light is going to be affected by Lorentz contraction. So you're going to have time dilation. So
yeah, you are.
When you say now, that's always relative to us. That's the whole concept of relativity. It's relative to us. To say that it's present throughout the universe, I'm not fully seeing what you mean by that.
So I don't think there is a present throughout the universe. I think the word present applies to a place If I try and work out what's going on at a different place, let's say it's a very different place, I think that we can use all sorts of clever maths and relativity and so forth to try and extrapolate to what happened elsewhere. But I don't think that's, and I think that's really useful, but I don't think it's deeply true. I think there was a now that happened far away, and we eventually get to find out about what happened when the information from that reaches us by various means.
What happens if it doesn't reach us? What happens like we have the cosmic event horizon problem, right? Or the cosmic horizon problem. You might have two states of the universe so far away from each other they have no causality at any time, right? I mean, if you don't accept hyperinflation, of course.
No, I think hyperinflation is a very good approximation of what happened during the Big Bang event. Yeah. No, I don't see that there's a problem that there are pieces of the universe which we never get to find out about. I actually have a pretty good model of how, well, I can show how special relativity arises, and I have a good idea of how general relativity arises, although I don't have the skills to demonstrate that yet.
I mean, mathematically, you can put in some kind of matrix tensor equation and explain it.
Special relativity is dead easy.
More general. I mean, special you could just use Lorentz formula, but I mean, with Einstein's field equations, that would be more I'd be interested in.
Yeah, the gist of that is that it ends up effectively arising from a statistical behavior of large numbers of basic universe elements. Yeah, I'll try and write that up.
We'll get Rumpus and we'll get General and have a discussion there. Anyways, this is my friend Caitlin. She's from Facebook, from the Creationist forums. She's not a creationist, by the way.
Hey, Caitlin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Welcome. You figured it out. Hey.
I did figure out. I'm on my phone and I'm trying to cook for Thanksgiving and do a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm also trying to figure out how to turn my camera off because I look horrifying.
Oh, it's fine. We don't. You leave it on. It gives that homey feeling because I'm not even doing anything for Thanksgiving.
There's a turn off camera button, I think.
I'm on my phone.
It's actually, you know what? For a phone, that's actually pretty good picture and bandwidth.
Yeah. Yes,
it
is.
That's really
actually,
good. I'm actually impressed.
Not doing all the artifact things that makes you look like a reptilian.
Well, she could still be a reptilian, but
sure
I might be. I actually don't know. There's no way to know.
Don't feel bad if you think you look bad. Just wait till you see my hideously ugly face.
Yeah, Rez has won awards for his
rolling a pie crust with a wine bottle right now.
You ever see those cats, like for the ugliest cat, right? Well, Reds is kind of like the ugliest human.
Am I the ugliest cat?
No, Red's rhetoric.
No.
Okay.
You see, I would say my face is like a can of smashed assholes.
Normally, I don't look quite as horrifying, but whatever.
Oh, I always look horrifying.
We're only interested in conversation in here, anyways. If everybody actually had to show what they actually looked like, we would have no audience. Because Reds is really ugly.
Yes, your show is always high-minded, high philosophical, scientific.
No.
I'm not trying to prop myself up, but I'd like to think I look decent, so I don't think you'd lose audience if it's just me.
Well, you're adorable. Well, that's why.
No, that's
and the other great
so
thing.
anyways, she was watching. I obviously she got up to date because she had just messaged me that she just got done watching that video, Reds sexy, daytime, nighttime.
It was
incredible.
incredible.
Can you believe somebody actually was stupid enough to actually do those poses in front of a green screen, thinking that it was going to be a promotional video for a channel?
Yes, I can.
Not realizing that it was going to be made into a complete farce of them.
No, I absolutely believe that.
I mean, would you think that would be not? Do you think that's worthy of winning the Dumb Fuck of the Year?
You know, I'm not familiar enough with the other candidates to really say one way or another.
Oh, she's being fair. Check this out.
I am.
No
I'm
bias.
extremely diplomatic.
Well, what happens is in about 7 or 8 days from now, what Reg is going to do is he will make 10 videos, each one with the person that has been in the top 10. And then what you do is you like or dislike the video, and that counts as a vote, either way, up or down. The rules are pretty simple. You can vote as many times as you want, on as many sock accounts as you want. You can cheat, you can steal, you can bribe, you can threaten. pretty much whatever you need to do to make sure that the person you want to win wins.
So like a standard election.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's based upon our actual election process.
Exactly.
So how many different nominees do we have, and are we counting only major players in this whole community, or minor people as well?
We have 10 people. So, number 1, Nature Hacker. He thinks rockets don't work in space, and actually made 2 extra laws of motion because reasons. Number 2, we have True Empiricism, a motherfucker that doesn't understand pi, nor what happens when you put DNA in water. Number 3, Matt Slick. Matt Slick, a person that doesn't understand what before the Big Bang actually means and is a philosophical shithead. Crow777, who thinks that cherry-picking your rocket launch witnesses can prove a conspiracy. Anthony Riley, a person that doesn't understand atmospheric refraction and also thinks the Earth is flat. Antonio Superrats. Sexy, daytime, nighttime. Pete Shea, otherwise known as Pissy Pete. The reason why we call him Pissy Pete is because he thinks, and I am not shitting you when I say this, he thinks drinking your own piss prevents cancer.
Oh my god, I saw do you guys ever watch like My Strange Addiction?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There was a woman on there who drank her own piss. Like she saved it all in like jars around the house and
my god.
Pissy Pete literally thinks, on top of being a flat earther, a chemtrail, a 9/11 fucking hoaxer, he thinks drinking your own piss will prevent cancer.
We assume then he's an anti-vaxxer as well.
He also
anti-GMO.
Yeah,
and anti-GMO.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he also believes that rockets can't possibly work in space.
Yes.
Why
Number
is
8,
that?
because they don't have an atmosphere to push off of.
Yes, that is the argument. Yes.
Wow.
Number 8, we have a person by the name of Fuck It Word, Phucket, and so Fuck It Word
like Phuket,
is,
isn't that a city? Yeah.
Phuket, Thailand. Yeah.
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 And so this dumb piece of shit doesn't know what the law of perspective actually is also a flat earther, and also doesn't understand what angular size is. For example,
that's every flat earther in existence.
But no, he takes it one step further. He actually made a diagram about how the sun is supposed to set on a flat earth, and his own diagram debunks him. And this fuckhead doesn't realize it. Anyway, moving on. Number 9, we have Von Helton. On top of being just a normal everyday fucktard, he is now a brand new flat earther and also a chemtrailer, a fucking anti-vaxxer, the whole 9 yards. You know Von Helton by now. He's Von Helton. And finally, number 10, Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent is also a flat earther, but that's not why he was nominated. Mark Sargent was nominated because he legitimately thought that he could lie about his guests and get away with it. For example, he's had people who have pretended to be in the military. He's had people who have pretended to be a meteorologist. He's had people who has pretended to work at CERN.
He's the guy that had that Navy guy that said that the Coriolis effect isn't taken into account for long-range
exactly.
missiles. Yeah,
exactly. And so Mark Sargent has been nominated for one reason, and that is thinking that his bullshit can fool us into thinking that his guests are legit, real people who work in the field of science. It's complete horseshit.
Yeah, I saw
that's on the table. I guess other flat earthers can be faking their guests that they say they've had people that were NASA or whatever as well.
Yeah, but anybody can say that. But I mean, Mark Sargent, I think he obviously knows these people are full of shit. He's deliberately doing it wrong.
Yeah, keep in mind, Mark Sargent doesn't ever back check any of these people. And to prove the point, Sean Hufford, a very good friend of ours, did the following. He made a music video that completely shits on the flat Earth, and so Mark Sargent, without even watching the video, favorited the video, shared it on his feed, added it to his Twitter, and said he was going to play it on his show. It wasn't until Sean actually told him about the contents of the video that Mark Sargent realized that it takes a dump on his flat Earth cult. So he relies completely on confirmation bias, and he exposed himself when he did shit like that.
You should have at least checked it. I mean, wow, that's
he did.
I would never post anything on my Twitter feed without actually checking it first.
Exactly. And so that, my friend, is the 10 people running for Dumbfuck of the Year.
I actually
that's
I
just
talked about
carelessness
Helton.
right there.
I had talked about Helton a few months ago, and he had explained that he's actually been researching Flat Earth for 20 years, which I think that's a newer thing from it. And so we had gotten to the point where I was asking about the Kármán line, because he had suggested, or actually stated, that the ISS doesn't exist. And that when I brought it to his attention that it's in low orbit around, which is anywhere from 99 to 1,200 miles low orbit, and the ISS is around 250 miles, I think it is, right?
Yeah, 250.
Yeah, and I'm like, that is the middle of I mean, not the middle, but that's in between low orbit, 99 and 1,200. It's in low orbit. And I said, it's in outer space because it's above the Kármán line. And he's like, what's Kármán line? And I explained what the Kármán line was. And he's like, you're making that up just for your argument. And I'm like, you've studied this stuff for 20 years and you've never heard the Kármán line? And you think I'm making this up? And so I showed him a Wikipedia article on it. And you know what he said? You just made that.
Oh, yeah. By the way, you are competing for your boy, so I'm going to compete for mine. So allow me to go over number 6, Antonio Superetz. Now, this is why he was nominated for Dumbfuck of the Year, on top of not knowing how to compass or geometry or anything for that matter. He wanted a channel promo. Okay, you know, a YouTube channel promo? A person who apparently Antonio knows very well offered to make him a channel promo for his YouTube.
We've explained this to
people. And so after that was done, he was told to do all these poses, say these things, and it didn't occur to him that anything was up, except that when the video came out, it was him doing the gayest poses to the gayest song with the gayest background. Holy fuck, they ruined him.
Yeah,
And
I
now-
saw this before it was before I actually joined the Hangout. I was just watching it.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's just
yeah,
I
I
said she
was
was
just
watching that
freaking-
video on the live feed before she came in.
That's just sad. I mean,
And nothing.
this is one
And again,
thing
let's make sure nothing against gay people, right? This is nothing against gay people. This is funny, right? I mean,
No,
so,
yeah.
You know, when something's like flamboyantly gay, even gay people laugh. It's funny.
No, that just takes it to a different level, though. I mean, there's having stupid opinions or whatever because, you know, you might take skepticism too far and you end up being a flat earther or something. And then there's just not having enough self-awareness to realize what you're doing.
That's
and make
exactly
a fool
it.
out of yourself.
He was not self-aware to self-check himself to go, okay, is this really making sense to me? Why I'm doing this? Does it really look like I'm giving a blowjob right now? Is this really something that's coming out of a promotional video?
Could this be? Could this?
That's just kind of disturbing. If the
Could this be
really
used
doesn't
against
look
me to make it seem like I wanted in the asshole?
Well, the whole thing
Why
was
did
funny
they
is that it was like is he homophobic too, or just not gay?
No, he's not gay, but they made him out to be gay.
No, I know, but is he homophobic as well? Because that would have been.
Oh, that I don't know.
But he's even got it like his hand in like a index to thumb with his other finger like going in and out of it. It's like really?
Yeah. So, gee, I wonder why these people want me to touch my ass in a provocative manner. I wonder.
Nothing gay about that.
Why do these people want me to pose as if I'm shoving a dick down my throat?
I got a question. Am I the only person who thinks he can smell Caitlin's kitchen? Because I'm definitely getting a whiff of turkey or something from here.
God, you're really starting this early? It's like not even Thanksgiving yet for me. It's like 2 hours left, and then
No,
I don't
so
celebrate things anyway hardly.
We're cooking. We're doing it at my grandparents' house, and they're old, so my boyfriend and I are cooking for everyone. But rather than spend the entire day in the kitchen not hanging out with anyone, we basically pre-cook and prep a bunch of stuff.
That's kind of smart.
So I don't know if I can flip my camera around on my phone. We have like a giant tub where the turkey's actually brining, and we've got like a wet rub all going. And I'm working on the pies right now, and I'm like pre-doing a bunch of the vegetables and potatoes and stuff.
Hey, Steve, can I talk just really briefly? You were talking about platonic forms and numbers earlier, and I just had two possibly original ideas to throw in. One of them was I've sort of started to wonder if the reason that we think platonic forms and the integers are somehow universe transcending is just that they're such simple and elegant ideas that they're so easy to grasp in their totality that we think they're somehow very basic. Anyone think that's got any merit?
Yeah, it doesn't give hypostatation, right? I mean, just because it's ubiquitous, just because anywhere you go. See, we had the same discussion. Do you guys remember? I think it was. Oh my goodness. I keep on saying Justin Wilson, but it wasn't. But I don't want to like ascribe it to somebody who didn't say it. But it's Matthew 17 that was saying that how do we know that 1 + 1 = 2 on the Earth is the same elsewhere in other galaxies or even other universes? It's the same thing. The fact that like the number 2 abstractly exists here is the same everywhere, right? It's analytically true. We define these things to be the case. So the fact that there is an abstract concept in the number 2, it just means that we have a conceptualization of it. It doesn't mean it has an objective reality, right? It's not concrete form. So I don't believe there's some kind of materialistic world out there where the number 2 exists or these archetype forms exist, right? The Platonic forms was a Platonic realm where this is a perfect triangle, right? And then our triangles are just a mimicry of them, just a version of it that's been degraded because of the inability to form perfect things because of corruption. And I don't know if Plato was relating it to some kind of mysticism or religious things. I don't know. Ocean may be able to tell us if he gets in here.
Well, he was.
What's that, Chris?
He was totally into that. Numbers and geometry were quite mystical.
Spiritual
Brenda, you were about to
mysticism.
say the same thing,
Yeah,
right?
I guess so. Yeah.
Pythagoras was a the leader of a cult. I mean,
sure.
Yeah, and proving that 2 was an irrational number got one of the cult members killed, I think, didn't it?
I don't remember that, but I mean that's a very simple proof too, which is kind of funny. I mean,
I think
the proof on that isn't that complicated, but
well, it was. I believe so.
I don't remember anybody.
Might need to look up the might need to look up the details, but the proof that 2 is irrational, or the square root of 2.
Do you know that was actually Pythagoras that actually had been the person to determine that the morning star and the evening star, what they called Hesperus and Phosphorus, was the same thing? That was actually Venus.
Well, it's not. It's not obvious,
No, but it was actually Pythagoras, a mathematician, that actually discovered that. It wasn't even I mean, he was I guess, astronomer, but I mean.
I think the example of Hesperus and Phosphorus is used in logic classes because it's the morning star and the evening star, and how to connect them logically and to logically
two
talk about
things
them.
that the same object need to be connected 2 different ways or differently.
Yeah, and I'm fuzzy on how exactly it's done.
So anyways, real quick, I had asked C. Brown, again, I had asked him this question here about what we would see if the human chromosome 2 was an actual fusion, and his response to me, check this out. This is the brilliance that is C. Brown. Steve, don't insult me with stupid questions. I did not even address you. So I'm asking him a question to validate his own conjecture, right? His own hypothesis that it's not a telomeric fusion. So I'm asking him, what would we expect to see to falsify his own hypothesis, and he thinks that's a stupid question.
That's just embarrassment talking. He's embarrassed. He's trying to cover it.
Hey, fuck off! I don't need to show you. You're on your phone. We already know how adorable you are.
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now.
He is pretty sexy. That picture is pretty sexy.
Oh,
thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Please,
Ocean comes in.
I love it when
everybody
my
likes
ego is
Ocean.
fed.
Yes. Yeah. I got more facial hair than you got now. So.
That's true, but I do it better than you. But Steve, I noticed in your title to the Hangout that you saw. Did you see the Science and Race versus Joe Sonsi?
I'm sorry, I actually didn't. I cannot really watch that kind of stuff very easily. I don't, and I did get it from Joe, the synopsis, and I don't understand that Science and Race, how he's making an argument for for race realism based upon cultural distinctions. How does that make any sense?
That was very strange to me when he started doing that. When he started saying that race is a social construct, but it's still got genetic backing to it, and I was like, what?
It's an interesting move. It's an interesting move to concede the argument at the beginning.
Yeah. No, I thought
That's
it was
a novel,
It's like,
novel strategy.
by the way, my resolve is meaningless. Let's continue the conversation. What? No.
Oh, wait a second. I didn't think it was completely illogical. Let me throw that out there. So genetics cause people to look different. People looking different causes society to create a concept of race. I mean that.
But the whole point. Yeah, but the whole point of race realism.
It's not whether or not people think races exist. What the resolve was is that races are biological in nature.
Yes.
This is an oversimplification of the resolve, but the resolve was that races are biological in nature and have genotypic differences between one another, and that those genotypic differences extend into intelligence.
Yeah, and if you can't,
he tried to back it up. Like the thing that he fails on is trying to create some kind of meaningful distinction between races as to what they are. Like, where's the line that you draw between?
Race realism, then you can't claim race realism and saying that it's a cultural construct, which is a construction of society. He had no argument, from what I understood, and I did watch a little bit. He had no argument really based upon a phenotypical or genotypical type system. What did he base it on? He was based on haploid groups, but
he actually didn't bring up haploid groups.
Somebody brought up haploid groups. I remember.
Did anybody bring up haploid groups? I don't know.
Maybe it was a different. Well, I've heard other discussions with him before.
Istis has brought up haploid groups.
I know Istis, and well, Sam has
too. He also brought forward a different argument, right? But I mean, Sam is also a dissenter on this.
Yes, I mean, this is what he's written a paper on.
Yeah, so as soon as he started claiming that there was some sort of cultural construction element to his definition of race,
he killed his own case.
Yeah, any conclusions he drew down the line, that was a complication and an unsupported claim that he really should never.
Yeah, well, you can't get anywhere if you're going to claim race realism and from a cultural construct. You're done. You've already falsified your own premise.
Yeah, the problem with it, like, if there was some strategies that I thought he was going to do, and actually some strategies that I mentioned that he could pull off, because some of the previous discussions had gotten kind of wheel spinning in what the definition of race is, and you couldn't get further in the argument without defining what race is, because it's in the fucking resolve. If you don't define what race is, you have to. There's all kinds of messiness about what the conversation is about in the future. So you don't even know what you're conceding if you say, I concede your definition of race when I don't know what your definition
But you don't know what
is.
the definition is.
Right. So at that
He's
point, when we started talking about how race is a social construct, it started going off in a different angle, where it's like, wait a minute, anything that he's
not a race
at this
realist.
point is arbitrary.
Yeah.
It's a
that's
swing
really
of
kind of
full throttle in
infuriating.
the opposite direction.
I think he knew that he'd messed up too. Did you hear in the sort of the after show where he started talking about the experiments or analysis that he believes is being done in terms of racial clustering, and he's hoping that they're going to get all these correlations with intelligence and so forth. So it sounds
Correlation
like
doesn't mean anything. That was the problem. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I guess the after finding correlations, if they exist, then they would need to then look much deeper to try and find causations and so forth, so that they would barely be started even if they did find them. But yeah, it sounds to me like that rolling back. It was more or less a tacit admission or a result of him realizing that he'd made a terrible mistake by going the social route.
I noticed that there was it seemed. In previous discussions, he had been hardcore about science being scientific, or not science, about race being a scientific distinction of some kind. But then, I think that he used about 3 different definitions of race in the debate. Like, he chose an arbitrary period of time, about 10,000 years ago, to be his cornerstone for race. And then he walked back again and tried to cite, he said 10,000 years ago as your holding place for what races are as far as geographical location. Then afterwards, he started talking about how Jews are a race. And Jews are a race that would not have been established 10,000 years ago. So, but then he started talking about like sub-races of some kind, like that it's, but still using the same word. Now you're using the same word with two different definitions marketedly. And
Well,
I
I
think
mean,
he had a third one that was in there somewhere, and it is the cultural separation of.
Who was it was trying to use race as a form of subspecies?
I think
A
that's
lot
what he
of
was attempting to
people.
do.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. That we've
A
had somebody
lot of people.
try to promote that as well. That was oh my goodness, it wasn't Iron Nation, I don't think.
Dionysus was doing it.
Well, it might have been
He
Dionysus
uses
too.
it
But
as a
there's
synonym.
Can we get a definition of subspecies? What's a subspecies?
something that's inside of a species that's probably that's. Okay, well,
On its way
subspecies
to becoming
would
its
be
own
biologically
species.
incompatible with each other, but it's still within the species. For example, Homo sapiens includes Neanderthals and modern humans, but we are biologically, reproductively isolated from each other. So subspecies-wise, we'd be Homo sapien sapien versus Homo sapien neanderthalis.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize
Yeah.
Neanderthals was a subspecies.
Yeah, Neanderthalis is actually considered, it would be Homo sapien neanderthalis. Yeah.
I got you. That's
But
interesting.
Caitlin is actually, she has a background in biology, so.
Ish.
I didn't realize that there was a subspecies as an example. We'll have to bring that up in another discussion later. The Neanderthals.
And what's
would be-
really interesting in botany, there's other things
a
too, such as
subspecies.
in botany, there's a couple other taxonomic levels that like animals don't have. What do they call them? They call them. There's two things in botany that we don't have, and I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. Damn it! Shouldn't have brought them up. I can't tell them. It's not kind. I know that.
There was
I
another
think-
question that was asked. If a creature can only reproduce asexually, no breeding with another creature. I'm sure there must be, I don't know, some animals that do that, or obviously lots of plants that do
It's
that.
not animals that do it, but there are like microorganisms.
Yeah.
Cool. So what does species mean? I mean, normally species means you're a different species if you can't breed with
All
another
species means
creature,
a group
right?
of organisms that can reproduce with each other, basically.
But asexual creatures don't reproduce with each other.
No, that they reproduce.
But yeah.
So what does the
They
word
reproduce and they
species
form the
mean?
same offspring. Therefore, they're the same species.
Stop it.
I'm still having real trouble because if, I mean, when could a speciation event happen then? I mean,
If they become isolated in different environments.
Well, it's not just biological isolation. There's like 25 criteria to be a different species, right? I mean, you could throw in things like sexual selection. You can throw in things like even if they're fertile with each other, right? You can have post-zygotic termination, where the fetus doesn't come to term, which means they would be still biologically reproductively isolated, or they don't want to mate with each other. They can have dietary requirements that are different. Remember, was it Dodds experiments with Drosophila that she gave some maltose and some other ones? I think it was fructose or glucose. And basically, because over several generations they were fed on a different material, when they combined them together, they actually didn't want to mate with each other. There's probably something along the lines similar with asexual creatures that, based upon their genetics, but I don't know what it would be off the top of my head. I mean, that's a good question, because obviously if they're asexual, they're obviously, reproductively isolated from each other because they don't reproduce with each other. But there are other criteria, like for example, mitochondria. I mean, that's bacteria, right? Basically, mitochondria, it separates by binary fission. But mitochondria is the same throughout all, humans. We all have the same kind of mitochondria, even though that is the descendant of some kind of bacteria from a long time ago. So it's not a species, but it still has a similarity. So maybe there's a categorization way we can do that. But I don't know. You'd have to ask, maybe Hexapod or Fiona, maybe. We actually have a lot of PhDs in this community in this topic there, Caitlin, by the way.
Yeah.
I'd love to have like Fiona, or
Fiona,
something like
don't
that,
you?
have a conversation with Abel. I think that would be interesting.
With whom?
With Abel, the science and race guy.
Oh, yeah, Abel.
His name is Abel.
Caitlin, you know Fiona, right? Do you know Fiona Robertson?
I know of her.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't
I'll
know her
ask Fiona
personally.
that question.
She's in here every other day.
So can I throw back again to something you discussed earlier? You were talking about math, and I wanted to throw a model of how math works in there. The idea that I had was that math is basically a new logical space that people create from time to time. So initially we had this very simple logical space where we had some numbers and we worked out some rules that applied to those numbers. And then someone came along and created negative numbers, and we sort of explored that logical space and worked out how it worked. And then we created, or we imagined complex numbers, and that broke some of the rules of normal numbers, and we had to work out what operations were valid in that logical space.
We've gone way beyond complex numbers now.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Surreal, hyperreal.
Yeah, no, I agree. So we keep imagining these new logical spaces, and then we explore what isn't possible in them. And some of these logical spaces turn out to be really useful for analyzing things in the real world, and some of them are interesting merely for intellectual reasons. So I guess what I was going to suggest is that although some mathematics is useful to analyzing things in the real world, it doesn't make sense to me to suggest that it could exist independently of a world, because we literally make it all.
I think that's what we all agree upon. I mean, I don't think anybody actually here would actually posit that mathematical space, has any kind of concrete reality. And I don't know if you're using the word space the way I would be, like, when I think of space, I think of like a vector space, right?
There's a realm somewhere where all these things exist.
Yeah, I mean, you think of space as actually like an actual
it's
realm
another dimension,
rather than like a vector space or a metric space, right?
No. When I was talking about a logical space, I was more talking about a set of logical rules that we expect to cohere.
Okay, yeah, that would be a space.
Some kind of conceptual space of some kind, like space in quotes.
I guess it's a euphemism for a collection of ideas which are all expected to hang together. More like a network might be called a logical space. Nothing even slightly like the space time that we inhabit.
Real quick, this is completely off topic. We'll go ahead and admit. Your voice sounds familiar. Are you the lemur guy?
Hi, I'm the lemur guy.
Okay. I saw the bit with you and Annabelle arguing with each other. I found that kind of interesting. And I wanted to ask you about it as to why you even took pains to call out somebody for talking smack in the live chat. Because, that place is a cesspool.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I noticed Annabelle was bringing you up, Chris, and I was kind of wondering what was going on with it because I didn't know you even knew Annabelle.
Right, it seems like they talk smack back and forth in the live chat, but then Chris took pains to call her out in some fashion. It's like, why are you even doing that? Everybody in the live chat is a little shit.
I was watching it, yeah.
Okay.
We don't give a shit about the live chat people. No, I'm just kidding.
That's all right. I guess the thing that rubbed me the wrong way was I understand people talking crap about each other and so forth. There were two things that Annabelle was doing specifically that I guess annoyed me. One of them was she'd crossed the line into bullying. She was literally trying to bully people out of the chat, which I thought was I'm not a fan of bullying. But the other
story,
thing,
different fucking day in the live chat, dude. It's a bully house. You have to be a bully in order to survive in the live chat. Believe me, I've
and even in the actual hangout, you got to be a little bit of a bully every so often.
Oh yeah, no, I've definitely bullied the shit out of people in the live in the hangouts, but in the live chat especially, you got to be a dick.
Enough. I find that you can sometimes fight fire with water. But the other thing that I think really got up my nose, and I'm not even sure she knows she does it. She lies a lot, and I'm not sure she knows she's lying when she does it. And
about what?
What does Annabelle lie about?
It's actually. No. She would constantly misconstrue what people had said, and when you all I did was point out that she was misconstruing things, and then demonstrating it when she said no, I didn't, and that was interpreted as an attack. I didn't actually call her out.
Was that in the conversation on the hangout? Because I noticed it being the other way around, that you were actually misconstruing everything that she said.
Well, hang on, because Annabelle has a tendency to go instantly in defense mode after all she's been through, and I'm not following her forward in any way, shape, or form. But I was listening to what was going on in the actual hangout, Chris, and I was in the hangout with Annabelle, and then you were in the outside live feed, and I had even mentioned I don't think you're really listening to what she's saying. Do you remember that? Because and then you would try to apologize. And,
I feel like that's a regular thing with Annabelle too. Like that people just kind of jump to the conclusion that she's crazy or something.
They do.
And
there's been a lot of bad blood out there because of people.
Yeah, there is.
And I
It's
think a lot of
definitely
people
bad
jump
blood.
on Annabelle unfairly because of it.
So the profuse apologizing was because I started looking at what she was typing, and she kept saying things that one wouldn't expect an adult to believe. Like, for instance, accusing people of being interested in her romantically.
Some of like the
from
granny
the live
chasing
chat.
thing about James. Like, that was covered in the live chat where she's just giving him a fucking hard time for being a 14-year-old that stalks her around the fucking internet. So she says that he's a granny chaser, and it's funny. It's part of the live chat, like, you know, shit giving and shit taking that happens when people start being little fucking dicks in there.
Do you think she was trying to be funny with that? I didn't get that impression. That's
I
all.
think that there's a lot of like part of it is being funny, part of it is that she's British, so it's got that kind of like dry insult attitude to it, which you sound like you're aware of, and I hope, but and then on top of that, yeah, there's probably a certain amount of it that's genuinely mean, and there's a certain amount of it that's genuinely ridicule in the way that's supposed to be funny. I don't think that she's saying seriously that he's interested in her romantically. I think that she's giving him a hard time about chasing her around all the time and giving her shit.
Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to explain the profuse.
That was her explanation too.
Okay.
Which you don't seem to accept. I don't know why you don't accept it. It seems perfectly reasonable to me.
Okay, I guess if I was trying to give someone a hard time, I wouldn't lie to do it. That's not. I mean, and I guess that
calling
maybe
somebody
that's a
a name
cultural
like
thing.
that isn't lying. It's giving somebody a hard time through the course of ridicule, and it's standard practice on the internet, dude.
There's gotta have kind of a thick
If I
skin.
call you a fuckstick, and if I just call you a fuckstick over and over, it's not lying. I'm not trying to insinuate to everybody around you that you are in fact a stick that is used to fuck things. I am just calling you a fuckstick.
Which in some cases actually may be true, but we have no way to really to know for certain, right?
It depends on whether or not it's an inanimate object. But I
That's
don't
right.
think that anybody's going to get the actual impression that Chris is in fact an inanimate object that is in fact a stick that is used to fuck things. If I call him a fuckstick in the live chat over and over.
So
Or if
in
I
any
make it a
case,
regular
Well, even if you call them an actual name that actually has a definition, like for example, I call somebody a moron, and that's
I think
by definition
fuckstick
somebody
has
who's
a definition.
imbecilic.
I think
or
I
has
defined it quite clearly.
Well, you can create your own definition, sure, but I mean, so there actually is things out there like idiot and moron that do reflect, specifically to one's intelligence level. They might have a very high IQ, and if I call them a moron, I'm not lying. I'm still making objective, a subjective thing from my own experience to this person about what I'm dealing with. I'm not saying that their IQ is low. They might have a very high IQ, but what they're saying is moronic, so I'm calling them a moron because of a very specific instance. It's not lying.
Right. Or just calling him dunce cap or something like that.
Fucktard,
Right.
I guess maybe it's a levels thing. So when she logs in and she was calling various other members of the voice channel, for instance, she was saying they were stupid, not entertaining, not funny, sexist. I know it's not how I would have chosen to express humor, but maybe that's how she was doing it.
I think it might be sexist to call her out for saying calling people names in the live chat when she's like I could see how she could construe that because you're calling her out when it's the live chat. Like everybody is a shit smacker in the fucking live chat. I have been, Steve has been. I'm sure you have been. I hope you've been.
Never.
Otherwise, you're not.
Doesn't that assume that the only doesn't that center on only one?
I think I was banned from True
got?
Bears' live chat.
Because you're being a fucking shitstir.
Wouldn't you have to observe me calling out at least 2 women before you concluded I was sexist? I mean, is one a large enough sample size? Is that her only attribute?
I don't think he said you were sexist. A sexist action doesn't make necessarily a person sexist.
No,
right?
the thing is that it's not necessarily that you're calling out multiple women about inappropriate behavior. It's that the person that you're calling out for inappropriate behavior happens to be the woman by comparison to all the men that are doing basically the same fucking thing as her. Like she's not unique in the live chat. But she's the one you call out when there's all these other guys doing the same thing. So it's not necessarily you're calling out multiple women, it's that you're calling her out and none of the guys. Like you made her your person. Like in that particular conversation,
I don't
you
think that
didn't
had to
seem
do with
to
the
bring
fact
up
she was
any
a
other
woman.
examples
Ocean.
of guys.
But
Well,
that's
I'm just
because
saying
she was a
how it
woman.
can
That
be
was because
construed.
that a lot
I'm
of
not
people just
saying he's
instantly
sexist. I'm saying
attack
it's
Annabelle for
reasonable to
some
construe
reason.
it.
I think they instantly attack Annabelle because, like you said, she has that really dry British, demeanor, and I think a lot of people think that
I
she
think
comes
that it's
across
also
as
that she's particularly good at it.
oh,
Like
she
that
could be
she's in the live
scathing.
chat. Right, exactly. She's good at it.
Scathing.
That's really
I
all
mean,
it
I've
is.
never seen anybody that use. I mean, I haven't seen a chick use that kind of tongue in so many years. Let me tell you.
Right, which is the reason why you can use the sexist accusation there, because it wouldn't. If she was a guy, nobody would give a fuck. As a result, as you can make direct comparisons to all sorts of other guys that are in the fucking live chat all the time that say stuff that's really on par with her. It's the only thing that makes her stand out is she's a chick and doing the same fucking thing, and then she gets called out for it.
So I actually have called out lots of people in the live chat for various things, and most of them don't flip out about it. It just rolls straight off them. They laugh or they say screw you or whatever, and they don't.
I'll say also that Annabelle doesn't like being accused.
So, I was not around for whatever conversation we're talking about right now, but as
then you got no say. No, just kidding.
Well, as a woman in this group at the moment.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, she is the only one woman. So yeah, she got 4. Go ahead.
The input I can offer is that as women, we're really, really in tune with sexism, and so a lot of the time we're overly aware of and overly sensitive of things like that. So it may not necessarily be that you were being sexist. It's just that we're very aware of it because it's something that we deal with for the majority of our lives.
But was Annabelle accused? I mean, was she bringing up sexist? And I get
she was.
that. Okay.
She was.
And I get that. But the problem is when you start seeing sexism everywhere, it diminishes the actual
diminishes the
sexism
value
that
of it,
does
right.
exist.
That's absolutely true. No, I completely agree with that. I'm generally
same
not
time,
the
I can see
person
where
to
the argument
call
is
sexism on stuff. I mean, I'm literally in the kitchen right now, and that's where I should be.
Are you barefoot? Are you pregnant?
I'm actually not barefoot or pregnant because it's really, really cold right now. Not the pregnant thing. You can be
Because
pregnant.
that would have been
I'm
that would have been
wearing
awesome.
because
I would have
it's cold.
made a video about that.
Actually, a buddy of mine just took
the
a picture of his
stereotypical
wife
woman,
barefoot and
you know.
pregnant in the kitchen and shared it on Facebook, and it's like, look.
Hey, Kayla, I'll have to send you this video that I found a while back called "Woman Know Your Place." It's pretty freaking funny. It's a spoof from like the 1950, how women should be, and it's a spoof on that. It's pretty funny.
There's a video I found years ago. I'll have to find it again called "What Women Want," and it's basically that. It's hysterical.
One of those 50s educational.
Yeah, it was a parody on the 50s
This
education.
was like a modern thing. I love those 50s things. I watched one the other day about, I think it was sex ed on YouTube. They're amazing.
Yeah, the ones actually from the 50s are right because, of course, looking back, you're like, holy shit. But the ones that are actually
they're
made
awful.
modern to parody them are pretty funny too.
But they thought they were doing good stuff back then too. You know?
Sure.
And for a lot of people, it was a totally new world. It was a huge increase in technology and leisure time, and it was a whole new world. The kitchen of the 50s was radically different than, and the home environment was radically different than that from 50 years prior in the 1900s.
But the whole mindset of the kitchen, literally back then, the mindset was women should have the dinner made on the table, ready for their husband to come home and have a good meal, have some wine, use them for their pleasure, and then they go in their study, read a book, smoke their pipe, and then
that part is bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad life. I am not downplaying it at all. Right? It doesn't make me sexist. If a couple wants to be like that, go hell for it. If I can understand that from both sides, right? If I was a woman, I'd be like, you know what? I just want to make some fucking dinner, feed it to my man, and I want to go do something in my own time. I get that.
If I have the option of having, I would love to keep working, but if I have the option of not working and just staying home and cooking all day,
well, they could afford
9 times out of 10.
Actually, the income, the purchasing power at that time was such that they could afford to do that, and you can't actually afford to do that now because the purchasing power of the middle class has declined.
Sure. But nowadays, if a woman wants to do that, they're shunned, and I think it's kind of funny because if a woman nowadays who has more options to themselves and more freedom and more rights, if a woman being exercising their own self-interest want to do that, then who's anybody to condemn them for it?
Misinterpretation. I think it's this misinterpretation of what feminism actually is that for some reason, to be a feminist, you have to be better than men, as opposed to it's equality. You have the choice.
What used to be
do
equality.
Whatever you want. Yeah.
It used to be egalitarianism, right? I'm an anti-feminist, not because I'm anti-egalitarian, not because I'm anti-women's rights, not because I'm anti-women's suffrage. It's because I cannot stand the third wave movement
because
that's
of
been taken over.
what feminism has become over the years. And I don't agree with that either. I mean, I'm the first person to tell you that women are, I mean, we can do intellectually, we can do anything that men can do. Physically, I'm the first person to tell you that we can't necessarily.
But I mean, but modern feminism, you open a door for a woman and she bites your head off. I'm sorry, I find it to be freaking ridiculous.
No, that is ridiculous. I completely agree with that.
That's what bothers me.
I've had guys
because to me that's.
I'm fine with the guy opening the door for me. I do it all the day. I had this guy on Veterans Day. I'm all decked up, had my jacket on with medals, and I'm opening this door, and of course, two people, and this one guy was right next to me. He's like, "Oh no, after you, sir." I'm like, "You know what?" I was like, "I got it. No, please, by all means, go in." And he's like, "Oh, wait, thank you." So it's a polite thing, right?
No, it's common courtesy, and a lot of the time I sort of act like I'm an old lady. Like I got really annoyed. I was at jury duty a while ago. And it was like standing room only. And there were a bunch of like 20-year-old men, and there were elderly people and women still standing. And I find that to be complete bullshit, just because it's impolite. It has nothing to do with the fact that you're a woman, or if someone holds the door for me, I'm not going to be upset because they're
I'm happy to give up my seat to a woman or to an elderly person.
I don't think that they think I'm not capable of opening a door. That's just fucking retarded.
But that's what it's gone to, though. That's the mentality that some of these people have, and that's what I'm fighting against.
I completely disagree with.
It's like no difference when I see atheists, and again, I'm an agnostic, so whatever, and I'm fine with anybody's religious beliefs. When I see somebody say like "God bless you," and an atheist be like, "Oh well, God doesn't exist," or I'll pray for you if you're sick, and an atheist like, "Oh well, God doesn't exist." It's like just accept the compliment, just accept the prayer, just accept what it is. You don't need to be a dick.
Like if it's so not true, it shouldn't even really
pray for you.
Much.
The "I'll pray for you" thing, because I've heard that. I'm an atheist, and I'm a pretty staunch atheist, and I've had people say, "I'll pray for you" and whatnot. And to me, it
just means goodwill. They're just sending goodwill. Right? You don't have to believe that God
they know because they believe in it. As far as they know, that's the best they can do. And they're helping you in the best way they know how. Whether or not I think that's stupid is irrelevant, because
if they say, we're going to sacrifice some babies in Satan's name to get you better, yeah, you might want to take issue, but
But no, they're as far as they're concerned, they're doing the most important thing that they think they can possibly do to help, and you should appreciate that.
For me, it depends on the context of the "I'm going to pray for you."
Well, you got to remember,
are they young and succulent?
Baby cheeks? If you
Yes,
if you boil them right, yeah.
But for me, it depends on the context of the "I'm going to pray for you" thing. If it's "I'm going to pray for you because your mom's sick," great, yeah, okay, fine, pray for me.
No, if it's like I don't believe in God, well, I'll pray for you.
Yeah, or you're an evolutionist, I'll pray for you.
That's
yeah.
Go fuck yourself in fucking butt.
Yeah.
But if it's like in December, my boyfriend was in a very serious motorcycle accident. He was in the hospital for 6 days, like he was on bed rest for 6 weeks, that kind of thing. And I had family members from back east, and they would say stuff like, "We're praying for you," and I can't begrudge them that, because as far as they're concerned,
it's not the time for debate at that point.
Yeah, and even atheists will say, my prayers are with you, meaning my goodwill, my thoughts are with you.
They're doing what they consider to be the most helpful thing they can do, and if that's all they can offer, then
well, Caitlin, have you never said during sex, "Oh my God"? It's like literally.
Oh, I say, "Oh my God."
So I mean, what kind of atheist are you if you're reaching out to God in the middle of climax? You can't be a true atheist.
I've heard that argument like so much, and people say, "Oh wait, if people say 'Oh my God' during these things, it's almost like they're acknowledging there's a God."
I know. Well, that's like G-Man argument, right? G-Man, his argument is similar to that. Like, oh well, atheists believe that there's God.
It's just an excuse.
I mean, I say, "Oh my God" on a regular.
It's so ingrained.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to increase your autonomy, Steve?
Do I want to increase my autonomy? No, I have no autonomy. I don't believe in free will.
If you do, then you believe in God.
No.
That's G-Man's argument.
What?
I don't. Yeah, I
The
don't.
person-
yeah,
Wait,
well,
what?
it's funny. I
What?
showed Caitlin. Did you watch that full video I had the other day of G-Man?
The one that you gave me of him freaking out?
Yeah. Did you watch the full
Oh
thing?
my god, it was amazing.
Yeah,
It was
I mean,
horrifying.
it's horrifying, isn't it? It's just absolutely disturbing on multiple
Freaking
levels. But he has an argument basically that atheists are their own gods, and because
A lot
of
of people
that,
have that argument.
yeah, it's silly. It's silly.
His argument is basically volume. That's what I gathered.
Maybe he means God in the sense where it's not talking about that you are your own supernatural deity, but basically you kind of control your life, like you are your own.
But that's
I guess,
not what they. But that's just defining things, right? I mean, we're talking about God when we talk about the proposition of God's existence.
Yeah, I know.
They're
Don't
asking
worry. I
you
know what you
your
mean. I know
doxastic
why you-
belief on
I
it,
know-
right?
I
They
know
want
why
to know
people
what.
feel it's a stupid thing.
Yeah,
to
they want to know if
say.
you believe in a being that is of supernatural origin that
Yeah.
created the universe. I mean,
I
you
mean,
could
technically,
define
I
it all the
see
way you
where he's
want.
coming from when he
Yeah, but
says
we're
that
not
kind of
saying. Yeah, if I say like my pencil is a god or the sun is a god, I'm not really making it into an anthropomorphic being that has superpowers of some kind. So I think that kind of really takes away from the fact that when people are asked the question, do you believe in God? And they say, no, I have no belief in God. I do not believe in God. God does not exist. And they're an atheist. They're literally meaning they don't believe in a metaphysical being.
No, and if he was
that's really
using
understood.
if he's using that kind of argument in order to refute something like that, then no, that's pretty bad. But him saying that like an atheist is their own god, you could argue that technically that's kind of right, because what he's trying to do is say that Christians have God.
Well, I
as
would
the person.
disagree because I don't think we're autonomous to begin with, and when it comes
No,
to like complete
but
free
I don't-
will,
I
we
don't
don't have
mean, like-
libertarian free will. Now we're not automatons. Granted, I mean Descartes. Remember Descartes' method where he would be basically saying that we are automatons. I don't think so. I don't agree with an autonomic system, but at the same time, we do not have complete free will. But I'm not a compatibilist either, so it's hard to explain because I don't really side with any of them. I think compatibilism is just as bad as hard determinism in some ways.
I'm just
You know,
saying,
you could
basically,
Well, you have to
basically,
define
it's-
free will. You have to define free will.
That's kind of hard to do sometimes, though.
Yeah, it can be. People will have different ideas.
No, I think what he might mean is basically it's you at the end of the day that decides what if you're going
Well, I
to
mean, it just
do
means you have
something
no external
morally
forces that-
wrong.
I
There's no external
sincerely
forces
doubt
that affect your
his
decisions.
meaning was anything that poignant.
Yeah,
That's
it's not.
true.
He doesn't get very deep. But the reality is, I mean,
Very
true
deep,
free
but-
will means that there are no external forces affecting your decisions, and I don't think that's completely possible.
He doesn't. G-Man doesn't go very deep. You mean the man who held up the children's book on evolution as an
What?
Fuck, I came back in on the right note.
Paul Humber. Remember Paul Humber we had on not too long ago? That older gentleman, nice guy, but dumb as shit. I shouldn't say that. He's a nice guy, but he just wasn't really educated, even though he says he is, and it's scary. But anyways, he had put a post in the creationism thread, and it was like this silly cartoon of these lizards talking at the very end, and one lizard's looking at the other lizards is like, "Oh, well, lizards are still always going to be lizards," and I'm like, "That yes, and how does that falsify evolution?"
Oh man,
That's a
Well, I
G-Man
guess they're
argument. They
lizards
don't
until they're no
understand
longer
it. I don't. Why this is such a hard concept.
Wait, isn't
I
there?
think-
Isn't there
I think the thing is that they
would not be lizards anymore?
oversimplify it. That's the problem. I mean, technically, if you're going to get into it, I can see where he's coming from. That maybe you're right. Something will eventually become another species.
But that doesn't make
after
it a
millions
non-lizard.
and millions
It's a
and
different type of
millions
lizards.
and millions of years. But I mean, you're
Well,
oversimplifying things.
have you seen like the majority of all of
It's not
Paul
just a
Humber's
monkey.
little
It's just
cartoons,
all of
right?
a sudden
I've never
pops
seen the
up.
majority though. I've seen some of them. Yeah.
If you go to the Facebook page, the CR Ministries Facebook page, they're amazing.
Amazingly stupid.
I spent like an hour with two of my friends on the way to a Bernie Sanders rally, just reading them to them, and it was the most entertaining thing on the face of the earth. They're absolutely ridiculous. They're absurd.
They're like chick tracks.
One of them, the entire argument for it was basically that you would expect a larger spider to have a larger brain than a smaller spider, and so it would be more intelligent. I'm like, this is just categorically incorrect, everything that you're saying. But he posts on Facebook or on creationism all the time, because I'm pretty active over there. But he's blocked about 80% of the people in that group, so I actually don't get to see what he posts.
Oh, well, he hasn't blocked me yet, and I've kind of been a little harsh on him lately, but he hasn't blocked me.
It's only a matter of time. He blocks everyone.
Yeah. See, how do you have a conversation?
I love those
when,
block bots.
You know,
Like
block
those people
bots.
that just like you get into an argument with them and they're like, "I don't want you in my echo chamber."
Well,
hey, that just shows if they want a real conversation or not. In a way, that's kind of a good thing. It's like you can filter through. It's like, okay, this person obviously doesn't want to be challenged. So
There's
just
this
move
one
on.
guy that I know who every time the conversation between me and him gets challenging, he blocks me, and then like a few months later, he unblocks me and re-adds me and is like, "All right, well, let's have some meaningful conversations," and then we get into a disagreement and he blocks me again.
Yeah, I get a few
And-
of those.
Yeah, this guy's an atheist too.
Uh,
I get banned from a lot of groups fairly quickly, but I don't get blocked by a lot of people that much. I think it's because I'm just extremely charming. But Paul Humber is one of the ones he blocked me pretty quickly.
Did you
But he's
see
blocked
Krause
most of the
Alley's
people in my
comment
group.
to him? Krause Alley has a
Which one?
PhD in biology.
Yeah, no, I love her.
Yeah, she got a mic drop moment on him. She's just like, oh my god, it was brilliant.
If it was on one of his posts, I can't see it because he blocked me.
I got kicked out of Facebook on
I'll have to post it to you later.
an atheist like religion discussion
See if I can find it.
page thing because I'm not.
You'll
an
have to screenshot it and send it because I can't.
Well, I'll
Even
just
if you
send
link
to
it
you.
to the
I'll
thread.
send you in a message.
Okay.
All right.
It's funny.
Oh, Ocean, can I ask you, were you on when I was talking to Matt Bell earlier today, or were you listening in on that?
Matt Bell earlier today. Was that in Tom Rabbit's hangout before the debate?
Yeah, I got the impression that I'd got Matt Bell to agree that that in his worldview, a creator god is not logically necessary.
Oh, I remember this conversation. I wanted to pop in at that point because I kind of agreed. I wound up more or less siding with Matt Bell on that conversation. Because I think that there was a point that you were talking about whether or not existence was necessary, and I agreed with him on the point that it wasn't. That existence isn't necessary, but how did you get him to say that a creator wasn't necessary?
So
That's one of the points that he clings to.
So I asked him about brain in the vat experiments, and I asked him whether the brain in the vat, which he asked people to imagine, was possible or impossible. Was possible or was absurd. And he said, no, it's quite possible. And so then I asked him, well, would this brain in a vat universe be presided over by a god? And he said, no, not necessarily. And
I think
so
it would be
said,
the god at that point.
Well, his answer was no, no, it would not, and it would not require a god. So that means that he accepts that there are possible universes that don't have gods in them.
I think that in a universe where the mind is sitting there on its own in the universe, then the universe would be, or the god of that universe would be.
So that's a disaster for Christianity.
See, I thought that Christians would think
disaster.
that a god exists in
Let
all
me
possible
explain.
worlds.
Let me explain. Yeah, okay. Let me explain why I think that's a
All right,
disaster.
You guys
for
suss this out. I'll be right back.
So the idea is that if you're a brain in a vat, then everything you experience and do is an illusion, right?
If you're a brain in a vat, yeah, sure.
Okay. So does that mean that an illusionary Jesus died for my sins?
That doesn't mean that that is the universe that we're in. Like, of course, according to Christianity, we're not solipsists, or we're not a-solipsists, rather.
Right. So what he's saying.
Nip that in the bud. I don't think that argument.
No, I think what he's saying, Ocean, though, I was getting up.
Well,
and
let
I heard
him
that's a
say
good
it.
argument.
So
No,
so
it's
the
not.
argument
It's a bad
is
argument.
the argument is that Christianity can't exist in a vat universe. Do you accept that?
I'll accept that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I wanted to do. So his argument would
It's
then
not
have to fall
disastrous
back.
just for Christianity.
He would then have to fall back to the argument that our universe isn't a vat universe, and
Yeah.
so that.
Wasn't his response just that it's just a hypothetical?
No, I don't remember him saying that.
That would
As
be my opinion.
as long as his hypothetical universe, as long as he believes that his God rules over at least his universe, then you'd think that's pretty much all that matters. I mean, does it really matter if it doesn't rule over all the other universes? Because this is the only universe that we would have access to, and it would matter and all that stuff.
Right.
And
But this universe
it
could
might just
arguably,
stay-
like this universe could arguably be a solipsist.
Okay, so
I think that that's what
to
Chris's
go
point
to go
is,
meta, yeah. So to go meta for a moment, so if he's trying to defend a Christian worldview by asking us to imagine a non-absurd universe which can't support Christianity, how could it support Christianity? Imagining a non-absurd universe in which Christianity can't exist, how could it possibly support Christianity?
I don't think that his position would be that all concepts of universes would include Christianity. I don't think he would make that claim.
No, I agree, but it can't. Asking people to imagine a vat universe in which Christianity is impossible, I don't see how there's any path from asking someone to imagine that universe to any argument which could support Christianity in this universe.
Unless there's more than one universe, and that universe does not have the Christianity in, but another one does. All it really takes is just for the one universe.
I think you're
that we live
sidestepping
in
the conversation, dude. Like, with respect, I think that you're totally sidestepping what his point is at that point. Because you're just like providing another universe in a megaverse where the original is a solipsist. Like, that doesn't. Don't. It's not a good route to go with that.
Well, that's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, you're right. It can exist.
No, you can make it. I think you can make Christianity work in a solipsist universe. It's possible. It's just that universe needs to be not just the solipsist. It needs to have a god in it as well.
Okay, but it's not actually a solipsist then.
That's true.
Right, you would have it. It would be a secondary
Okay.
mind that the solipsist.
I can see that
can't
now.
proceed.
It's just that it wouldn't truly be solipsist then. It's almost solipsist.
Unless the solipsist is God, and then you can have a Christianity that sort of works, but it wouldn't be necessarily as described completely. It would be.
That'd be kind of weird, though.
It would be God
everybody's
like
in his
a
mind.
weird
That's
mixture between
essentially-
Christianity and Hinduism.
That's essentially idealism. Idealism is that we're all just thoughts in the mind of God.
Right. That would be exactly. There you
Which
go.
God?
Christian God.
Okay, so to chase Brenda's point for just a moment. Oh, first of all, Ocean, I didn't quite understand. Do you accept that it wouldn't be possible to create any support for Christianity in the reality of Christianity in our universe by asking someone to imagine a non-absurd vat universe in which Christianity wasn't present?
Well, if Christianity is not present in the universe, then it doesn't make sense to say that Christianity would be true, then, would it?
No.
That's assuming the premise, though. I think it's
No. Okay, so
that becomes a begging the question situation.
Wait a second. First of all, if it were demonstrated, if I were trying to support the existence of something in this universe, and I were to ask you, I were to attempt to support the existence of that thing in our universe, by positing another universe in which that thing that I'm trying to prove in this universe does not exist. And I'm not trying to make an argument from absurdity about this hypothetical universe that we're discussing. Can there be any possible route from this vat universe that I'm trying to ask you to imagine, which doesn't have the entity in it, to proving that the entity does exist in our universes? Is that possible?
I still don't see how you're getting beyond this being just begging the question. It's like
Well,
my shooting from the hip answer would be no, but then at the same time, I don't know enough about the universe, the hypothetical universe, to say whether or not you could demonstrate that something that doesn't exist in fact exists. But I don't know. This seems like a very strange question in which you're saying, if you have a universe in which this entity doesn't exist, would you be able to prove that the entity exists?
But Chris, isn't your argument more if we're in the vat, then all
Why
of
is
our
that a
universes?
question? I'm trying to figure out why the question is useful.
No. Okay, so the question's useful because one of the things that Matt Bell falls back on when he's in a corner is attempting to challenge other people's worldviews by asking them to imagine a brain in the vat universe. Now, if there's
Typical Christian thing to do is to fall back to solipsism.
that's all right, but my demonstration is if I can demonstrate that that Christianity is incompatible with the VAT universe, then and he's not using the VAT universe for the purpose of demonstrating that it's absurd, then there's no logical possible path from asking a person to imagine this VAT universe in which Christianity is invalid to proving something in our
I don't see
universe.
how you're saying Christianity is invalid.
Because both positions would have a problem with
pointed out that idealism exists. And that
That's all right.
It's a tenable Christian interpretation.
Because
I
if you're the
understand
only
what you're
thing that
doing, Steve,
exists in
but
the universe,
you're going too high.
this,
Okay, so
Well,
now
But I'm not.
did
But am I
you hear what I
wrong,
said?
Chris? I mean, is that kind of like your entire argument?
God damn it, Steve! You said we could suss this out.
no,
So-
Steve, you're wrong. It's not the part of my argument that's important.
So, I think that Brenda and I pointed out that idealism is an interpretation of Christianity that functions within a fat universe. So, usually when Christians fall back to solipsism, they're trying to say, imagine that this universe is a brain in the vat, where you are the brain in the vat. And if you're the brain in the vat, Christianity can still be true under idealism.
Okay, so let's go to whether Christianity can still be true in idealism. So if everything that I experience is an illusion, and every act that I undertake is an illusion, then an illusionary Jesus died for my sins, and I'm getting saved under Matt Bell's view by illusionary acts. Can illusionary acts save my? Is my soul real? Can illusionary acts save a real soul?
It's not illusionary in the same way that you're thinking at that point. I think you're equivocating the word illusionary in this interpretation of idealism. Idealism at that point is it's not that you are the brain and everything that exists around you is illusionary. In idealism, you are the thoughts of God, and everything that you're seeing is something that exists only conceptually in the mind of God. That there's not any real tangibility to it, but there is a you that exists within the mind of God, and you still go to the heaven that is in the mind of God. Everything is still conceptual, but there is still a process of being saved, even though it is sort of quote unquote an illusion, everything going on at once. It's just a play going out in God's mind, and you are playing the part. It's very similar to Hinduism in that regard.
That's right. I accept that that's a model of reality which scans and appears to be internally consistent. The argument was specifically intended to be directed at Matt Bell, because I don't think he would ever admit to that possibility. That's all.
I think that Matt Bell understands idealism. I think I've heard him talk about it before, I believe.
Does he accept it?
He doesn't accept it, but he could probably accept it as a possibility and say that it's internally consistent and tenable.
So if he doesn't believe it, then going to the VAT universe is actually dishonest on his part. He's asking me to incorporate something into my worldview. He would be asking me.
He's not
to
asking you to
incorporate.
believe in the VAT universe. He's asking you to consider it for a second as a stepping stone in an argument. That's what all Christians do. Like when you utilize solipsism as a Christian, you're utilizing it as a stepping stone into starting to believe something that may not be able to be verified or interacted with directly.
It's what people can do, period. It's nothing to do with just a Christian argument. Some people use a hypothetical as a stepping stone, just try to prove a point.
I understand that. I guess I was trying to show that when you looked at his brain in a vat concept in detail, that it would force him to various uncomfortable admissions. But maybe if he's, and as you say, he's uncomfortable with the reality of idealism, then. And he posits that a VAT universe is possible, then he's just wiped out any possibility of him accepting.
Well, I think you'd have to ask him about idealism and see what he
Yeah. Okay.
You're actually espousing exactly what I was saying before. I don't know why you said I was wrong, because I mean your argument is exactly what I said it is. If Matt Slick wants to retreat into solipsism, Matt Bell wants to retreat in that and say that we're brain in the vat. Yeah, he loves these brain in the vat arguments. Then in under idealism, Ocean, let me ask you this question: your thoughts, would they be God's thoughts?
Yes.
Okay. So if your thoughts are God's thoughts, and you have this belief that Jesus died for your sins, but the reality is that physical world never existed because you're just conceptualized in the mind of God. But the same thing with bringing of that, it would negate Christianity in that way.
But your soul, it does when you try and assume a material world is necessary for the sacrifice. The sacrifice still happens in the mind play that is God's world.
Yeah, you can still picture something in your head that can happen in the physical.
I don't know if I can make that jump. If it was just in the mind, there was no physical death. That Jesus didn't actually die on the cross.
But let's say you're watching a movie.
He's like having a
movie. I've got it. Hold on. If you say you're watching a movie or you're writing a script, and a character dies in the script, and in the script it's a sacrificial death and it's very meaningful and everything and so on, and you're reading the script, when you're reading the script, the death is still meaningful. It still it's still a sacrifice.
That's an appeal to emotion.
Right, but no, it's not an appeal to emotion, dude. It's part of the narrative. It's an appeal to narrative structure.
But just because it lists an emotional response doesn't mean the physical thing happened.
No, but there is no physical thing in an idealistic in idealism.
But that's the whole point.
The point is that you're trying to assume that that there needs to be a material sacrifice in order for the sacrifice to function.
That's the Christian belief, isn't it?
No, not in idealism. Because
we're not talking. This is why we're saying they're incompatible. If idealism is true, I don't see how it can be compatible with Christianity.
But it's compatible with idealism. Christianity is a different. Like there's many beliefs that Pentecostals have that are not tenable with Baptist beliefs.
You're saying there's a separate belief called idealistic.
It's a separate thing. Yeah,
okay.
Idealism within Christianity.
Okay.
Like it's a different denomination.
Okay, I got you.
Idealists within Christianity have a completely different structure and school of thought of explaining it.
All right.
Would that be Swedenborgians?
Say what?
Swedenborgians?
I'm not sure of their names. You may be correct. I don't know.
I'm possibly not. But
it's been so long since I studied this shit.
Couldn't we say that a death in the idealistic world is real because it took place in the mind of God, and events that take place there are simply deemed to be real because the mind of God, the mind of God is logical and consistent, and is indistinguishable from. Well, one of the arguments against idealism, taken to that extent, is that it is simply indistinguishable from materialism.
Right.
Well, the thing is, even because he said it doesn't make sense because if there's no material death, then if it's not real, then it's not a real death. But the thing is, if you're in the mind of God, that kind of is your universe. So therefore, it would be real to you because you're just a thought.
That's exactly Brenda's point. Is that there isn't a meaningful distinction, which is both the strength. It's a double-sided sword because it's the strength and weakness of idealism at the same time.
Is.
Because it's like even though you're saying it's indistinguishable, that's exactly the fucking point.
Yeah.
It's like in the scientific or the atheist version would be the holographic universe or the the Matrix belief that the universe is actually a simulation.
Well, there are people
there's a lot of
on
people
that.
that believe in the simulation universe.
Right, that's an idea that's taken seriously, right?
I don't know how you would prove it.
Not among scholars, really.
Yeah, there does
the
seem to be
holographic principle is,
for
but
it,
don't confuse the holographic principle with the holographic universe.
Brenda, I think you'd try and prove it by crashing it.
Division by 0, universes collapse.
Fuck!
No, the thing is, you wouldn't be able to actually prove it. I mean, there's a lot of people that do believe in the whole simulated kind of universe thing, where it's like we live in like a universe that's like some sort of computer simulation. And there's a guy that's a part of your community for a bit that kind of believed that kind of thing. I don't know how many of you guys talked to Brad Hocusby, but he believed in the simulated universe, and he had these really weird takes on the Bible and how the beast represented like mankind's achievements with machines and stuff. I don't know. It was really weird, but
how could you possibly test? How could you possibly test for it?
That's the thing, though, because if you were to ask him that kind of thing, it's one of those things where his answer is that he just knows.
Yeah, because
he just knows. That's the thing. It's like there's no possible way he could be wrong.
Reasons.
If we are, I want access to the base code. I want to get root. I want root.
Actually, root actually in Australia means head, by the way.
Oh, that's not what I meant. I mean, I want access. I want access to the base, to the. I want super user account.
Super user.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that because apparently the only super user is our creator.
Yeah, well, maybe he can be hacked. Anything can be hacked.
Brenda, you're betraying your Linux affinity by asking for root.
Bash. I want the bash shell.
So, Ocean, I want to get a little bit meta for a moment. So, if I'm asking you to walk through a thought experiment with me, and like people posit hypothetical ideas for other people to consider, and I believe that hypothetical that I'm asking you to walk through is impossible. Is it honest to do so if I'm not asking you to walk through this hypothetical with me for the purpose of demonstrating its absurdity?
I'm not entirely sure what you said. Is anybody?
So I posit a hypothetical for you to consider, and I don't believe in the hypothetical, and I'm not asking you to believe in the hypothetical so that I can demonstrate its absurdity. Is this a fair move? I'm asking you to believe something that I don't believe is true, or entertain something that I don't believe is true.
I think as long as it's
not
clear
for the
that you're
purpose of
doing
absurdity.
as long as you're clear that you're dealing with a hypothetical, it's not. It's.
Well,
I don't know if it's necessarily an unfair move, but I don't know. Like, I think that any tactic can be unfair under certain contexts.
The thing is, when it comes to this whole internet arguing thing, as long as you're on, I know it's going to seem like the whole unfair, as long as you're on the offensive, you're good. If you have to defend yourself.
Dude buddy over here seems to talk every single time I'm asked a direct question. I don't know how that happens, but it does.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, my statement was mostly finished, but I was wanting to hear what Chris had to respond to that. Because I thought we were having a conversation because I'm trying to understand his perspective, but I think that to give the thesis statement to my point, I think that any tactic can be unfair under certain contexts. So I don't know exactly if you're making a reference to something that happened with Matt Bell that you may have used underhandedly, but would otherwise be a fair tactic.
Oh no, I'm actually speaking in general. If I'm proposing a thought experiment for the purpose of okay, so obviously if I'm proposing a thought experiment that I think is a real possibility, then that's completely valid. If I'm positing a thought experiment for the purpose of demonstrating its absurdity, then that's perfectly valid.
Right.
But if I'm positing a thought experiment for the purpose of attempting to get you to change your worldview, but I don't believe it's possible. I'm positing something that I believe is impossible or not existent for the purpose of trying to change your worldview. Is that honest?
I think it's dicky, but it's also something that I do all the time.
Okay, thanks.
Do you know how tempted I was, Ocean?
Yeah.
You do?
No, tempted you were to what?
When you were complaining about being interrupted, I was sorely tempted.
To interrupt me?
Yes, of course.
Oh yeah, no, I feel you. I get the same way.
I
whenever someone
restrained.
thinks about being interrupted.
I restrained.
It was just it happened like maybe 5 times, and I was just like, why does this keep happening?
No. Oh well.
But no, I do understand the urge to troll when someone calls that kind of thing out.
Is that trolling? I thought it's just
being a dick.
No, it's not being a dick, is it?
I
It's
guess.
just-
I don't know if you were just interrupting for the sake of interrupting because it was funny.
People
that would be trollish.
people give each
I
other
almost did it.
people give each other shit out of affection too, you know.
Well, yeah, but that's you can still be a dick out of affection. It's like I do that to
guess.
Steve all the time. I'm a dick to Steve out of affection, probably about 50% of my interactions.
And then some.
Hey, I have a question going back to the whole brain in a vat thing.
Go for it.
Yeah, so if we're saying, right, that you can propose a brain in the vat universe in which God does not exist, but assuming that, we assume that God exists in the quote unquote real world, wouldn't it be fair to say, because of the brain in the vat universe is a subset of the real universe, that God exists in the brain in the vat universe because he exists in the real one?
I think that the brain in the vat is supposed to be a hypothetical independent of this universe.
Well,
like that you can assume all the experiences of this universe, but
would we assume that the
you
scientists
can explain them through the brain in the vat?
Would we assume the scientists believe in or there's a God at the upper level where the scientists are, where they have you in a vat?
Right, because your mind is linked to the brain, and your brain exists in the real world. And your brain is at least at some level processing that information and then passing it on to the mind. I mean, I know it kind of brings in the whole mind-body problem. But I mean, set theory would kind of put the illusory universe inside the real one.
Well, you're positing that there is an additional feature of our universe that is unknowable to us. That it is possible that there's something about our universe that cannot be known, because the people who are in the brain in the vat universe cannot have any knowledge about the scientists who are overseeing the vats, who are running the equipment. And the people that are inside them can't know anything about those scientists.
Unless the scientists want them to, right, Brenda? I mean, a window could suddenly appear and the scientists could wave, and that would be pretty good evidence, right?
That would be, that would, break the hypothetical, because the purpose of the hypothetical is to claim that there's something that we cannot know rationally.
Okay, I mean, I'm not really saying I'm arguing for this one way or another. It was just a thought that occurred to me that might influence the argument one way or another.
Thing is, you wouldn't really know what's going on outside the simulated universe because you'd be in it.
Yeah,
so
there's
unless they want you to know something, you're not going to know it. So it's one of those things where the argument really doesn't go anywhere. I mean, who knows? I guess we could be in a simulated universe, but there's no way to prove it or disprove it when you're inside it, because this is all you interact with.
There's no way for the people in the vat to have any knowledge about anything outside of their simulated world.
Well, unless it was revealed to them.
Unless it was.
Yeah.
Well, one moment.
Do we know revealed to you, because then you run into the same problem of solipsism. You don't know if external minds exist. So how would you know what the information being provided to you is reliable? You couldn't ever know.
Do we know? Hang about. We do know things about the other universe, don't we? Do we know that if P, then not P in the other universe?
Maybe not, because maybe our sense of logic is being controlled by the vat scientists, and theirs operates differently.
Yeah, I mean, it could be wrong. Could be just a trick.
I mean, that is possible. I believe laws are logically consistent, regardless. I don't think they're dependent upon a universe. They exist in all possible worlds.
It would also make sense to say that the universe, the illusionary universe that we inhabit, would most likely have similar laws to the real world, only because the people in the real world would have to base their fake universe on something. So to some extent, even if it's just things like, the laws of logic and numbers and math and whatnot, those would be similar in both worlds, just because you'd have to base the fake world on something real.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you have a brain and a vat, you obviously have a vat and a brain, and the law of identity would kick in. Brain and brain, vat is vat.
Well,
there's
not
a biblical answer
not
to that.
necessarily.
Brain and brain.
There's a biblical answer to this, guys. We were created in God's image, so we do know something about it if you're going to have a biblical brain in a vat.
True.
Thing is, it doesn't necessarily have to reflect the reality outside the vat. It could be like some sort of alien race or something that
going
does
with
things
reptilian.
differently.
Yeah, reptilians do things differently.
They're shifty. They are shifty.
Can we jump from
They
VATS
shift
to,
really easy.
Can we jump from VATS to the mind-body problem? Because I've never understood
You're really all over
why
the
it's
place
a
there,
problem.
Chris, aren't you?
Oh
God
yeah.
damn, you're like just covering.
You're just got the
theology
gamut of
101.
topics, Chris.
The mind is the epiphenomena produced by the activity in the brain.
In other words, it's an emergent property.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So why do people not think that's? Why do people think that's controversial?
I have no idea.
Because we want to believe that there's something else past death.
I know. I mean, what is the argument for that being controversial?
Dualism thing? Like if
Yeah, it sounds like you're asking about dualism. Are you talking about dualism?
He's asking why it's controversial to suggest that the immaterial minds do not really exist.
Oh.
Well, I think that emergent properties really
I think
exist.
that it's possible to be either way. Like I don't.
Well, I mean, have you guys ever heard of what's called the orchestrated objective reduction?
No.
It's where consciousness actually exists in between the neurons themselves. That the consciousness actually comes from a quantum state that exists between the neurons. Or actually, no, I'm sorry, inside the neurons. Not between,
Your mom's
inside
in
the
between my neurons.
Roger Penrose actually was the one that actually kind of put forth that argument that that's where conscious comes from, is the quantum fluctuations inside the neurons.
He's such a wacky guy as Roger Penrose, though. Let's face it.
Oh, he has, hey, dude. His things on black holes is pretty stout, man. Come on. Have you ever read it?
I agree, but so far as I'm concerned, that's
Saw your mom's black hole. It was pretty wacky.
Oh, it was white.
Well, not hers.
It'd be a brown hole, anyways. All right, hang on. I gotta check my dinner.
Well, the ejection to OCHR, is it, if I remember right? Orchestrated. Anyway, the objection is that the quantum effects take place too rapidly for it to actually, and the normal synapses are much too slow. Take place over the orders of magnitude slower than quantum events. So there couldn't possibly be any influence. That's what I've seemed to recall reading.
To me, the only deep controversy about the mind-body problem is: can you get a mind emerging from the behavior of material things? And I don't understand why there's any controversy about that being possible and even plausible.
I think it's mostly to do with the faiths, like stuff like Christianity and other stuff, because they kind of have a set way that they're set up, like with their holy book or whatnot, about how the mind and the soul and all that works. So if you say anything that kind of goes against that, or something that's going to that's not exactly covered directly by their dogma or holy book or something, then it's kind of going to scare them, because let's face it, something like the Bible, whatever, doesn't really say a whole lot about how exactly the mind-body dualism works. There's still a whole lot of questions about it.
I guess might be the one. I think Hunter as well is a theist, but I guess we hold the.
I believe too. So.
Okay,
well,
gotcha.
yeah, but you're a polytheist, so you got them beat because you have more.
Well, but I still.
I don't have a poly.
Yeah, right.
Well, he is.
No, Ocean's a polytheist.
I am.
Well, that's pretty cool.
We like him anyway.
So, my religion, and I think Christians obviously hold that there's some kind of extra thing about like humans specifically. That there's sort of the mind-body experience can be a little bit different, and that that it might expand into a dualism sort of thing. And it's not necessarily that we don't know how it works, but we would say that if it does work, then there's not really a tenable way to empirically explain it. You can talk about possibilities and conjectures about how it might work, but assuming that it does, you're never going to be able to be like, well, here's the evidence of the conclusion to the mind-body problem. If it's material, if the mind-body problem answer is material, then you're still going to have the equipment in front of you to still remain asking the question. If the answer to the mind-body problem is dualist, then you're still going to have the material in front of you that you're still going to have to ask the question after a while, because it's the same equipment and the same universe and the same rules would work with both ideas.
Well, I don't think either one of it gets you anywhere, though, right? But I think it's a testable thing.
Neither one of them explain it.
Yeah, I think it's a testable thing, though. I do think that if we could actually, and I know that gets into sci-fi shit, but I do think if we could actually develop teleportation on a larger scale.
Teleportation would do something, I think. Well,
yeah, we could actually come up with some kind of experiment with quantum for consciousness.
Because either way, I think that you would, if let's say the same consciousness goes through teleportation and you wind up on the other side. I was just talking about somebody about this earlier today. Let's say that you have a teleportation experiment and it's successful as far as retaining the consciousness, if you somehow figure out how to measure that. You can explain it through a materialist universe and say, well, it was simple and it maintained. But if it doesn't, then you can materialistically explain that. If you go with the dualist perspective, you can say, well, another soul was created on the other side, as well as the new body, and the prior soul was terminated along with the body.
Wow, that would be, wow.
And
that'd be a little.
That'd be kind of weird. I mean, why couldn't it just go with the body?
Because the old body was terminated and a new body was created.
I don't know. You
would have a new soul as well, in the same sense, where it might be made out of the same stuff, or maybe the old soul was terminated.
Your soul could have been just reincarnated back into it or something, or reattached.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
At which point you would switch consciousnesses.
I'm still stuck on how it is that immaterial minds can have any effect on a material body.
I think that there's dualists that try to explain that, but I'm not going to be one of them.
Well,
so there was
more different is that than an atemporal being affecting temporal.
So there was this move that was played. A soul was introduced. So presumably, in the same way that some people would claim that a mind is effectively software that runs on a brain, a soul would have some input in a dualist view to the functioning of the mind as well. Is that the way it would work?
Yeah. It's supposed to be like basically the body is a suit that the soul operates.
Yeah.
Yeah, couldn't the brain in that just be like, the hardware and the soul's like the software?
To an extent, but you can materialistically explain what's going on in the brain software-wise. So the soul is again something else. The soul is supposed to be consciousness, essentially.
Okay, well, wait a second. If you took the view that the soul is effectively just the software that's running on the brain, then I, without using the word soul, we've just replaced the word software with the word soul. I don't see how we've gained any deeper understanding there.
Right, because even software is a medium, right? Software.
That's why I was like, no, that wouldn't work.
Yeah, software needs something.
The software still functions even without the soul. Like you can have software in a computer, and the computer doesn't have a soul. What would challenge dualism is if you had a ghost in the shell type situation, or maybe it wouldn't. Well, it would challenge it. It would just create new questions. It would prove either way. But if you had a machine that developed a soul, or developed a sense of self,
how would you know a machine is developed?
You had to pass the Turing test, which is kind of still being questioned if that's going to be an adequate way of testing.
I would just say it's just an adequate. I don't see how that's a challenge to the materialist side.
Problem is
it's not really. I mean, it would be a challenge either way. Like it would create something that materialists would have to explain.
It would lend more credence to dualism.
Dualists would have to explain. Right. Both sides would have something new to have to explain. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It would be a challenge to dualism, and it would also be a challenge to materialism if you had something like that take place, because it's a whole new set of questions, and maybe you could find an answer through that.
What would I have to explain?
A machine somehow developed that kind of thing.
What would I have to explain? Here I have a machine that is a person. This supports my claim that that we are simply highly sophisticated persons, or that are machines, highly sophisticated machinery. Here I have a device that I have created, And lo and behold, I made it sophisticated enough that it has what we call personhood. You know,
And the
it
dualist
has,
responds that
something that
whatever's
was never
happening to
supposed to.
humans that gives us a soul is also happening to this machine, and that's very interesting. So
well,
we
what
should
is
explore-
it? What
we
is
should
the
explore
soul
why.
then? What is the soul then?
It's one of the problems with dualism is that souls just are undefinable. That's like a major issue.
It's not a-
There's a reason why I don't walk around saying.
Well,
I'm
no,
a
you can
dualist,
define
because
it.
there's no way to
The
explain
soul, the soul is that would exist after the body ceases to be.
But there's
Isn't that the
nothing that
spirit?
But
exists
you can't
after-
qualify that, or you can't quantify that.
Yeah, so you
at all.
could.
But there,
I
yeah,
don't
there
think the soul is
is
quantifiable.
as there is nothing that
No,
survives
I
death.
said, I don't. I said I don't think the soul is quantifiable. It's not. It's definable, but it's not
That's the problem.
quantifiable.
Well, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Where you can define it, but you can't quantify it.
Well, then
Can I
guess
throw in? I just
Go
want to
ahead.
throw in what would be some of the elements of a soul under the dualist view. So the idea would presumably be that much of the mind's behavior and activity is because of the way that the neurons are working, and there would be this entity called a soul, which somehow had some additional processing and or input into the way the brain works. Am I missing something about that part of the soul's impact?
We can go into weird cuckoo religion land with Ocean Keltoi if you want for a second. So, the Celts and the Norse believe in alternate realms in which the soul would be able to go into, and whereas the physical body only exists in this realm. So, when you die, the Celts specifically have a doorway that opens when you're in thin places. Your soul goes to a thin place and then is opened and passes by the guardian archer into the other world, which is represented through symbols of double discs with a bridge in between them, seeing one universe pass through into the next. So that the property of the soul would be the ability to do it, to go through that kind of thing. However, the problem with that is that it imports a whole new set of fucking things that are also completely unverifiable.
Well, that's all right.
So-
But so under that model, while you're alive, does the soul have any impact on the functioning of the mind?
Right, it would, yes. And this goes strictly into Norse and Celtic polytheism, where the soul does have interaction with the body. It is driving the body. It is consciousness.
Well, in that respect, it seems very similar to the something that a Christian would say. That, again, that soul is a thing that has some impact on the way that your mind works. Most Christians these days wouldn't say that the soul is the only thing that has an impact on the way that your mind works, I think. And it's a thing that somehow continues to function after the brain is destroyed. So I think there's a lot of similarity there.
Yeah, let's see. As far as between the Norse idea and the Christian idea, they are very similar. But is that what you're saying, or are you saying something else?
Yeah, oh, no, I was just saying it actually sounded very similar, particularly from a way that it interacts with the brain. But I can actually imagine that some support for a soul, if one existed, could occur. I mean, if we eventually got such an amazing understanding of how brains worked, and there was still a really good understanding, and there were still some functions of the mind which just seemed completely unexplainable, that would be pretty good evidence for some external influence.
The key would be to kind of exploring this is to find out. There's one reason why I was mentioning Ghost in the Shell would be to figure out some kind of way to observe and measure consciousness, which is what I think Steve was alluding to when he mentioned the teleportation problem.
Yeah.
Is whether or not the same consciousness comes out the other side of the teleportation machine. But the first thing you got to do is figure out a way to measure consciousness, and so far we haven't reached that point. And to an extent, explaining the soul through that is sort of soul of the gaps.
It's almost like a binary thing, though, isn't it, Ocean?
What do you mean?
If something is alive or it's dead, it either has a consciousness or it's not. I don't know if you could actually put a measurement of how much consciousness somebody has. I mean, if you're alive, you consider to have a consciousness.
Well, I think that the consciousness that we experience is probably, I can't say this with certainty, but probably different from the consciousness that cats experience or that bugs experience. So even
But I
though
don't
these
think they're
entities are
self-aware.
alive, well, I mean, do you have to be self-aware in order to have, I don't know. Like there's all kinds of, the only thing that humans have to experience with, and the only thing that humans are able to communicate with about ideas on this level are other humans, and we all have the same experience about this shit. So we only have one idea and one set of rules to examine. However, if we had some kind of civilization of cats that were able to communicate these ideas and we could talk to them about it, we could perhaps they could perhaps describe a different experience about what consciousness it is.
What
But
binds
we
the
won't
soul?
know whether or not we'll be able to ever do that.
What binds what binds a soul with a
Well, in
particular
Supernatural, they have a little pentagram thing. that
with
they
a particular like body or brain?
I don't know. Again, it's a situation.
So-
as far as like trying to explain souls, we're in an odd situation of humans, of having a control with nothing to experiment on. Like, and this is part of the, like, it would be very valuable to be able to communicate with aliens that are conscious, or another species on this planet that does not have the primate background that we do, and instead has a different background, that we could communicate with these ideas and figure out whether or not they would
Dolphins.
experience the same thing.
Do you-
Yeah, but I mean, you know.
Do you
gotta
also like agree there's not really any like there's no explanatory power to the concept of the soul? It seems
Not
like
as it sits, no.
yeah.
I think that if we knew more about it, maybe there would be something that would explain. But I don't know.
Yeah, no explanatory, but at least if we
I think
knew
there's
that
a
it
lot of things that we
existed,
don't
it
know
would
about consciousness.
it'd be interesting to know if we had confirmation that it existed, right?
I mean,
Like science fiction circles around shit that we don't know about consciousness. A soul would have massive explanatory power if we could figure out things about it. It would have answers to a lot of those questions.
Yeah, but we're saying that consciousness is, it's something that we're aware of. We have evidence for it, etc. But it's a huge freaking mystery to posit something that's even more of a mystery, like a soul.
So you're saying it creates more problems than answers?
No, it's just like what's the utility of positing?
No, I think I disagree with you violently there, Joe. It's perfectly acceptable to use a placeholder word for something that hasn't been discovered yet. We do exactly the same thing with dark energy. We're calling it dark energy because we don't know what it is yet, and it's called energy because, frankly, that gets your funding from the energy.
We know more about dark energy than we do about souls.
Yeah, and it is energy.
I think
it
it's
literally is the energy. It is the energy in the matrix tensor equation for Einstein's field equations. It is the energy constant. That's why they call it dark energy.
Wait. No, look, it's like
Chris's
saying that.
point. Your point is well taken. No, I know. I can appreciate that point. Sometimes it does actually move along a scientific endeavor to posit something like people positing quarks, right? There's another example. The thing about it is we're positing something that, is like dark energy. You can at least derive some sort of concept, some sort of mathematical justification for having it exist. Same with things like quarks and everything. But there's
we've
none of
observed
that.
quarks, by the way.
Yeah.
Not in free
There's,
space, but
the thing with that example is to show that look at what we have found out with these ideas, but it doesn't seem. My point is just that it doesn't seem like we found out anything by positing the concept of a soul.
Right, Joe. So what you're effectively saying is it's an idea looking for application rather than an idea looking to fill a hole. Is that the gist?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
well, anything we discover gets us one step closer to it's something else, right? So if we discover there's a soul, sure, it would ask a lot more questions, but it still would be one more thing that we would know about our reality and the nature of the universe that we were unaware of before. I wouldn't consider the soul a placeholder right now. I don't think it falls into even a placeholder.
we're trying to explain things about consciousness. How would it be? I mean, just putting a placeholder, then we could just say, look, there's some sort of monkey ghost.
Wait, are we talking about consciousness or the soul? Because those are two
The
different
soul.
things.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're different things.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
consciousness
noticed-
is a thing. the soul.
Yeah, we
is
obviously know consciousness exists. Is what it
Yeah,
is.
I notice we keep conflating them, and there's a problem there because I've been under general anesthetic quite often in my life, and there's no consciousness going on while I'm under general anesthetic. But I'm clearly not
Well,
dead. And
there's some anesthetics work by just preventing you from laying down memories, so you are conscious.
Not that you remember.
Isn't it
But
only
you
as
don't
far
remember.
as we can measure the brain activities?
Well, that would be yeah. I mean,
it's
there's a threshold
understood that there are brain activities. It's just that the instruments we use to measure them can't.
Right. That's why people have come back from brain dead. Right. People said, "Oh, they're dead," and then they come back from it because they still had activity in the brain that the instruments couldn't measure. They were below the threshold.
Well, wait, is that how the brain dead thing works?
All right, guys, I'm
that.
out. I'll see you guys later.
Well, they were considered
later,
to be,
Ocean.
They
That's
might have
kind
been
of
considered to be
perplexing.
brain dead, but they weren't actually brain dead.
I didn't know
Brain dead actually means that you're dead.
I didn't
It's
know
synonymous
that.
with
'Cause I thought this time when people were actually brain dead, it's like, okay, that's might be some proof for coming back to life and stuff, but I didn't know that.
That's usually the contention, but if someone kind of grills me on it, I'm like, it seems like someone would have to say, well, wait a minute, how do they know that it's because the machine can't measure it? And I probably can't give like a very convincing response. I would only like posit it might be the case that they were saying this person's brain dead with a machine that's been upgraded, and the upgrade could read more.
But there's no one who's come back from being like actually brain dead.
Well, yeah, I mean, it depends what you mean. There's been people that are diagnosed being brain dead that have come back.
Okay, well,
There's been numerous cases of that actually happening. But the concept is, do you consider when somebody says brain dead, does that literally mean that they're dead? Well, in this instance, it can't be because obviously people come back from it. But I would say that's more of a misdiagnosis than it is just a mislabel. You know, brain dead means dead, but just because they call you brain dead, that just means they misdiagnosed what was going on, because there have been many instances where people come back from brain dead.
see, I think you are dead when you're brain dead, and then you're not dead anymore when they bring you back.
Yeah, that doesn't seem
No, I don't think
unacceptable to me. I mean,
I think if you're dead, you're dead. But they just happen to pronounce you brain dead because, as Joe was pointing out, you're below the threshold of the EEG.
To speak to the consciousness concept, I guess what I'm saying is, my brain isn't laying down any memories and not doing any processing that I would normally be aware of. Any thinking that I would normally be aware of. Then I'm going to call that lacking in consciousness. Obviously, there are still things going on, like it's keeping my heart beating. And
Yeah,
so
I mean,
forth.
you have autonomic functions. I'm going to call that you're still unconscious, right? You're not dead.
but what if the brain is processing? The brain is experiencing. It has full awareness of all of its senses. It's simply not laying down any memories.
I think they could test that. I don't think so. I think they
and
could
they
actually show
operate
what
on
active
you.
regions. You can show what regions are active when you're under anesthetic, and obviously those regions.
my
Wouldn't it be really
understand-
dangerous?
What?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't it be really dangerous to have a brain that was busy doing unnecessary functions while you were operating on someone?
Well, they wouldn't know. I mean, but that's what Brenda's saying. She's saying, is it possible that they just aren't aware of that? And my rebuttal to that would be, well, all they have to do is scan the brain to see what's active at the time. Most of the brain's not active when you're in a state of unconsciousness for general anesthesia. Then no, your brain's not functioning to even recall memory, to lay down new memory pathways. It's just in a state of unconsciousness. That's what unconscious means.
Unconsciousness is even deeper than sleep.
Sure.
Well, my understanding is that there was a anesthetic that was used, and they did discover that, in fact,
Yes.
the brain was awake and processing and simply not putting down new memories.
Yes.
And that's why they stopped using it.
Yeah, they did do that, but at the same time, they only found that out later, right? But I mean,
Right.
My thing is that yes, that's possible. Obviously, that has happened, but that's generally not what was going on now with general anesthesia, right? We know what's happening now.
Well, I think it illustrates an interesting problem. It's interesting to me because then it raises the question of, aside from the horrible aspects that the person was, the brain at least was aware that the body was being operated on, but the point is was it conscious? Since it was just like there was no memories being laid down, so was there consciousness present or not? That just seems to me like an interesting intellectual question.
I guess if the short-term memory is working.
Hang on. Unconscious doesn't mean your consciousness is no longer there. Unconscious means that your consciousness is not being in the forefront, right? You're not being active. But I don't think you're even unconscious. I don't think your consciousness all of a sudden just vanishes, right? Because it's still an emergent property. It still has to exist, because once consciousness stops, you are dead, and you ain't coming back from that. I don't think.
Okay. I was just wondering. I was just posing it as something for food for thought.
So to answer Brenda's question first, I think if a brain was doing anything that I would call consciousness, I'm willing to accept that laying down no long-term memories wouldn't invalidate consciousness, but I find it hard to imagine a state of consciousness in which you didn't at least have short-term memories to sort of work with. Otherwise,
Okay.
what's your consciousness working on? Does that make sense?
Okay, so let me expand the thought experiment. Imagine that you are skiing downhill. You're a downhill skier, and you accidentally hit a tree with your head. You bump your head on a tree, but it doesn't throw you, and you end up at the bottom of the ski run of the hill, having successfully navigated downhill on skis, and yet you have no memory of having traversed that path. And the reason is because you had a concussion, and due to the concussion, your brain was not making memories, but you did successfully navigate the downhill ski course. You was not. You didn't just fall and tumble. And so then the question is that were you conscious there? Because you were in some sense awake and responding. You were moving, shifting your weight, and doing things that any skier does. You simply didn't put down any. Your brain simply didn't put any memories down.
Okay, so I think my answer is very, very similar. First of all, I can imagine that I go skiing quite a lot, and much of what one does is basic stimulus response, and some of it even doesn't happen in the brain. Some of it happens in the rest of the nervous system. But anyway, again, I'm having some difficulty with the idea that I accept that you could lay down no long-term memories. I'm having some difficulty calling anything that doesn't make use of short-term memory consciousness.
Oh, maybe you could. Maybe you were having short-term memories. I don't know. I bring this up because this was something that the philosopher John Searle actually brought up in one of his lectures, and it was an event that actually happened to him. He had an injury, and unbeknownst to him, it was a concussion, and he made it down the rest of the hill skiing, and only later to discover that it would have been a concussion, but he didn't recall making the trip down, and he used that as an example of I guess as a way to talk about consciousness.
And of course, he'd be in. I'm guessing he'd accept that he was in a reduced state of consciousness. I mean, there isn't just conscious and unconscious. At least that's what I've been told in all of the first aid courses and so forth I've done.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for it. I brought it up as something that can be discussed.
There was an entertaining question was asked in a hang recently. Do you choose your own thoughts? And the answer that was given was, yes, of course I do. And so then it was pointed out that this was an infinite regress. And I think that there was a reasonably easy answer to it. But first, I'd like to ask, does anyone else think that is an infinite regress if you think you choose your own thoughts?
Is an infinite regress or what?
Do you think your thoughts before you think them?
Exactly.
There's some indications of there's been studies done where thoughts actually exist prior to you actually thinking them by about 400 nanoseconds or something. Some really ridiculously low number, but I don't know if that would
millisecond. I think it's millisecond. I think it's milliseconds.
It's a really small amount.
About half a second.
No, I think it was more than that, wasn't it?
Well,
the argument would be that if you're choosing your own thoughts, then you must have thought of them.
But we choose our thoughts, or our thoughts choose us?
Well, the answer I would have given is that I think that my conscious thoughts are emergent from other things that my brain is doing most of the time. There's all sorts of things going in my brain that aren't consciousness, and so that's where my consciousness
Where's
starts.
Christopher Mowdy when you need him?
It seems to me I can sort of push my thoughts in a particular direction if I wish. And
so the consciousness can feed itself as well in that way. Your thoughts can feed your conscious thoughts can feed your conscious thoughts, but I don't think that's how all thoughts can emerge, because otherwise it's circular or an infinite regress.
Or you can posit maybe like a prime mover thought, something initial. The thought without a thought. Why not? What's the difference between that and a prime mover, right? So then
you'd have to get it from your mother or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, I mean, you can make an argument that everything is literally infinite regress if you want to do that, because, even God, it's not like God. You want to posit God's as prime mover. Well, that's just you're trying to get you out of the infinite regress. But the reality is something would have to create God unless you somehow make up different rules.
Well, the idea with the prime mover though is that the rules stop with God.
Right. That's the whole idea. Right. Well, yeah, it's still making up your own rules. You're making up a rule that the rules stop with God, right?
You guys are doing the contingency argument now?
No, we're not doing the contingency argument.
It sounds like you guys are.
The contingency argument is more.
In order to stop it, you're stopping it with God.
Well, the idea is that
that's about the nature of the universe, though. That's a cosmological argument. This is an argument about thoughts.
The contingency argument can take several forms. One of them is by talking about cosmology. But the whole point is that you have things that you want to explain. And in order to stop an infinite regress, people posit God as being the necessary being.
All right, that's fair enough. That you can make an argument for contingency on that, I guess. Sure.
I
always thought of it as more of a cosmological argument.
No, contingent. Okay, you guys are talking about something else now. I could explain the contingency stuff to you guys later.
Well, the contingency, as I know it, would be the universe. To explain the universe, you have to choose one of three horns. You could choose an infinite regress. You can choose no explanation, which would violate the principle of sufficient cause, or you can posit God. But if you posit God, then you run into a problem, because if God created the universe because He had to, then it wasn't contingent. It was out of necessity, which ruins the contingency argument to begin with. And if you posit that God created the universe because He freely willed it to be, picked about this out of all possible, then you're back to the other step that says basically there's no explanation, which again would violate the principle of sufficient cause.
Yeah.
Or we can just deny the principle of sufficient cause.
Yeah, I know what the argument is. I always put it toward a cosmological argument.
Yeah, usually that's how it's. But think about it. If you want to try to explain anything, It doesn't just have to be something in cosmology. Someone could probably start. I mean, it's the difference between something that's contingent and something that's necessary. Contingent things you can posit need explanations, and you can use that as an argument to ultimately point to the fact that there has to be a necessary being in order to stop an infinite regress of contingent, I guess, entities or whatever.
Well, I wouldn't make it a contingency argument for the thought thing, though, because I wouldn't say that it would be contingent upon anything to have an original thought to get out of the infinite regress. But I think we're kind of like.
What's the point of positing the prime mover, right?
Well, prime thought.
The prime thought.
But not out of a contingency. I mean, it could be out of necessity too. I mean, I'm not. The argument for contingency literally is it has to be a contingent argument. I'm saying that this could be a necessity argument as well. Argument from necessity. I don't know.
It's necessary for this to exist, so we don't have that infinite regress of contingent thoughts.
So yeah, right.
The interesting question with that too is, I mean, how do we as contingent beings recognize a necessary entity if it's God or something else, and how do we distinguish it from being contingent?
Well, that was Hume's solution, to simply deny that necessity makes a whole lot of sense.
We can recognize necessary entities. People think that numbers are necessary. The way you recognize it, one way you do it is you talk through possible world semantics, right? You say that something that's necessary is something that would exist in all possible worlds,
and that's not contingent, and that there could be no other possibility that couldn't exist.
Yeah, like you talk about whether or not like there's a coherent world, like it's like talking about hypotheticals if people are put off by possible world. Like there's a hypothetical scenario that wouldn't be have any contradiction entailed by it, that would have it be the case that what you're saying is necessary actually doesn't exist in that world. If that's the case, then it's actually contingent.
Right? I'm with you there. I'm just as don't buy or who don't believe in.
You're cutting out for me.
You're arguing with.
Yeah, you're cutting out for me too.
Yeah, you're roboting.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Just as an aside, I mean, I'm following everything you're saying. I never got people, or I was at a hard time with people that don't accept possible worlds. Although
really?
I was.
Are you like a moral realist?
Modal realist.
No. Like, I know there are people out there who say that possible worlds don't exist, and I've never understood that.
No. There's modal realism is that possible worlds like exist in the sense that our world exists. Are you saying that you don't understand why people don't accept using possible world semantics as a way to understand things? Okay.
Because it reminded me of a talk you had with Matt Yester where he went off on that tangent.
Because I think that when he starts talking about modal possible worlds and more modal realism, you start getting into counterfactual. It gets really kind of confusing. In fact, just the other day, I mean, Joe, was it you the one that I had brought up the Raven paradox?
No, well, I'm the one who told you that I'm actually not familiar with the Raven paradox, so you can't.
Because that deals with counterfactual. It's really hard to kind of. It makes sense, but it doesn't because it is resolvable. There's different ways to resolve it. But
what is the paradox?
The Raven paradox. The Raven paradox starts off basically that okay. Let me explain it this way. It uses non-objects to try to demonstrate that the hypothesis is true. So if I say all ravens are black, okay, so everywhere all ravens are black. So that must mean by the contrapositive that everything that is not is black is a raven. Okay, because you're just taking all ravens are black. So everything that's not black is not a raven, right? Because if it's not black, it cannot be a raven, right? Make sense? Is the contraposition?
Yeah, so far.
Okay, so everything that's not black is not a raven. So if I say, okay, what is giving more evidence to the hypothesis that all ravens are black? I show you a picture of a black raven, or I show you a picture of like it's off of Wiki. I think it's apples, a bunch of apples. So a bunch of green and red apples. So I show you these two pictures. I say, okay, Slim, look at the picture of the green and red apples and look at the picture of the black raven. Which one lends more credence to the hypothesis that all ravens are black? Now, the instinctual thing to say is that the black raven would, right? But the raven paradox is actually that both of them equally give evidence that all ravens are black, because the first one actually shows a black raven, but the second one actually supports the contrapositive, which is that everything is not a raven, black is not a raven. So it's hard to wrap your mind around how something that's so not dealing with the actual hypothesis can give evidence for that hypothesis.
It's kind of funny because intuitively it sounds like you can actually make an argument that the apples explains more, because there's more things out there that aren't black ravens, so you can use more.
That makes it even worse, right? Yeah. So actually, you can make the argument. I think some people have that. Actually, the proposing a non-black raven, like any other object that's not black, would actually give you more evidence that all ravens are black.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And then we find an albino.
Screws it all up, right?
That's the one that tells you that winter.
That's no black albinos thing, right? No black swan.
Winter is coming. Is that what you
white
say,
swan or whatever the hell? Yeah.
So I've got a few questions. First of all, a light one. This term prime mover, are people embarrassed to use it? I mean, the term was based on Aristotle's understanding of physics, and that was debunked 300 years ago.
You would think so.
Well, the idea, Aristotle wasn't basing it so much on physics as he was metaphysics.
Yeah.
And by movement, he means simply change.
I think it was based on physics as well in some ways. I mean, obviously, there's a whole back then, the whole law of cause and effect kind of thing, which I don't really subscribe to. I don't think cause and effect actually is a law. I think it's just an observation we've noted. But the prime mover got us away from that cause and effect. It got us out of that infinite regress of a causality chain. Would you agree with that?
Prime mover was the observation that people made that, or the belief that in order for something to move, it needs to be continually pushed or to move, because that's what we observe kind of on Earth all the time.
Well, that's the law of cause and effect. That's the causality chain.
Well,
Right?
not quite, because in order to understand the prime mover, you have to understand Aristotelian forms, Aristotelian causes, right? And there's like
4.
I don't even know if I remember them all. Like there's the efficient cause, the formal cause,
material
cause. And,
right, and that includes like size, shape, purpose, things like that.
Right. I'm gonna have to remember them too. The 4 causes are material cause, formal, efficient, and final. I always forget final.
Yeah, I think we've got a good enough understanding of physics these days that we can understand that Aristotle was doing his best to construct something that we've now got a better idea of.
Yeah, of his time, sure. But even Aristotelian logic fails when it comes to the square of opposition. When you're trying to actually make it all work out, it actually has a flaw in one of the corners of the square of opposition. So, if you ever looked into that?
So I guess the next question is, given that we now understand that we have, for instance, B theories of time and circular theories of time and such like, why do people still try and leap on an infinite time regress as being the only valid possibility?
Well, from a causal point of view, it would. I mean, you're familiar with Feynman's diagrams, right? And you remember that Feynman had posited that during certain types of decays, some of the antiparticles were literally going backwards in time, right? But such on a small scale that it wouldn't be notable, right? So you're dealing with temporal things for some kind of causation. I mean, you have in this particular case, you have no causation that causes a spontaneous decay, because of course, the current model now is not hidden variable, except for the pilot wave theory, which I don't know very well. I've looked into it. It's very complicated. I understand the pilot wave actually satisfies the Bell inequality, but gives up your locality. It's a non-locality. So, given that though, the decay itself, when it decays, it has no cause. But one particle literally is going backwards in time. So there is a temporal thing that you have to deal with in physics. Oops, shit, I'm being paged. Go back.
I don't.
That was his mother knocking on the door.
Yeah.
He's being paged. Is he a drug dealer?
Did anybody hear him somebody knocking on the door? And then he had
Yes.
to go.
Sorry
Yes.
about that. I had yeah.
Pizza boy.
It's an odd sort of pager that comes and knocks on your door.
When I mean I'm being paged, I mean someone's knocking on my door.
I guess given how we now understand physics, it just disappoints me that so many people try and argue that infinite regress in time is the only possibility, and that there must be a first cause or an infinite regress. I think that that circularity is the third piece of the trilemma, and I think that's
Well, that's for a
also
Munchausen
valid.
trilemma, right? Munchausen trilemma.
Yeah, sure, but
is a third.
it's analogous to creating universes as well. You can those are the exact three same problems for creating universes.
But I take things axiomatically. I take the axiomatic horn. I'm a foundationalist, remember? So I don't ascribe to the pains of circularity or the infinite regress.
Well, wait a second. Isn't the analog of the axiomatic horn when you're talking about making universes? Isn't that the God option, just not the eternal God option?
No. My axiomatic is that the universe exists as a brute fact.
Yeah, he stops a step before positing God.
Yeah.
And I might be misunderstanding the whole point of circularity, but wouldn't that ultimately just make things kind of meaningless if it continues on over and over again?
I don't know what you mean by
no.
circularity.
Okay, so the one where it's axiomatic, obviously, it just happens and the universe proceeds. Infinite regress, you imagine something stretching infinitely into the past and decide that that's not a problem. So you can
Well,
either
we know
decide
that's not
God
true.
or we've got a trilemma here. One of the three must be true, and none of them are particularly appealing. So, okay, so the circular one would run something like this. Our universe certainly appears to be linear, going from one state to another, from the Big Bang to the whatever we're on our way to. But if universes can spawn other universes, then and some of them could be circular in time, then you could have a circular universe that's throwing off other universes, one of which may be ours. That would be the circular argument.
Just really confused about what it is we're talking about.
It's basically an internal universe that everything that ever existed just continues over and over again. It's in some kind of like vicious cyclic thing.
Everything. I don't understand, because that's
So
not how time
causes-
works.
Wait a second. Okay, so time works like this, right? A causes B, B causes C, C causes D, right? That's how you used to seeing time work?
No.
No?
Well,
No.
there's a thing called theory of causality, right? Causal theory of knowledge is based upon a causal chain. So that's how we do look at things. You don't have to. There's other ways of looking at things, but there are many times where A causes B, B causes C, C causes D. It's just a chain of causality, right? But that doesn't mean you have to look at it that way.
Okay, so the idea, I guess, would be that that time is an emergent property from this, I guess, is an emergent time idea. So that the thing that we observe as time is emergent from events happening. Events don't happen in time.
Yes,
Events happening defines time, right?
Yes, you've said something that I actually recognize. Yes.
Okay, cool. So in a circular in a universe with circular time, or as you would say, circular causality, they're effectively
It's
equivalent.
called eternal recurrence.
You've lost me again. You've lost me again.
Okay,
because in the when you're talking about time emerging from interactions at light speed.
Well,
that's
It's nothing to do with light speed. Did we define?
No, it does.
Well, no, we define time not by speed. We define times as states of entropy. That's how time is actually utilized right now. That's how we measure it.
Okay, that's one way of looking at it, but I think there are some flaws in using entropy as the definition of time. Can I just go to Brenda's model there? So you were saying, Brenda, that you accepted the idea of it calls time being something we observe when events happen.
So what is my timeline?
So you were born, and events happen, and you age, and hopefully sometime in the far distant future, the processes that maintain you will stop.
No, that's not what a timeline is.
Why wouldn't that be a timeline?
Timeline already exists. I am the timeline.
He's telling
from beginning to end. I mean, there's, there isn't any.
Okay, this works in B theories too.
Yeah, there isn't any future or past. I simply am.
That's all right. So this works in B theories as well. Your timeline is a sequence of events which happen in 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. And so you can imagine the let's drop one of the space dimensions for a moment. You can imagine the time dimension as being something that extends your picture along. You've heard of the space-time loaf and all that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so is there any particular reason why the space-time loaf shouldn't be a space-time donut?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why it wouldn't be you're talking about whether or not the universe is ultimately a torus or a sphere or flat. Is that what you
more
mean?
talk about what's called Ouroboros?
Yeah, so it would be the 4-dimensional equivalent of a torus, basically. And I'm not suggesting that this universe is. I'm suggesting that if universes spawn other universes, then we could be a product of a torus universe.
Well, but okay, but you're positing a circular situation, right? I mean, you've seen Lydia's icon, right? She has that Dragonese tail called the Ouroboros. That's actually what it would be. That's actually a circular symbol for what the universe would be, for a universe that's completely recycling itself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what's called an eternal recurrence.
I don't think that that's any more intrinsically extravagant than positing an infinite regress.
It's not. That's why they all have problems, right? No, I don't think any of them is better than others. That's why I think it's just simplistic to take it axiomatically. Yeah, Caitlin, are you still cooking? Holy cow!
She's got a lot of work to do.
Oh my God, it's been like how many hours have we been on air? She's been here for after an hour we started. It's got to be at least 12 o'clock her time.
What is that? What is that you just held up?
You're muted. She's muted.
Yeah.
I got one for Slim. Are there, Slim?
She's muted. Just how many fingers? What time is it for you over there, Kaylin?
I'm still here. Yes.
So Slim, you said something
12,
about
12:30.
About possible universes,
Dang.
and I'm a little bit challenged by the idea of what possible is supposed to mean. I sort of don't really believe in that basic randomness can exist anymore. So I'm struggling with what possible means.
A possible world is a world that can be that actually doesn't have any logical contradictions. As far that's what I thought it was meant, but I think I was corrected on that. I think there actually is a more stringent definition because there are situations where contradictions could occur as a possible world.
So a non-absurd world, basically.
No, not to be absurd.
Doesn't absurd mean that there are logical contradictions?
No, ever heard of absurdism? There's people that adhere to absurdism that think our world is absurd, but it'd be the best possible world because God created this world, right? But I don't know.
Their idea sounds absurd.
I don't know what the conditions are for possible worlds, vice non-possible worlds. I'll have to check it out one day and get back to you. What would be an impossible world?
Come in, Slim. What do you have anything to say on that, mate?
Joe would know.
From what I've always understood is that a possible world doesn't technically exist per se. It's more of a hypothetical used to explain things.
Well, yeah, but there are things. Okay, for example, like if I say something is a logically impossible world, okay, I'm literally saying that the principles of logic preclude that world from existing. I cannot say that there's a logical possible world that exists that has law of non-contradiction, right? That would be impossible, because to be a logically possible world, it would have to include the law of non-contradiction. So in that particular case, if I defined what the impossible world would be, and I say, okay, I'm saying that this impossible world is a logically impossible world, then I am giving it an instance of what world could not exist. Because you could not have a logically impossible world that doesn't have the principles of logic, right?
Oh, I think you just blew my mind, Steve. So
you can't have a possible world where there are square circles.
Well, I think you could. I think you could, maybe. So this is where Ozzy kind of, I think, jumped in and kind of corrected. Because unless you say a logically impossible world. If I say that you cannot have a logically possible world that contains square circles, then you would be true. Okay, but there's nothing that prevents a possible world in and of itself to have a squared circle universe, or something is square circle that's not without that logical constraint. Now I could be wrong on that. Maybe I got that confused because this is really confusing. And you know how Ozzy it blows your mind, but if anybody wants to expound upon that, I'd love to.
So one moment, just to see if I've got a grip on this. So what you're saying is that if we have a set of logical laws, let's take the logical laws that we think govern our universe, for instance, not the physical laws, the logical ones.
Okay.
There's a superset of possible worlds, and within that superset, there are logically possible worlds according to our rules of logic. And so if other rules of logic were possible, there would be other logically possible worlds. And absurd worlds are another set of possible worlds. They're just not logically possible according to our standards of logic.
Okay.
Is that where you go?
I can see where you're going with that. We're trying to make it into more of a set theory and group them. I'll tell you what, I'll brush up on my modal realism. It's been a while. When you start talking about modal realism and anti-realism, it's really, really confusing.
I just don't see how you could have a possible world that is logically impossible.
Well, because again, you're not saying that it's a logically possible world. You're just saying it's a possible world. Why couldn't I have a possible world
because
where logic doesn't exist?
I would guess that because logically possible is entailed in the notion of being possible.
Well, if I'm a modal anti-realist, doesn't really matter. I don't think those worlds would actually really exist anyways, right?
So can I introduce you to an idea, Brenda? You're presumably aware that there are that there's Euclidean geometry, and then there are other geometries which are also internally consistent geometries where all parallel lines must cross, or all parallel lines meet at all points and similar. You familiar with that?
Yes, of course. Euclid's fifth postulate.
Okay, cool. So in the same way, the what we would call the logical laws, which we use for reasoning, there are other sets of logical laws which can be constructed, in which some of the logical laws that we think that we find are basically set in stone whenever we test them don't apply. They're obviously mathematical abstractions in the same way as the geometries. So the idea that a possible that possible worlds might encompass logically impossible worlds isn't complete. By analogy and similarity, that's the idea.
I didn't quite understand you. I'm sorry.
Let me see if I can relate it this way.
I tried, but I didn't understand.
Well, let me see if I can relate it this way. Are you familiar with the principle of explosion?
Well, that's where if you deny the law of non-contradiction, then anything can mean anything. Or no,
Yeah.
it's the law of identity.
Well, it doesn't really.
And-
It basically means that from any kind of contradiction, you can pretty much infer or prove anything. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, but there's a type of logic called paraconsistent logic that type of logic that doesn't hold. It doesn't have the principle of explosion, and so if you apply paraconsistent logic, you might be able to create a world where you can have logical contradictions in a possible world, but not in a logically possible world. Because if you have a logically possible world, then you obviously have to have the law of non-contradiction, exclusion, and identity. But if you apply the paraconsistent logic, I don't think that would actually hold true. But I only know like one person that really understands paraconsistent logic. And so,
yeah, I've heard of it, and I don't understand it.
It's a way of getting around our way of actually thinking about what we can get from contradictory statements, right?
Well, presumably in a paraconsistent logic, there are axioms and rules.
Yes.
And
yeah, like any structure.
Working it out is adherence to those rules. So I guess that would have a logical structure of a sort.
Yeah, but
I mean, you can't just break the rules, right? You just can't you can't break the axioms of a paraconsistent logic.
Right, but what I'm saying is we're talking about possible worlds as opposed to impossible worlds.
Well,
so
paraconsistent would then be possible because we can
not?
describe it. It would be possible because it can be described. And
Well, that's my point. Is it's possible? These are possible worlds. So even if we said that we have a world that contains logical contradictions, right? A squared circle. I don't know if that would necessarily preclude it from being a possible world.
But it is logical.
A square circle is not logical.
No, I mean the paraconsistent world is a logical world.
But paraconsistent. Well, okay, but my point being is, without paraconsistent logic, if you took just the law of non-contradiction or excluded middle or whatever, and you said I want a world without these, then you would say, okay, well that's not logically possible. Therefore, that world's not a possible world. But if I say, well, wait, I'm applying paraconsistent logic, I maybe have worlds that doesn't have those two. And I don't know which one to give up. I think there's only one that's consistent. I think it's a law of identity that's consistent in all of them. I don't remember.
But that would still be it would just be a different logic than the one we're used to. So it would be a consistent. It would be a consistent. Well, then I would call that logically possible. You're calling it not logically possible.
Well, but there might be a type of logic. What I'm saying is there might be something out there that allows a square circle that we just don't know. It's not. It's. I think it's completely impossible, but I don't know if that precludes it from being a possible world. Somebody that knows more about modal realism would have to answer that question.
Well, the idea behind a possible world, though, is how the actual world could have been given different circumstances. So if you can establish that circumstances would allow for a square circle, then I believe it would qualify as a possible world.
That would make sense, right? If you allow for that, but it doesn't mean you can conceptualize it, right? I mean, you can't conceptualize it, but I don't know. It's a good question. We'll have to look into that. Somebody had asked Caitlin what she was making for dinner. She's making Hasselback potatoes with bacon. That sounds good, right?
Might be something for some of the more philosophically minded people in the community.
Yeah, well, one of these days. Ozzy's been kind of busy lately, and I don't know. We'll ever have a discussion on modal realism. We'll get like Helena Handbasket and
she's quite ill. Well, her voice is really.
She just got over the flu.
Yeah.
Strange.
So this definition of possible makes me wildly uncomfortable. So I'll explain why. Under this definition, just about any event appears to be implicitly possible. Including events which I later find out are impossible. So, for instance, if I have a bag of dice and you don't know how many dice there are in it, and I ask you, is it possible that I could throw all the dice in this bag and get a 32? You can answer, yes, it's possible, no, it's not possible, or I don't know if it's possible, which hopefully is the answer you'd give. But the truth is...
Well, wait a minute. What was the conditions?
So I've got a bag of dice, and you don't know how many dice are in it. And the question I ask you is, can I throw all the dice in this bag and get a 32?
Well, you wouldn't be able to answer that as possible or not.
Right. So something like that would be considered contingently possible, where given sufficient circumstances, then yes, it could be true.
But there's also a difference between something that's impossible. For example, if I say, okay, roll this 6-sided dice and get it, can you get a 7? No, that's impossible.
Right, and that would be considered an impossible world.
Right.
Except that if we applied, I don't know, paraconsistent logic or something, you have to say it is possible.
No, because paraconsistent logic applies to the propositions, right? This is statistics. I mean, this is saying that you have a 6-sided die. You're outside your sample size, your sample, right? You're taking, if you throw the die, you're only going to get 1 to 6. That's the only elements in that sample set, right? So you cannot get a 7. It's literally impossible to get a 7. It's outside the sample set. Nothing can change that.
You got to understand that the idea of possible to the idea of propositions and how they work. So, like Steve was saying, you have to go with the available propositions or the available data set that in order to determine whether or not it is actually a possible world. Going back to the dice example, right? If you're going to say, well, I have all these dice in a bag, I'm going to throw them, and they're going to add up. Could they add up to 32? But you only have 4 6-sided dice in the bag.
That's impossible.
Well, now, it's a problem.
So now, if I say to you, okay, I've got a 6-sided dice here, I'm going to throw it. Is it possible that I'll get a 5? You could plausibly say, yes, it's possible that you'll get a 5, right?
Correct.
Okay. So now I throw the dice and it's a 3. And if we operate under a B theory of time, it was always going to be a 3. It was impossible that it could be a 5. So you've said something was possible that was impossible. And this makes me nervous too.
No.
Well, here's the thing though, right?
Wait, B theory of time wouldn't say that. B theory of time is not deterministic like that. What do you mean it always? I mean, yes, everything that ever happened in past, present, future exists coextensively. But I don't see how you're making the conclusion that it's necessarily deterministic, hard deterministic, that it had to happen that way.
Well, even so, I mean, in the possible world, you would be dealing with a different time altogether. So, given that your circumstances were different, but the world had the same starting point, you begin to see like forks and divisions, right? And given a 6-sided die, you have at least 6 different possibilities in which everything would change, including time.
Yeah, you got a lot of static. Nobody's going to hear you.
Okay, well, I got the gist.
I kind of got the gist, but it was really
just going back, Steve. How is it possible for a B theory of time to have a non-deterministic universe? I thought it was all said and done.
I don't think it's hard. It's not hard determinism. They're coextensive, but not deterministic. That's what I remember.
Well,
that's why I wanted to have a hangout on, so I could get up
under the B theory of time. Your birth to your death simply already exists.
Well, they exist coextensively.
I don't know what that means.
They exist all at the same time. Well, it's not time. You can't say they exist at the same time. They exist as one thing of time. How do I explain past, present, future?
Well, there would be no past, present, and future.
Right. That's the problem. In B theory, there isn't. It's A theory holds that there's past, present, and future. I mean, there's a causal determination in B theory of time. So you have a causal chain, right? I mean, A goes to B, leads to C, leads to D. But I don't know if that actually leads to a case of hard determinism, so that there is no other option. Because if that was the case, we literally would have no free will whatsoever, and everything is just complete illusion.
Yeah, that would be what I would think would be the natural result. That it seems to me that is the case.
Yeah, I don't know if I completely buy into that one either.
That the only reason I cannot, I do not perceive my death is I've forgotten it.
No, I don't. See, I don't accept that. I don't think you're aware of your future. But anyway,
I'm not aware of it. I'm not aware of it, but
you can't. Well, if
it
you're not
still
aware of it,
it
you
exists.
can't remember something you don't know of.
Well, I'm speaking poetically because I enjoyed saying it that way. But my future already exists. There's nothing that can be done to alter it.
There is some truism to that. I mean, there are some deterministic things in our universe. There's no question that we're deterministic in some ways, but I don't believe in they don't believe in free will. But I'm not a hard determinist.
So there's only one way I can imagine that a B theory universe could actually have random events and or free will, and that's if you took one of these wild ideas that the universe is constantly splitting into different possibilities.
Well, that would be the multiverse, or this would be the many worlds hypothesis.
Many worlds.
Many worlds, yeah, and that's the only. And whether it's a converging many worlds or a constantly diverging many worlds, that's the only way I can imagine that you could have a B theory of time and still have true randomness and or free will.
Well, I had asked Hugh Ross this very question, talking about A and B theory of time, and he actually said he was a C theorist. He didn't accept either position.
So as I understand it, when you throw a die, then you get all possible results.
Well, there is a model out there that all possible results happened. It's just the collapsing of the wave function for this particular world. That's the one you're in.
Well, it's still in the bag. It would be all possible results.
Well, anyway, it's quite late. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin myself.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, thank you for the hangout. It's going on 1 o'clock here, so I'm going to call it a night. Slim, thank you for hanging out. Caitlin, thank you for joining us for the first time. I'm sure it'll be one of many, and I like reading your post in the Creationism web forum. If anybody out there who we still have like plenty of listeners, if anybody wants to join us on Facebook, there's a community called Creationism. You just ask to join, and then one of the admins will bring you in. It's kind of like the Clown Car Posse, and actually intelligent people having conversation.
Hopefully, Caitlin won't dominate the discussion so much next time.
I know she's just a talking, and but I'm sure I'm sure her dinner's going to be damn good.
Yeah. Later.
So later, Brenda, I'm going to like I usually do, post my Patreon in the live. Well, you know what? Doesn't matter. I'm going to do my Patreon today. If you want to support the channels, you know where to go find it. You can find my
They're not gonna kick out your monetization for this particular video now, are they?
Because I played that one video.
Yeah, the one with Reds.
Possible. I won't know for a day or two. If somebody else has that video uploaded, probably, especially if it's monetized. But it's so worth it. It's okay.
What, that gay video was monetized?
Well, if somebody has it on their channel and it's a monetized video, then there's an algorithm that YouTube uses that will compare if you have something in your video and it compares that particular bit to what do they call it, streaming to another video that's on the system. The algorithm will sniff it out and it'll cancel your monetization of that video. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm curious if it does or doesn't. I'll let you know in a couple of days. But it's what is it? A couple bucks, big deal. Whatever. It's worth it. It was a funny video. At least I know for sure. But anyways, thanks for joining me tonight, guys.
Antonio for that.
What's that?
You can go blame Antonio for that then.
I will. Yeah, I gotta make sure he doesn't win Dumbfuck of the Year. But this was a really interesting hangout that kind of went all over the place. So, kudos. Tomorrow. I was going to have hang out with this guy from the Creationism forum from YouTube, but he has to do it next week. So I'm still trying to get a guest on from tomorrow. Oh no, wait, tomorrow's not Friday. Never mind. Screw it. I still have 2 days to try to find a guest for Friday. So we'll figure out what I can do. But anyways, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I probably won't be online tomorrow because everybody's going to be with their family. So good night and enjoy your turkey day.